Anyway, well, let's look at that. We'll go ahead, Ms. Armstrong. So I think you're up next. How's that?
Okay. Well, but before I begin my presentation, can you hear me? Is this close enough? I'm like double fisting it with my computer, so it's kind of far away. Since I've gotten the advantage of hearing some of the speakers, hearing the administration explain our lack of coverage, and hearing how some of our trustees feel, I'm going to take a moment to editorialize, and you're probably not surprised. I just have a couple of questions. I'd like to know, and I know that we've requested this, but I still don't have a firm answer of when our district asked for the coverage. I'd love to see those emails. I've seen some, which doesn't look like that we necessarily asked for the number that we really need, but that may have been one email in a chain of emails. And so I just don't know that information, but I'd like to know it because I've heard from two different sides, and those two sides don't match up. Although I find some of what Wilco has done recently is as reprehensible, would you, if you were Wilco, hire other officers with no expectation that the needed coverage would cover past this year? So as we talk about the lack of coverage, and one of the speakers spoke to it, in fact, it was a speaker from our task force, we would enter into a new contract with Wilco. That's a new contract with new numbers of officers. So we should make a distinction between what the Wilco option in the future is and what our current Wilco situation is. They're two different things. As Trustee Vessa stated, we elect. We elect both the Wilco sheriff, the Wilco commissioners, this board of trustees. What we do not elect is our administration, but we hope that the trustees that we elect will provide that oversight as they're supposed to do. Trustee Moses, you asked about trust and transparency issues. There was a letter from Wilco offering coverage early on in this process that was not presented to the Board of Trustees from, and my dates here may be wrong, but I believe April 2018 to August. And did that delay in information and transparency not delay this process? So there's multiple reasons why we're in this boat that we're in right now. And it's not just with any one entity. It's frankly with all of us. Now I'll go to my regularly scheduled program. So, okay. That was not a collaborative thing. That was just me. So I apologize for that. First, I'd like to say on behalf of the, I'm sure the entire Safety and Security Task Force, that I don't know if this administration gives spot bonuses to anybody, any employees, but you really should to Darlene Bradshaw. She has been amazing. And bless her, she had no idea, like the rest of us, how many months and weeks and meetings we were meeting. And she, with grace, and at times she was literally running in 108-degree heat across campus to find cables so that we could hook up our computers. She is amazing. And clearly this district does a lot of things right to have employees like her. So I'd like to thank her on behalf of all of us. As it relates to an ISD police force, our subcommittee felt strongly that if you as a board choose this option, that you choose it with the realistic idea of cost and of scope. So with that, here I go with the double fisting. Let's see how it all works out. Yeah. Okay. So you have seen this before. If you look at any ISD police force website, this is the first thing that will come up. So ISD police officers are official police officers. They're commissioned by the Board of Trustees. The authority to commission police officers comes from the Texas Education Code. The Board of Trustees sets the jurisdiction and the scope of duties for the school district police. The school district police officers enforce the same laws as municipal police officers, including municipal ordinances, county ordinances, and state laws. They may arrest individuals found in violation of those laws, but they may not arrest for misdemeanor crimes. Another important distinction is that a district police department's chief of police is accountable to all district stakeholders, but shall report solely to the superintendent as required by state law. And we'll get to a little bit of that later. Remember that a school-based officer is not on campus to enforce the code of conduct. They are there to address criminal activity and provide a measure of safety to our schools. So these are just some definitions. You've seen all of them before. One distinction I would like to make is that the school resource officers refer to a specific type of officer. As a task force, we decided that we were using the term, because in many of the publications that we've read, the term SRO is used interchangeably to refer to a LEO SRO, an ISD officer. So school resource officers, for our purposes, is an officer in the schools. There are some new legislative highlights, and some of these have been addressed before. This is a new slide because Governor Abbott's school safety report just came out in late August, and it does a good job of highlighting some of the laws and the new laws as it relates to law enforcement. And some of it impacts things that we've been discussing, and interestingly, a lot of what is recommended and or mandated are things that we were recommending and suggesting. So it suggests that schools should collaborate with local law enforcement to heighten police presence on school campuses. I made a promise and a commitment to one of our subcommittee members that I would reiterate that the public feels safer when there are security personnel on campuses, specifically when there are officers on campus. And I think that's really clear tonight with the Pearson Rant situation. One way that schools are doing that is that DPS has reported that there are 162 schools providing office space to DPS officers, allowing 265 DPS troopers to have a regular presence in the schools. We'll get more in this later, but Senate Bill 11 requires that school safety and security requires, first of all, a school safety and security committee in each district, and it requires them to consult with local law enforcement agencies on methods to increase law enforcement presence near district campuses. Senate Bill 1707 allows school districts and law enforcement agencies to create a memorandum of understanding, or MOU, to provide school resource officers for school safety. So some of the jurisdictional issues, I think, perhaps are becoming less and less of jurisdictional issues. So as you talk about creating our own ISDPD, there's some basic coverage considerations that we have to make. First of all, is this going to be a 9-month police force, or is this going to be a 12-month police force? Generally, as we've looked around at different ISDs, it's a 12-month police force. Often it's some sort of a hybrid. So you may not have all officers work 260 days. You may have some of them work 226 days. But frankly, if you hire at 226, when are you going to provide opportunities for training? We've all reported that we feel like this training is really important. It's summertime that training happens. If not, you've got to provide coverage for when those people are out for weeks at a time doing this training that we feel is so important. You also, if you have a 9-month police force, need to at least make a plan to determine how you're going to cover situations that arise in the summer school, things like that. Is it going to be a 24-hour or a school day only system? And so if you look at our school day, look at how the buses have to work, right? You start early in the morning, and so 7:45 is our first start, right? And what time does the high school get out? My kids just graduated, and you think it's gone.
7:40 is the elementary, and 4:20 is the conclusion of high school.
Right. So that's longer than that's longer than someone is going to be able to cover the schools, because you are going to need coverage prior to the school start and after the school gets out. So if you're doing only a school day coverage, you're going to have to deal with shift issues as well. So that's going to be impacted in how many SROs you need. Obviously, you're going to have some of those same issues with a 24-hour system. How are you going to cover evening functions? How is overnight security going to be addressed? Obviously, a 24-hour system is going to require more officers, and so it's going to be more expensive. As we looked at different ISDs in Texas, a 24-hour system is more common. And that's like the above. It tends to be a hybrid system. So you're not going to have the same, obviously, number of SROs overnight that you're going to have during the school day. Okay. All right, policy considerations. And these policies are the policies that are addressed in the TCOL application. So these will have to be elaborated and addressed prior to applying for our own police force. So use of force, vehicle pursuit, professional conduct of officers, domestic abuse, response to missing persons, supervision of part-time officers, impartial policing, evidence collection, eyewitness identification. This is the minimum that needs to be addressed. And as we go through this presentation, there's a lot of things that need to be addressed. So starting your own police force is a giant proposition. Okay. So as we look at Round Rock ISD in particular for a police force, it's a big district. It encompasses 110 square miles. And so the easiest way to provide coverage for that, or probably the only viable way to truly provide coverage for that, is to divide it into geographic regions. And one example of that could be the East, Central, and West Division. So dividing our district into 3 divisions for purposes of security. Oh, it took away all my pretty colors. That's okay. Any police force has a hierarchy. That's how they operate. And so the initial presentation that the district presented to you involved 1 chief of police and 24 SROs. And there is no example that we could find where that's a viable option. It's a hierarchy of command that makes it work. And so our subcommittee came up with this as a potential structure. And it certainly, as you look at different examples, there's lots of different ways that you can do this. And this is kind of a minimal way. So you have your board of trustees, and then you have your superintendent, and then you have your chief of police who reports to the superintendent. Underneath your chief of police, you have administrative support. You have your assistant chief of police who not only does the assistant chief of police supervise the sergeants, but the assistant chief of police also takes over the duties of the chief of police in their absence. So it's important to have that. We feel like under the chief of police, there's a behavioral health coordinator. We'll get more into this later, but again, we don't feel like any viable option to address safety and security in our district can occur unless you concurrently address the behavioral health piece of it. So unfortunately, that's 2 giant tasks that you're tasked with now. But we really feel strongly about that, and it's not just the task force. It's every community engagement that we had. It's emails. It's the task force. I mean, the forums. It's everywhere. So there's dispatchers, obviously. If you look at the per zone, so again, remember we divided Round Rock ISD into these 3 zones, and so within each zone has its sergeant that's in charge of that zone. There's a detective. There's a patrol division. The thing about the patrol division is not only is that patrolling our campuses, but those patrol officers would be assigned to our elementary campuses as well, which we currently don't have. And that does a couple of things. It provides a way of introducing elementary-aged children to safety and security issues, to officers, and positive officer interactions, and we believe that's important. So within each zone, there are school officers. The school officers would maintain, as we have current coverage, which is 2 per each high school and 1 per middle school, all middle schools. A canine unit. Again, as you look at different ISDs, almost every ISD, whether it has its own police force or whether it contracts the outsources the policing, canine units are a presence, and it's a deterrent for drug use. It's a security measure that we feel like is important. So if you look at the chart on the side, it's 52 total staff, and that's it feels like a pretty bare bones number to us. So it's a chief of police, an assistant chief, mental health coordinator, 4 sergeants, so one per zone, and then 1 that's the lead and in charge of the detectives. 6 patrol officers, it's 2 per zone. 25 school resource officers. It's a funny number because we don't just have our 5 high schools. We've also got the Opportunity Center and who am I forgetting? Thank you, Success and Early College. Yeah. 3 dispatchers. This is probably a number under what we would actually need in looking at some of the different ISDs, and 5 support staff, and that was just sort of spitballing a number. Okay, the facility. The presentation provided to you guys way back long ago discussed a portable with a $200,000 renovation to provide the police headquarters. And we don't feel like that's probably going to be a viable option. And again, there were no examples that I could find of ISD-PDs that didn't have a police headquarters. I reached out to several members of the administration asking if we had any space that might be converted, but I never heard back from anyone. So TCOL requires that the facilities where the police headquarters be housed must be private and closed to civilians. It must have enough room to office the chief of police. It must have room to house patrol officers. It must be equipped with an evidence room or at least a large gun safe bolted to the floor, and which kind of brings up the question that if you're going to have a portable and you have something bolted to the floor, but you can sort of crawl under the building, I'm not sure how that whole thing would work, but and a holding facility. It's got to be enabled with dispatcher communications with other agencies. So in the estimate is a $200,000 renovation of a portable, but that may get you past a couple of years, but you're going to have to consider having a full-fledged building. In fact, in the background, if you look at that, that's Spring ISDs. They have, I think Spring ISD has 36,000 students. That's their new 2-story, almost 42,000 square foot building, which houses the police department on the first floor and the tax office on the second floor. So remember, too, as we're talking about buildings and things, that each, because there will be officers on our secondary campuses, that each secondary campus office would be a juvenile processing center certified by Williamson and Travis County, so that children could be processed at that location without the trauma of having to be transported. So that's fairly important in this process. Okay, training considerations. The essential components went through a lot of these training considerations. But again, it's an essential component. As it relates to an ISD-PD, the district can dictate what trainings are required and or recommended. Basic SRO course is a 4-hour block. Some of these, when you look at the sample specialized trainings, some of those are actually required by TCOIL, so I have a little asterisk by some of those. But racial profiling training, doesn't that sound like we would want all of our officers to have that? Effective internet safety presentations, risk management, all of those trainings are, they do cost money. And the funny thing is that the more training we get our officers, the more desirable they are to other entities. But we feel like training is important. Community engagement. We feel like community engagement is important, and as you I've obviously are very well aware that there are some trust issues with really both of the options that we are most viably considering. So what do we do about that moving forward? Because all we can do is move forward with what we have. And so partnerships, creating the situation as more of a partnership with whatever you wind up with is important. Monthly police chief town halls, monthly coffee with a cop, providing opportunities for both the patrol and SRO officers and our chief of police to interact with the public and provide opportunities for the public to be able to answer a question and have that question, to ask a question and have that question answered, will go a long way towards establishing trust. There's lots of educational campaign examples that are opportunities that if we do have our own police force that we can implement in the schools, and frankly, a lot of these could be implemented with a more robust officer program, regardless of where those officers come from. So bicycle safety, and we may be doing some of these, reading with a cop, kid print. So having the opportunity for our young children, elementary school children, to be fingerprinted if their parents so choose. You've heard some of the stuff in the news about vaping and inhalant abuse. So an educational campaign, tobacco education. Teens in the Driver's Seat is an amazing program. 1,300 schools around Texas have implemented this program, and it's resulted in a reduction of 14.6% in injury and fatal crashes where the program has been in place for 3 or more years. So driver safety, that's safety for our children. Digital online safety, buddy programs, pairing officers to children that are at risk. There's lots of good programs. The police department doing charitable work and bringing in the community and bringing in students to help with us. There's lots of wonderful examples of that, including the Dallas PD partners with the Birthday Party Project. So again, it's getting the officers interacting with both the students and with the community. Safety and security behavioral health component. Again, this is critical. It can't be ignored. It can't be something that you guys decide to come back later to. It has to be considered now, along with this. San Antonio ISD Police Chief Joe Curiel said the lack of mental and behavioral health services in schools and communities is the most severely broken part of our system. And we were really fortunate to have Dr. Faulkner present the options that she did because she's an expert in this. And so the options that she presented are the School Safety and Support Department, Student Support Department, and the Communities in Schools. And Trustee Vessa, you talked about how much Communities in Schools would cost, and it is not inexpensive, clearly. Even though it can be, titrated, phased in, there are lots of grant monies out there and more Some of them are even in Governor Abbott's plan that he presented. So there are grant monies that we shouldn't leave on the table for some of those resources that we so severely need. Oversight and Planning Input Committee. This looks a little bit different than what the essential components. So it's tailored for our specific option, which is an ISDPD. And in fact, just this week, I changed it a little bit due to some of the requirements that are laid forth in SB 11. So, and Trustee Moses, you asked, or no, I'm sorry, Trustee Feller, you asked what they would be tasked with. I think in the beginning, planning input, as this is developed, this shouldn't fall to one person or two people developing this developing this police force, if that's what happens. So a panel of experts and stakeholders to provide input on what this looks like. And then once it's set up, to provide some oversight and discussion with how policy changes might impact our marginalized groups. You know, an entire group to put those questions that that Tiffany put up there again and again. So we feel like the group should meet monthly. I feel personally that I'm on a quarterly group with the district, and quarterly is not very often. This is really important stuff, and so we feel like the group should meet monthly. We feel like it should have safety and security representatives from our district, including the Director of Safety and Security, the Chief of Police, the Assistant Chief of Police, the District Superintendent, a mental health representative from our schools, an equity representative, an emergency management representative, 2 trustees, a member of the juvenile justice system. We have one right here. That would be so good. 5 members of the community, and we listed 5 because we have 5 learning communities, so 1 from each learning community. If we have high school 6, then we move that to 6. 5 teachers, 5 students, again, from each learning community. We feel like we should have local law enforcement representatives from both Travis and Williamson counties. That's a good group of people right there to provide good oversight, and would alleviate a lot of, or mitigate a lot of the concerns that a lot of us have about a chief of police reporting solely to the superintendent. And I think that if I were a superintendent, this would be good as well, because you wouldn't want that all on you, right? It's nice to have a team. Okay. So this is what the SB 11 says about the School Safety and Security Committee. So I thought it was interesting because it really paired up with what we had sort of had imagined. It says that membership must include emergency management officials, local law enforcement, school police department officials, school board members, the superintendent, classroom teachers, and parents. Most of those we already had. We did include the emergency management official and local law enforcement, which was a great, we should have included it in the first place. Dictates that the group must meet at least once each academic semester and at least once during the summer. Again, we don't feel like that's sufficient. The committee must provide information to the school board on the status of the district's multi-hazard emergency operation plan. The community input must also be allowed. So you're getting more and more from these mandates about, you see it sort of kind of coming again and again with developing a plan, working with the local law enforcement, getting input. So things that we as a task force felt strongly about are echoed in this plan. Okay. Financial considerations. So, I'm sorry, I forgot to pass these around. This is just some of the, I emailed you all bits and parts of this today, but these were the pieces that I felt like were critical that you take a look at. One of them, back to the last slide, was Fort Bend ISD has a safety and security master plan that is readily available for anybody to look at, and I really wish that we could do something along the same lines, because it looks at things like school hardening and what was passed on the 2018 bond. Do we as public know? I don't know that we do. Or do we know the status of it? I don't know that we do. But looking at how Fort Bend did theirs, it's really clearly enumerated what they do. So financial considerations. Again, this goes back to those 52 employees that we feel like at a minimum, an ISD PD for Round Rock ISD should include. And these numbers are going to be higher than a LEO option, because you don't need the same hierarchy. You're utilizing some of that with, say, a Wilco that we're not paying for. So you do have more a higher demand of officers, a higher need of officers with our own PD that doesn't have any sort of infrastructure that you can ride on. So one of the things, the base salary that you see, most of those numbers were provided by the district. And you talked about, there was an ask about, were these entry-level position pays? Kind of. It's kind of an average. We'll get into a little bit more, you're going to pay more for certain things, like a higher TCOL certification, if it's a basic or a master level. If you're bilingual, you tend to get little pay bumps for these things. So those aren't factored in, but they are enumerated later in the presentation. The district gave us a loaded number using 115%, which really included the base pay plus benefits. So that number, if you look at there's the bottom green line, not the bottom green line, but the middle green line, where it lists extended using 115% total per position. The total there is $3,914,000. And that includes the district's, again, estimate of 115. Now, these are non-exempt positions, and I may be saying some of this wrong, but I don't think I am, but I could be. Teachers are exempt. So as a district, you're not paying taxes on them. Is that correct? Okay. Close enough to correct? Okay. But officers are not exempt, so you are. So using an estimate of 140%, which is what generally corporations do, companies do when they're determining true costs of employees. So we wanted to give you both of those things. So if you look at the extended using 140% total per position, that's $4,765,000. And granted, all of this is using a 260-day. So that's a 12-month. The chart on the bottom is using a 9-month, a 226-day. Again, it's probably going to be a hybrid, so it's going to be somewhat of a hybrid between those two numbers. The benefits on the bottom, you're paying benefits for full year regardless of whether you're hiring them for 9 months. So we use the same benefit numbers below as above. But I'm an audiologist and not an accountant, so Trustee Vessa and Trustee Math just smile and move through it. Okay. Non-salaried cost estimates. So this is where it got a little tricky to determine what the cost per officer was in hiring a new officer. And so we have some estimations from the district. In fact, the district's first presentation to you guys included some of this. It included buying used vehicles, which is a cost-saving measure. But again, then you have a used vehicle that you're going to have to provide more upkeep on. You're going to turn over more quickly. So again, like everything, it could be a hybrid. You could get some used vehicles. You could have some vehicles that are a little bit more tricked out for the patrol officers and the SROs on campus. Maybe they don't need all of the same bells and whistles. But we had estimates that were above this and estimates were below this, so it's a pretty good estimate. Uniforms. A lot of the uniform costs, or some of the uniform costs, cannot be transferred to a new employee if there's turnover. The body armor that they wear is custom made, and it's expensive. If you look in your what I passed out, there's two where we derived these numbers is provided to you, and we used Hutto ISD's proposal to its school board when they wanted to when they were looking to start their police department. And we used Hutto ISD's for a couple of reasons. One, it was really well enumerated. So the other thing is that if you look at, you have two. One is the Round Rock ISD new officer budget impact estimates. And so if you look at that one, I think I even circled some of the issues with it. I asked the district to provide an estimate, but they kept referring me back to this same estimate. So we just ended up using Hutto's. And they were not far from the same. But if you look at this Round Rock ISD estimate, it's for, one duty belt and one flashlight and one, so you look at it and it looks like it's for a single officer. But then it gets to shoulder badges, and that's for 100 shoulder badges and 100 badge patches and 6 department badges at 150 each. So it got a little confusing. Then if you look at, there's kind of a space, and it looks at there's some line items for the police department, safe, office infrastructure. Those obviously aren't included in an individual's estimate. But then you go down to training, and those are. So it just, look at that. But it just made more sense, the Hutto ISD, to use the Hutto ISD's estimate. So that's what we did. So again, this isn't a 1 year cost. You guys would need to determine how you roll that out. But using a police car for an officer is one way that you attract an officer. They want a car because then they don't have to have a car of their own. It's a perk. So some of those things you could you can save on, and some you can't. But obviously, you're not going to hire 44 officers in 1 year, so that's not a 1 year cost. One-time expenses. So a CAD system, a record management system, is an expensive item, but you can also have an MOU with another entity. There would be MOU costs, but that's something that can be considered. And I don't really have an estimate on what that would cost. But to purchase that whole system, you're looking at about $1 million. Train canines, and these are single-purpose canines. They're about $8,000 a piece. So a canine can either be a drug or bomb or something else it can be. I don't remember. Pardon? Oh, yeah, yes. Yeah, you're right. Rescue. Again, the facility, back down to the facility, I put in here $200,000, but that is not what it will actually cost. It will cost significantly more than that to be done correctly. Again, remember that the cost of turnover of officers is not included in any of this. There are additional costs such as evidence storage and disposal, gas for patrol cars, extra duty pay. I asked several members of the administration for an estimate on what we've paid for extra duty, and I didn't get the totals on that. I did get, Mr. Yarber provided me that we pay $53.50 is, I believe, extra duty pay. And again, that's a perk that officers want. Officer Willoughby is a wonderful officer, but he probably likes his extra duty pay that he gets while coming here. The cost of a cadet program. So when you talk about attracting officers and the difficulty in hiring officers, what some districts do, including IISD, is sometimes they will hire what they call a cadet, and that is someone that is not a trained officer, but that hires on. The district pays for them to go through the officer training program, and then we would commit them to work for the district for a period of a couple of years. So there's costs associated with that, and also some, you have a young officer then. But I think that's a good indication of how it's difficult these days to hire police officers. Again, that's a cost, not included in this. Okay, benefits. There are a lot of benefits to having our own police department. It truly is the best opportunity to establish and standardize protocols and systems related to our core values, as outlined in the district's strategic plan, and essential components as outlined by the task force. So when things are under one entity, and one entity only, data tracking is a lot easier. We've talked a lot about children and discipline, and the difference between discipline and when an officer comes in, and there's a path that child took, and so to really effectively determine how our marginalized communities, children and children in general, are being where, if there is a breakdown, where that breakdown is happening, could most effectively be identified if we track the data from discipline issue in the classroom to what happens at the administration to what determines when police are called in, if they are, and what happens thereafter. Now, a lot of that could be done if we have one entity. It's certainly been difficult having ACC, Round Rock PD, and Wilco tracking some of this data that we need to track, because maybe there are opportunities for improvement there. A benefit would be control of hiring, training, and campus assignment of officers. We would have a streamlined ability to collect data. Again, that goes back to that first one. We would specifically be hiring officers for school-based law enforcement, which may be slightly different than why someone is seeking employment with, say, a Wilco. Although, I want to reiterate that we've had excellent SROs on our campuses, fortunately, provided by all of those entities. Officer Willoughby was my children's Westwood SRO, and I could not have been happier about that. There may be more immediate on-site response to emergencies. A reduced chance of coverage interruption. I think that goes back to more how you staff it. If you have overage, if you have floaters, if you're asking for all of what you really truly need, and not relying on a bare minimum. You would have one agency handling all law enforcement activities within the district, resulting in improved consistency. Establishing an ISD police department prior to 2021, when we've been given some deadlines, certainly provides opportunities for a phase-in. Officers will be part of the Round Rock ISD family because they will be employees of Round Rock ISD. Again, I think that if you ask some of our SROs that are employed by other entities, they feel like they're a part of our family. I hope they do. It would eliminate the need for contract negotiations with governmental agencies. I think I'd like to amend that. It would reduce the need, because you still have MOUs. And in fact, in some of the stuff I sent out today, it was examples of Hutto ISD. They gave us everything. We have so much data from them, so I kind of go back to them. But a lot of their MOUs that are in place with their PD are in the Google Drive that was shared with you today and will be made public. concerns. So there is a potential for a loss of a relationship with established SROs. So there are lots of SROs that have been at our campuses for a long time, and they may not choose to come over to an ISDPD, and we lose them. And that's a con. Attrition increases chance of coverage interruption. So if an SRO, as we do this phase-in process, we're sort of more at risk for losing some of the coverage that we do have from Wilco and Round Rock PD as we bring in our own officers. So what happens then? I mean, do more situations like Pearson Ranch get created during this process? Startup costs and capital expenditures may be greater than costs for using outside law enforcement option. I think that's pretty clearly the case. It would require more officers than an MOU with other agencies. Kind of says the same thing. There is a community distrust of the district's ability to effectively manage a PD. And do we want our school district being in the business of law enforcement? Or do we want them laser focused on educating our children? Or can they do both? The con is a legal structure of the police department requiring the police chief to report directly to the superintendent. Again, some of the trust issues. And I would just say that I believe that we all have the best interest of the children at heart. And so bringing to the table people that may not agree with you is the way to create is the way to mitigate discord. So listening to people that don't agree with you, people that have volunteered in the district for a long time. So there is a potential for an increase in disproportionate discipline of protected classes by law enforcement. That is the case with either of the options or any of the options, but some people feel like there's a greater risk when it's all under one house. There are fewer, and it relates to the next one, which is that there are fewer checks and balances within centralized law enforcement. It's all under one house. I think you can mitigate that with some of the oversight that we've discussed. National and local trends suggest it will be difficult to obtain and recruit, which says the same thing, obtain and maintain officers. It is a challenge for a police force of any kind, including an ISD police force, and maybe especially an ISD police force, to stay fully staffed. And we'll go through some of that in just a minute, but we're almost done. What does it take to start our own police department? So TCOL has an application. It was included in the documents that I sent today. The application must be made by the superintendent or chief of police if a chief of police is hired by that time. There's a $1,000 fee. It takes at least 3 to 6 months. It must be specified. It must be a specified line item in the budget at the time the application is made. So that's a big one for you guys. You must develop the application. Those 9 components that were at the very beginning have to all be laid out. Okay, this is just a pretty infographic that I couldn't take out because I liked it too much. But it's an ISD-PD summary, and it was taken from Conroe ISD. There's not reference, not credit, where I got it from, citation, thank you. The citation is in the back. But it does a good job of listing what an ISD police department does that may be different than what a Wilco type of police department does. And again, there's some specialized duties that go to sort of being in the campus a little bit more, developing programs along with the district. I think with a really good a system, anybody could do this, but it certainly would be much easier for an ISD police department to do this. So while I leave that up, I want to go through, Trustee Vesta sent us some questions, and I was glad to get them to know, to sort of be able to answer them before I didn't know the answer. And so one of them was about turnover, and that's really hard to know because a lot of times you look at so if you go to an ISD and look at their jobs, if they could have 10 police officer positions available, and it just says there's a police officer position available. So most of what I could find, I didn't find specifics, but I'll go through what I did find, including budgetary items. So Fort Bend ISD has 87,000 students, and its police force budget is $8+ million. So it's about $107 per student. If you put that same $107 per student, that would put Round Rock ISD at about $5.5 million a year, and that's up and running costs, not startup cost. Garland ISD has 59,000 students. They don't have their own police department, but they have 47 SROs assigned to its campuses. And if you look at that 59,000 to 47 SROs, that's a consistency that we saw. So about an SRO, and it could be a supervisory position, but about an SRO per 1,000 students. So again, looking at Round Rock ISD, that's about 51, 52, which we came up with this number after we had already developed our example. So it's pretty darn close. But at 44 officers, we made that maybe a little under what we actually need. And if you look at what we've contracted with our various entities, and I know that there's been challenges with piecemealing it, we've probably always been understaffed with officers. And we didn't provide opportunities for us to not have gaps in coverage. So if we do go forward with whatever it is, I strongly encourage you to make sure that you account for those eventualities like turnover, like absences, vacation, sickness, all of those things, because clearly our parents want coverage, and our staff and our students. Conroe ISD has 59,000 students. They had 13 SRO positions open when I last looked. So I don't know how many they have, but I know that they had 13 openings. Dallas ISD, it's a big ISD. It's 155,000 students, and there were 14 positions opened when I last looked. Aldine ISD has 65,000 students, so a little closer to what we are. They have 59 sworn personnel and 9 civilian employees. They are a 24-hour, 365-day-a-year department. Klein ISD has 52,000 students. They have a total of 48 officers, so again, really close to that 1 per 1,000. Spring ISD has 36,000 students. That was the one that you could see in the background of the building. They have 62 licensed police officers, 7 dispatchers, and 3 civilian workers. So they have a lot more. And they may choose, I have no idea, they may have officers in elementary schools, which would explain why they have so many SROs. Northeast Independent School District, they have 67,000 students, and I promise I'm almost done. And they're a 24-hour, 365-day district. So nearby school districts, AISD, they have 83,000 students, and their budget is $7.9 million. So again, you look at their budget, it's just about $1,000 a student. $95 a student. They have 84 full-time officers, including 43 SROs, 20 patrol officers, and 2 mental health officers. The department also employs 39 civilian staff, including dispatchers, office support staff, emergency management, and life safety systems personnel. There are currently 8 vacancies posted. Possibly some of these are also new positions. I mean, you don't know that. So Pflugerville ISD, they have about 25,000 students and 24 officers. You see the trend. Leander ISD does not operate its own ISD PD. They have, and they span Travis and Williamson County. They have interlocal agreements with the cities of Cedar Park and Leander to provide SRO officers to their schools. So again, generally about 1 officer per 100 students is about the norm. That does include the supervisory roles. In our scenario, we have 44 officers, so this is likely still an understaffed scenario. Regarding our current SRO situation and the number of SROs that have been contracted with Round Rock PD, Wilco PD, and ACC PD, we have been understaffed for quite a while. This is a result of the number of officers that Round Rock ISD requested, as well as what was able to be provided. When you staff to the bare minimum, there's no scenario that eventualities like vacations, sicknesses, turnover won't leave a school uncovered. By looking at comparables, we should expect to spend around $100 a student. That's just over $5 million a year to operate an up-and-running police force. That does not include startup costs. Startup costs will be significant, from vehicles to equipment to licensing to facilities, et cetera. Obviously, this can be phased in, but that's money that we will have to spend. So, references, and just a couple more very quick things, I promise. There are some questions that you guys, because you determined the scope of a police force, will need to discuss, and that's internal affairs. Under an ISD PD, if an SRO is accused of violating the law or policy, what would be the process for determining the guilt of it or innocence of said officer? Generally, internal affairs typically deals with such issues. So leaving that all within the scope of the police department, maybe somehow that oversight committee could come in with that to provide some security measures for the community. How will sexual assault cases be handled? If you handle them internally, how will you train those officers? There are specific trainings, but that also can be outsourced. Those are very, very, very delicate situations that you want the highest trained individuals to be dealing with. What type of cases would you outsource, and who decides that? What happens if a police officer or even the chief of police is accused of wrongdoing? What would you expect the administration to do? What happens if nothing is done? These are all things that you as the Board of Trustees will have to discuss and decide. So that's the end of my presentation. So if you have any questions.
I don't have a specific question, but I did want to answer Trustee Vess's question. On the June 20th budget, we budgeted $2.6 million for safety and security initiatives.
That was both our entities, though. I was kind of just looking for how much we're budgeting for Williamson County, and I think it was like 1.3. If I can remember correctly, it was 1.3, which, in addition to like what we were given tonight, would put us around like $3 million. But I think, but that is, like you said, not 1 per 1,000.
Right.
Students.
Right.
And I think you did a great job. Matter of fact, when I looked at this presentation, I was like, woo-wee, this is awesome. You answered all my questions.
A lot of people worked really hard on it, so thank you for saying that.
And your presentation was great. Even the additional, like, going and, like, looking up how much each, it just...
That was for you.
That was just such great information. I think people kind of mistaken me when I talk about finances. Like, I'm not obsessed with money. Anybody that I make no money. Okay, people out there, I have no income, none. All that I do is volunteer. So, like, people think, oh, she must be obsessed with money because that's all she talks about. But the truth of the matter is, it's a huge obstacle. There's always limited resources, and so there's so many great things we want to do, but we have a limited amount of resources, and we have to prioritize those resources. And we say safety and security is the number one priority. So then we have to reprioritize, or we have to get more money. And those are your two options. You say, okay, these are lesser priorities, and that hurts, because to some people they may not be lesser priorities, or we get more money. And I just think it was a great presentation. I think it informed so much of both options, really. What a contract with a current provider like Wilco would look like, and a contract that would give us coverage that would be comprehensive, and what it would look like to have our own ISTPD. So thank you. Great work. I really appreciate it.
Thank you. And I think that the next presentation too presents some options for maybe some hybrid programs that can be seriously considered as a supplement to get us a little better coverage.
Well, and I also think what's important too is, like, we've been talking about money just for policing, but we really, like, I totally agree with the first part of the presentation in that safety and security is not just about policing. We need to have substantial resources devoted towards mental health, behavioral health, wraparound services. That's all critical. So what we're talking about here is more than just police officers. It's much broader. So I really appreciate all the work. It's very apparent and just such a great resource.
I've got a couple quick questions, comments, and then we might want to take a break shortly after this. But thank you, Ms. Armstrong. There's great material as well. And it's all building on the same thing. I think we hear the same kind of theme is trust, transparency, mental health, behavioral health, whatever the proper term is or whatever was decided on. I did have a couple questions about full-time. The 140%, was that loaded? Is that what you're talking about? Overtime and things like that?
No,
that's just loaded, just their
that's
benefits.
The benefits, taxes that we pay for them,
Okay.
all that stuff.
All right, just their salary. That's
Yeah,
a rough estimate.
right.
'Cause I saw
What it really
115
costs to
and
have them.
140. Okay.
Yeah.
The other thing was the use of a private car, use of a car for private. How far can they go? Things like that. I mean, you said it was.
I don't know the answer to that. I just know that most.
I see cop cars parked in the neighborhood every now and then in my neighborhood.
There
I know
is
they have some flexibility.
There is someone here that can answer that question.
I don't need to know the answer right now, but maybe
he's hiding in the back.
maybe we can find out more later.
I did real quickly. I skipped over this. I talked about stipends, but examples from several districts where stipend for bilingual speakers is $100 a month. Field training officers, $100 a month. The shift differential for overnight shifts is about $1 an hour. Having an advanced degree, associate, bachelor's, master's degree stipends of $75, $150, $225 a month. Intermediate, advanced, master, peace officer stipends at $75, $150, and $225 a month. So that's some of the differential that's not factored into either the Wilco or the ISDPD. And I really hope that if we do choose to form our own PD, that we pay what it takes to start off with really qualified and experienced school-based officers, because that will, along with the chief of police, obviously, and having a chief of police that is willing to be collaborative, listen to the community, things like that. That's going to set the tone for the police department. So, all right, that
Okay.
really is it.
All right. Thank you very much. Can we take a quick break? 10 o'clock? Okay. We got one more presentation and some Q&A, but other than that, all right, it's 10 o'clock. Try to get back at 10 minutes, please. We have a quorum sitting down, so we'll go ahead and get restarted. All right. It's 10:13. Okay. Ms. Moore, Judge.
All right, everyone. I'm going to talk about alternative security options. My name is Alan Ambari. I'm a district parent. And sitting behind me, I hope still, is my partner Allison Sutton, who helped me a lot with this report. We also had another member who left the district and no longer served with us, and that's Rachel Brooks. I should mention, though, that Lisa Moore took it upon herself, because we were a small group, to come to all of our meetings. She was there all the time, and she brought her daughter Micah a lot. So that was fantastic, just to have somebody who, although she didn't have the time to research everything the way we did, she was there to bounce ideas off of. And that was incredibly helpful. So, okay, let's jump right in and see what we can do here. First of all, why have alternative options? I'd like to point out that many of these options could be established more quickly than some of the other options. We just heard about the time it would take to license a district police department. This could be done more quickly than that. Also, these are far less complicated in many cases than those are. And also, they could be potentially a lot less costly than those options would be. Also, I'd like to point out that every option I'm going to talk about is actually in use today in public schools in Texas, from small districts to larger districts, rural to urban districts. All of them are in use today. And a big part of these alternative options, when we research them, is finding out about prevention. In the mind of most of the people that talk about prevention, it actually works several ways, especially if you're dealing with things other than law enforcement entities. For example, there's the prevention of crime. Obviously, you want to have something there that can prevent crime from occurring. But some of these alternative options actually work on another level where you can actually prevent activity from reaching a criminal level in the first place. And that speaks a lot to some of the things that we read in various reports. And in many people's mind, just actually having the police involved suggests that there's a level of criminality that has been reached, that somebody has broken the law. So I want to just discuss a few of these sources very quickly, just to give you an overview of what some people talk about. First of all, the U.S. Secret Service report, which I hope has been shared with you, I hope you've already seen it, from the National Threat Assessment Center, is basically the basis of Senate Bill 11 that just passed this year in Texas, that talks about the need for threat assessment teams, and the threat assessment model. So you definitely should look at that. It's actually, despite the fact that it comes from the U.S. Secret Service, it's actually a pretty quick read. And I think everybody should look at it. In fact, I think parents should look at it as well, because it gives you a lot of good information pretty quickly. So I definitely recommend that. Governor Abbott has issued these multiple now school reports. The last one just updated on August 27th. And I would suggest looking at those again. He discusses quite a bit about mental health and preventing threats in advance, which is what I just spoke to about prevention, preventing criminality from actually occurring. Also, the August 27th report is a good summary of all the laws that just went into effect in Texas, so I suggest looking at that. The link is in the reference section, both in this presentation and in the larger report that I wrote. There's so many sub-options I wanted to talk about. I did prepare this report. I hope you all had a chance to look at it. I emailed it to everybody. There was some confusion about versions, which was caused by me updating it the same day I actually finished it. So if you're looking at the final version, at the top of every page, next to the page number, it says Alternative Security Options Report. The draft version doesn't say that. So that's how you can tell very quickly that you're looking at the final version. So please have a look at that, because it discusses everything in more detail and gives you a lot more reference material than I could possibly deliver tonight. Another source that we looked at was Texas Appleseed. We've already talked about that a little bit in some of the other presentations. They focus a lot on creating a positive atmosphere in schools, a positive campus climate, and creating trusting relationships between the adults and the students in schools, and also talking about avoiding criminalizing disciplinary issues and avoiding criminalizing adolescent behavior. And again, that refers also to Senate Bill 1707, which we've already talked about, where there's a distinct separation between law enforcement duties and disciplinary duties, and that law enforcement cannot be engaged in disciplinary matters. Then roughly to mention again, Texas Senate Bill 11, which talks about increased mental health in school districts, and also provides, again, a threat assessment model. One should think about this threat assessment team that you might form and how this has to be done, and now it's required by law, as being both proactive, that is, thinking about threats that might potentially arise in the district or things that are reported to the district in various ways, but also as being reactive. And in a certain sense, they also could serve as oversight. So if something does occur, they should be meeting immediately afterwards, and not just assessing a threat, but also talking about what has occurred and what can we do to prevent it from happening again. So I think a lot of that speaks to oversight, and in fact, you could combine the two things through this threat assessment team. Again, this needs to be a multidisciplinary approach. You can't just expect to have law enforcement tell you that there's threats or what you can do to prevent them. You need to include multiple different disciplines, including administration, school staff, teachers, law enforcement, mental and behavioral health, special education teachers, human resource specialists, emergency management, and so on. All those things need to be at the table for that. From the community feedback and the town halls and the surveys, there was definitely an indication for more trust and more need for mental health in schools. We also looked at a large school security conference held at the University of Buffalo, where they again discussed the need for mental health support, but they also delved into a lot of equity issues, prevention of crimes, and again, talking about some of the things I'm talking about, not just preventing crimes from occurring, but preventing things from reaching the level of criminality. Also, just talking about the need to not criminalize adolescent behavior. And again, there's links to that both at the end of this presentation and in our larger report. So I definitely suggest you look at least some of those papers. There's a lot of them. You're probably not going to want to read very many of them because they get very technical. They're very scholarly. But at least have a look at some of them to see what they're talking about. And you'll see that all these issues that we've been talking about come up in the scholarly community as well when they're talking about these things. And just to go back to the essential components, I feel that a lot of the alternative options really could address some of these essential components more fully and more directly if Round Rock ISD actually owns the safety and security resources. And of course, you could do that through establishing your own district police department, but a district police department, there are certain levels, requirements for training for police officers. Some of our options are fully customizable, which in a way sounds like a big problem because we don't have very many guidelines, but in fact you do have a lot of guidelines. There are programs that you can do to train some of these resources so that you do have something that is customized to our district, to our kids, to our schools. So I think that's really important to think about, that you'll be able to address things like educational racial equity as they exist in our district, not just in some kind of scholarly idea of a model of what you could do, and move away from zero tolerance policies that target certain groups of students to begin with. Move away from those identifications of certain groups of students that may, in some people's minds, be ripe for disciplinary action. Move away from that. And of course, that also speaks to reducing disproportionate discipline and preventing things from reaching the level of criminal behavior. We've already talked a lot about increasing and promoting behavioral health. And since there are fewer requirements for training, as I said, this also allows for things like community education and transparency. You can tell the community what you're doing, what the training is, what these people in the schools are doing. There's a lot more transparency if the community is a partner in the options that you're putting forward. Instead of just saying we're going to have police officers in school, tell people what their training is. What are they doing for us? Why are they there? Well, you can do a lot of this with these other options as well, especially if you're able to fully customize or at least partially customize the training. So I think you'll find that to be quite useful and helpful if you think about that as being a resource available to you that you can actually customize training. So that goes a lot towards community education and accountability and oversight. I think that you can share with the community, this is why these people are in our schools, this is what these people are doing for us. This is what value they provide to us. I'd like to just go through options that are outlined by the Texas Education Agency, TEA, the Texas Association of School Boards, TASB, and then the options that Governor Abbott discusses in the various iterations of his school safety plans. There are a few things that they leave out that I will discuss as well, and I think you'll understand why I do. They're mainly things we've already talked about, but there's a couple other things I want to bring in as well, just so you understand what the justifications for including these are. And I hope by the end that we all agree that all these things should be on the table, at least for you to know about them, even if they're not something that you actively want to pursue. I think we've already heard from community feedback this evening that some of these options will not be popular with a lot of people in their minds, but I encourage you to think about maybe not them being something that you actually want to pursue, but at least to understand what the options are. And that's what I'm doing tonight. I'm presenting options. I'm not recommending anything. I'm not telling you you should do any of these things, but these are options that are available under Texas state law. You ask for options, I'm going to give them to you, even if they're ones that people don't like. If I leave something out, somebody's going to say, you didn't talk about this. Well, I don't want to do that. I want you guys to have the information so that you can make your choices informed instead of me leaving out a few things that I don't like. So I'm not speaking for or against any of these things. I want to present them to you. So I will present the legal basis for each of these options as far as they exist, but I want you to know that most of these options are not law enforcement, not the way we think of a police officer as being. So that's an important distinction to keep in mind when you think through these options. All of these options I'm going to present can be combined, or they can be combined with each other. They can be combined with any of the law enforcement options that we heard previously, or they can be done without the law enforcement in place. I think that's probably less likely, but it is possible. There are districts that do it that way, so that would be possible. None of these options will necessarily exclude each other or any of the other law enforcement options. And I'd like to point out that currently the district is using a hybrid model with local law enforcement providing law enforcement, district staff addressing disciplinary issues, and you already have behavioral health staff. So you are already using a hybrid model, which I actually don't see changing. That will continue. So I encourage you about developing your own hybrid models in your mind and then discussing them amongst each other, because that is what is probably going to happen. I can't really see any other way it will happen other than that. So I provided some tools in the written report starting on page 31 to help you develop hybrid plans. So you might want to take a look at that. That's page 31 in the written report. We'll talk about hybrid examples, but it is there in the written report as well. And I will give you hybrid examples at the end of this that are just examples. There are many other possibilities that you could put together. So that takes care of the introductory material. I want to talk just briefly about behavioral health, which seems a little bit silly because we've all heard about it so much this evening, and Dr. Faulkner did a great job of addressing it. However, TEA does not address it as a safety option. I'm not quite sure why, because it is usually listed as a best practice by every law enforcement expert. For example, the Secret Service mentions it. Governor Abbott mentions it. It's a big part of his school safety plans. It's certainly called for by community feedback, as we've heard, the town halls, the surveys. Educators suggest that more mental health support in schools is desperately needed. And of course, the district's own SHAC has suggested this as well. And it is required now by law under Texas Senate Bill 11. And the district currently is using the TEA Comprehensive Developmental Counseling Program model. And remember, the TEA is the one who doesn't suggest this is actually a safety and security option. But in the tiers of their model, they talk about comprehensive guidance, which this is very much like what Dr. Faulkner discussed, where they discuss personal safety for the students. In Tier 2, in smaller groups, they talk about the alert systems available to students in the district. And in Tier 3, they talk about disciplinary issues. They deal directly with student disciplinary issues. They deal with larger topics like bullying and so forth. In Tier 4, where you get specialized interventions, are often crisis interventions when the student is having a problem that needs to be addressed directly, one-on-one, by a mental health professional. So using all those words, safety, alert, discipline, crisis, to me that sounds like a safety and security option. So I just want you to keep that on the table, that although this is not law enforcement by any means, it still addresses overall safety and security. So it's kind of amazing that TEA would actually leave this out of their discussion. Now, to get to school centuries, which we've already heard a couple of people use this term, it's a term that we proposed as a possible title for this position. We're not in love with it. You don't have to use that term. I'll explain a little bit more about it in a second, but I really think of this as a reinvention and upgrade of the current hall monitor position, expanding the role of what you already have and taking advantage of a resource that you already have. This also is not addressed by the TEA as a safety option, but if we look at the current district hall monitor job description, they talked about facility support, student support, administration support, focusing on discipline and safety, collaborate and communicate with administrators and law enforcement, monitor students, visitors, etc., for unauthorized persons available or present on campus. So again, this all speaks to me about safety and security. I'm just cherry picking from your own job description, but it's all in there. And by the way, the job description that's currently in use by the district is also included in the report as an attachment, just for your reference. As to the term school century, I think it's important to suggest that there's a reset over what we have now. A lot of people, when they hear hall monitors, they don't even know the district has them. They don't even know that this is a paid position. Some people think it's a kid who did really well in class, and he gets that position of being the hall monitor. Some schools have that. But in our district, we pay them less than $12 an hour to provide this safety and security. And let's face it, they don't monitor the halls. They're in the lunchrooms. Sometimes they have to go in the classrooms. Sometimes they're outside. They do a lot of things for us. So I think it's important to think about using that resource that's already there and upgrading what we already have. As for this name, School Century, there's a similar position in Syracuse, New York, which I provide their job description as an attachment to the report as well. That's where we got the name. I think Century suggests some kind of level of safety and security officer without using the term officer, without using the term guard, and I'll explain why that's a problem in a minute when we talk about private security. But we envision this as being an unarmed but uniformed safety personnel position. The uniform could be quite simple. It could just be a polo shirt. It could be a vest that says Round Rock ISD Century or something like that. But they would be identifiable. They would be a deterrent to students acting up. They would be a deterrent, hopefully, to crime as well. But again, since this is actually not a law enforcement option, you have a lot of latitude here in the training. And I think you could provide hall monitors with a lot more training than they have now, such as mental health first aid, general safety and security practices, first aid, de-escalation methods, racial sensitivity training, CERT, CRAZE, possibly even training alongside law enforcement. So these people could actually be a direct contact person for law enforcement if you want to handle it that way. They could answer to campus administrators, or they could be outfitted with walkie-talkies that would allow them to contact law enforcement more quickly. So there's a lot of different ways you could handle this. But again, this would be fully customizable. There's no legal requirement here for you to do this anyway or not. The only problem is that they cannot be armed by Texas law. Okay, let's see. This is definitely a discipline and not a law enforcement option. And I'd like to go to the school marshals. This is actually, I think, the biggest sticking point for most people. To call it arming teachers, I think, is very unfortunate. This option actually is established by Texas law and the Texas Education Code. It was first drafted in 2013 to address practices that were already being used. It has been updated every legislative session since 2013. It was just last updated and revisited in 2019. So legislators are actually thinking about this. The governor has pushed them to think about this program and keep updating it, keep trying to revisit it and make it better, make it stronger. But also, having just been established in 2013, this is actually the newest option that's available to you. And I think that's important to think about as well. It is something that the state is actually actively looking at and making sure that it can work. Governor Abbott strongly supports this program. And in addition to the Texas Education Code, there actually are multiple other Texas state statutes that address school marshals as well, all of which you should be aware of because, unfortunately, the way the law works, nothing is listed just in one place. You actually have to cross-reference. And I start detailing this on page 13 of the report, if you want to start looking at that section in the report. There's big headings in the report. It's not hard to find your way around. It's in the school marshal section. I tried to summarize all the laws that apply to this position for you. What the law basically says is that the Board of Trustees may appoint trained and TCOL licensed employees as school marshals. So let's take that apart. First of all, The board has to make these appointments of individual marshals. You can't just say we're going to have a marshal program and go from there. No, you actually have to appoint individual marshals. They have to be licensed by TCOL. We'll get back to that in a second. They have to be district employees. They can't be volunteers. But they don't have to be teachers. We keep hearing about arming teachers. They don't have to be teachers. Any district employee could be a school marshal under Texas law. So to summarize, they are covert by law, we'll get back to that in a minute, armed, specialized law enforcement officers. And I want to get back to all those details, but also I want to just kind of quickly work you through what's required here to become a school marshal. A psychological exam is required by law. TCOL sets the parameters for what that psychological exam may cover. So they will tell you what type of psychological examination these individuals have to have in order to become licensed as a marshal. They're required to have 80 hours of specialized training focusing on preventing school shootings. That is the number one duty of a school marshal. Protecting potential victims. Education in legal issues related to being a peace officer, and we'll get back to that again in a second. And improving handgun proficiency. Obviously, people that are dealing with handguns need to be trained to a certain level of proficiency that is satisfactory to TCOL as law enforcement officers. They're licensed for 2 years, and they may renew that every 2 years with up to 16 hours required of additional training. That's according to the Texas Occupations Code. So I want to go on just a little bit in a little bit more detail about the duties of a marshal, which comes from the Texas Code of Criminal Procedure. Marshals, by law, quote, may make arrests and exercise all authority given peace officers under this code, meaning the Code of Criminal Procedure, subject to written regulations adopted by the Board of Trustees of a school district. Clause 2, they may only act as necessary to prevent or abate the commission of an offense that threatens serious bodily injury or death of students, faculty, or visitors on school premises. So there's two main clauses here to this. First of all, they are peace officers. They are law enforcement officers. However, that 80 hours of training is nothing compared to a licensed law enforcement officer in Texas. So compare this to an actual police officer. It's very limited training, but it's specialized training in dealing with protecting people in the event of an attack on a school. So you need to understand that it is law enforcement, and it is subject to your regulations. If there's something you want them to do or don't want them to do, you can specify that by board resolution. The only thing they may not do, according to the Texas Code of Criminal Procedure, is enforce the traffic code. So they will not be writing parking tickets. They won't be writing citations for somebody doing a U-turn in a school zone or something like that. They can't do that by law. But otherwise, they do have the powers of a police officer. So they can make arrests, for example. They can detain someone legally as a law enforcement officer. There's no question about that. So these are very specialized situations where you would want to use this person, but they must remain anonymous according to the law. And that, again, is in the Texas Education Code. So how this works is that the marshals cannot be uniformed. No one should know who they are other than you guys, who will appoint each one by name in writing. The campus administrators, district administrators should know who they are. They will be registered with local law enforcement. They're registered with the DPS. They will know who they are. But a parent in that school will not know who they are. They may request in writing of the campus administration to know if there's a school marshal present on campus, but they're not told who it is. So they may know that there's a marshal in the school, but they should not know who it is. The students should not know who it is. There's no reason for anybody to know who it is. Otherwise, if there were a school shooting, for example, or an attack, a student attacks somebody else with a knife or something like that, and the marshal has to act, what's the point then of making it so everybody knows who they are? So when we talk about people talking about arming teachers, you're not going to have teachers walking around with a gun on their hip under the Marshall program. It's not legal. They can't do that. So keep that in mind, that that's kind of a sensationalized way to address this program. It just wouldn't happen that way. However, this also raises many questions. For example, to remain anonymous, if a marshal had to act in a certain situation and identify themselves as a school marshal, they're no longer qualified to be a school marshal. So it's kind of a one-off thing. If you have to act as a marshal, you can only do it once. That seems to be a big drawback to this, because I think you would find that to get marshals in the district, it should be voluntary. And if somebody volunteers, there's no guarantee that they would be acceptable to you. They would pass their psychological examination. They would pass the training. Who knows? They may not make it through any stage of that. So there's that issue. So then you have a very small pool of applicants. The only actual requirement is that they have a gun license. Somebody who has a gun license, who's willing to go through all the training, do the psychological examination, those are the only requirements. The handgun must remain in a lockbox. That's what people usually say when they discuss this program. A lockbox is a gun safe. It's basically a gun size gun safe. So the chances of an accidental discharge are very well mitigated by the legislators. They actually said it has to stay in a lockbox. The only time they can take it out is if they're trying to prevent loss of life. So that is required by law. You're not going to have teachers leaving it out in the bathroom sink or something like that. You're not going to have a student coming along going, oh, what's this, and picking up the gun. That's not legal. If they do that, you immediately, first of all, they lose their marshal license, but you guys just take away their board regulation that says they can do this. And that person removed from the marshal list, and it's no longer legal. So it's actually quite a simple issue to handle. Also, by law, they're required to use frangible ammunition, which I didn't know what that was until I started reading about this. That is ammo that is designed to dissolve on contact with the target. So the chances of a through-and-through shooting where the bullet will then ricochet off these cinder block walls in the building, it won't happen. It would be 1 in a million. So you should make no mistake, though, that frangible ammunition is still lethal ammunition. It can kill if it needs to, but in the close quarters of a school classroom, for example, it's not going to ricochet and harm other people in the room. Again, this is by law. This is required. And that ammunition is certified by TCOL as frangible ammunition. So it should be as safe as possible. And by the way, law enforcement officers are not required to use that in any setting, but school marshals are. They may only access that handgun in life and death situations, as I mentioned. So it's not coming out of that lockbox except for in life and death situations. I didn't put this on the slide because I think it's kind of obvious just saying life and death situations, but that's actually defined in the Texas Penal Code under sections 9.32 and 9.33. And that's all laid out on page 16 of the report. If you want to find out more about what a life and death situation is, according to the Texas Penal Code, it's in there. This is part of the school marshal training program to tell them that you don't take out that gun unless it's a life and death situation. So you're not going to have a teacher just get irate at a student, pull out the gun, and threaten them with it. If they do, they're no longer a school marshal. There's no question about it. So that takes you through the school marshal option, just briefly to define it for you. Let's move on to the Guardian Plan, which people who have problems with the Marshall program, I think will probably have a little bit more problem with the Guardian Plan. At best, it's an informal plan. There are absolutely really no legal requirements here, and there are very few guidelines for how to set up this program. There's very little oversight for this program. And there's a lot of confusion about what the Guardian Plan is because there are actually no laws that address it directly. The best source of information that we have is a Texas Attorney General opinion from 2014, written by then Attorney General Greg Abbott. And rather than get into that, I'd actually rather give you the TEA definition first, because they do discuss this. Again, with the marshals, they also discuss guardians as being a safety option. And the TEA basically says that the Board of Trustees may adopt a local board policy that authorizes specified employees to carry firearms on school premises as guardians. However, in the Attorney General opinion, Greg Abbott mentions that there is no state law that requires it to be an employee or a trustee. He specifically mentioned trustees because he was asked, when he was asked for that opinion, does this have to be an employee or a trustee for the district who can be a guardian? And he said, no, it does not need to be, because the Texas Penal Code actually says that pursuant to written regulations or written authorization from the institution, that, again, you can specify individuals. It can be anyone. This literally could be a volunteer that is acceptable to you to carry a firearm on school premises. So again, that might be a drawback in many people's minds. People who don't think that 80 hours of training for the marshals is enough would look at this and say, but there's no requirement for training. And that's correct. There are no requirements for training. Another piece of evidence that this may be volunteers is that Governor Abbott in his school action plan summary actually talks about Waxahachie using volunteers as guardians. So they don't need to be school employees. TEA says that. I'm not sure where they got that impression. It's wrong. There's no law that says that any place. And if you do read Greg Abbott's Attorney General opinion, you'll find that he talks about specifically it does not need to be a school employee. This literally could be anybody that is acceptable to you to be armed on school premises. Just to talk a little bit more, because a lot of people question that then, but you can't have a gun in a school zone. Why would that person be allowed to do it? They're not carrying the gun under the auspices of their gun license. They're carrying a gun under the auspices of board regulation. You have authorized this individual to carry a gun on campus. So again, you would need to specify individuals, not just saying we're going to have a guardian plan, but we're actually allowing these individuals to carry a gun on this campus. So it would need to be an individual listed by campus. And the same goes for the Marshall program as well. You need to list the individuals by campus. It would be possible to list an individual for more than one campus, however. The law doesn't say you can't do that. So that would be possible, but you would need to put that in writing. And the Attorney General opinion makes that very clear. So that's the justification for saying that, yes, somebody could be authorized to carry a firearm on campus. They're not doing it under the auspices of their gun license. They're doing it under the auspices of board regulation. Now, I'd like to talk about private security, which has already been discussed quite a bit this evening as a possible option. It is an option. It is addressed by the TEA as an option. It is laid out in the Texas Occupations Code, and I give you the citation there for where to look it up. But before we get into the details of it, I actually need to tell you that the first thing you need to know is that there are two different types of private security licenses in Texas that should concern us, and one type you cannot use. And that would be the armed option, the level 3 commissioned security officer option. So please forgive me for actually going into the details of something that you can't do, but I think it's very important for everybody to understand the distinction between these two different levels of licensure. The level 2, which is often referred to as a non-commissioned security officer, is unarmed. This is, again, part of the law. They may not be armed. They may be instructed by their manager if they're working for a private security company, or they may be instructed by a security school. They actually may be licensed after taking classes online, which is only 6 hours of credit for taking an online class. They must use DPS-designed course materials. But the instructor could actually be the manager of the security company, for example, as long as they're licensed to teach the materials. It also would be possible for the district, if you decide that you wanted to have licensed security in your schools, it would be possible for you to actually hire the trainer and teach them in-house. Now, the level 3 commissioned security officer is the armed option, which you may not use in schools. And again, I want to just discuss this for a frame of reference because people are going to say, why can't we do this? Why can't we just hire armed security guards for our schools to fill those gaps? You can't do that. But I want to tell you what this is. They must be instructed by at a DPS-approved school by a DPS-approved instructor. So they can't have the manager of the company do it unless they're actually a DPS-approved instructor teaching at a DPS-approved school. They have a minimum of 45 hours of training. Their exam includes firearm proficiency. This option cannot be used in schools, but it is, both of these are a law enforcement option. The orientation of private security is enforcing the law. Usually we think of them as being in a corporation or maybe in a store or something like that, a place of business where they're preventing theft. But again, you might want to ask yourself, is that really the number one task that you want to see somebody for security personnel in the school? And I think my answer would probably be no, but I don't know. Anyway, armed security personnel employed by a school district must be a commissioned peace officer. And that's why you can't use the level 3 license with an armed security officer in a school. By law, under the Texas Education Code, if you have an armed employee who is a security personnel member, so you have to pick that apart. They have to be hired to be security. They're employed by the district, and they're armed. They have to be a police officer. Okay, so I think that takes that off the table. People immediately saying, why don't we just hire armed security? You can't. It's illegal. This actually was apparently such a problem at one point that the DPS actually issued an agency opinion about this, just reiterating that, saying that armed private security personnel in schools can not merely possess a level 3 license, but also must be fully commissioned peace officers. I'd also like to point out, and this is why I suggested the use of that term of sentry, which is kind of innocuous but makes it clear what they're talking about, that it is illegal to impersonate a private security officer in Texas, just as it's illegal to impersonate a police officer. So, for example, if you were to call your unarmed security personnel who don't have a license something like security guard, it's illegal. So that's why I was suggesting sentry is kind of a term that gives an idea of what their duties might be, but at the same time respects the law and does not actually give us an option that might cause people to say, oh, well, that must be an armed security person, if it's not. Okay, so that takes us through the options. I just came up with a brief way to summarize what these people would bring to the district if you were to explore any of these. For example, behavioral health would offer a holistic approach to well-being. They would be proactive. They would deal with educational matters. They would be teaching students about mental health, about behavioral health. They would be dealing with prevention, reaction, intervention, treatment, and could actually deal in disciplinary issues. A school sentry would provide general safety and security duties to the district. They would be proactive, engaged in prevention. They would be a visible deterrent, as I suggested they should be uniformed. They would be able to react to anything that happened, and they would be able to refer students for discipline to a teacher or an administrator who then could decide what to do if they saw a student, not doing something that was within the handbook or code of conduct. A school marshal would bring specialized safety and security duties to the district because they are law enforcement officers as defined under the law. They would provide prevention. I'll get back to that in a second. They would provide that covert armed presence for somebody who really was intent on having an armed presence on every campus. They would be reactive. As we mentioned, they should only access their firearm in cases of life and death. They would also have the unique ability to provide both discipline and law enforcement. If this were a teacher, for example, or a coach or a librarian, that person would be able to make a disciplinary decision. But if they acted under the auspices of their marshal license, they also become law enforcement. This is the only option that offers both. So I'd like to make that point. If you actually wanted to have a catch-all, this is the only way to do it. School guardians really only serve one purpose, and that's prevent the loss of life. They do provide that covert armed presence. They would only be able to react. I suppose in a way they could prevent, but at the same time, they're also reacting. And, I think they actually have that only one real duty. I should mention, too, that there's no requirement in the law, because there is no law that covers them, that they have that they be covert. I would imagine that would be what you would probably want, but I couldn't find any examples of somebody carrying openly as a school guardian with an open carry with their firearm is visible. It would theoretically be possible. There's no law that says they can't do that. If you guys put that as your board policy, you could have people doing open carry as a school guardian. I don't think it's what you'd want, but I can't really tell you what you want, but no other district seems to be doing this. Private security would bring general safety and security duties to the district. Again, they would be proactive, engaged in prevention. They would be a visible deterrent. They would be uniformed. They would be reactionary. They could make referrals because their basic orientation is towards law enforcement. However, the problem here is that private security has the ability to detain. It has the ability to say you're breaking the law. But ultimately, all they can do is call in law enforcement. They can't actually arrest somebody and take them to jail. That's not their job. They would actually have to call in law enforcement. The same with discipline. Discipline's not their duty, but they could say, I'm having a problem with this student, and then take it to a campus administrator, for example, who could then handle the disciplinary action. So I put both those things referral there. They could make those referrals, but their basic orientation is in law enforcement. Then I provided this nice graphical overview because I think it's time that we think about what each of these options brings to us. And I guess in a way you could think about some of these things as pros and cons, but I just kind of used this to keep things straight when I was thinking about these options as I look through them. For example, I have these mostly as binaries here, discipline versus law enforcement. Behavioral health would offer discipline. School sentries would offer discipline. As we discussed, school marshals would be the only option that would offer both discipline and law enforcement. Guardians really are basically law enforcement in that they're preventing the loss of life. Private security, the orientation is law enforcement. Obviously, law enforcement, the orientation is law enforcement. I've included law enforcement in this example only just to orient you and keep that option in your heads to compare everything that we're talking about tonight. As far as prevention and reaction, it's kind of a toss-up with everything except for those school guardians who really can only act to prevent the loss of life. So I would have to say that's really reactionary in that case. Armed versus unarmed, and in many people's minds, this may be the one thing that actually says we can do that option or we can't do that option, or this option's good, it's not good. Again, I would like to suggest, remember that none of these options need to stand alone. I would expect that you would combine these things and somehow could arrive at coverage that's suitable to everyone, makes everyone feel safe, whether it be unarmed or armed or both. There are ways to handle this by having a hybrid option. Again, the deterrent, the next row there of uniform versus covert, a lot of people will think that that deterrent issue of having known individuals with behavioral health or uniformed individuals for the sentries, private security, or law enforcement is great because you have that deterrent there. In an active shooter situation or an attack on the school, maybe having a covert option might not be so bad. I can't really say. But again, the school guardians, because there's no law there, I mean, you could decide that they could open carry. It would be up to board regulation to determine that. I assume that they would be covert. As I said, I couldn't find any examples of open carry in Texas. It's certainly possible, though. And then the level of training required. Again, we know that, for example, under behavioral health, that continuing education is required. Many of them will seek out additional training beyond what is required, but I put state-mandated training for those that have a basic level to reach their license. They're not going to get their license if they haven't met the state-mandated training, and the same thing goes with the school marshals, private security, and law enforcement. They have that basic level of training that's required to get the license. But then sentries and guardians have fully customizable training. Any of these, you could train, to do any of those things that you wanted, whether it was mental health first aid, general safety and security, any of them you could train with that beyond what's required by law for their training. So I should probably ask at this point if there's any questions just about those basics, about their duties or about this overview, because this is the only time you're going to see an overview tonight of everything in one place that just kind of puts them up as a bunch of binaries so you can see what the differences are.
Go ahead, that's going to.
It's great. I mean, I really like the overview. We definitely got a thorough view of what each program is and the pros and cons. Like, I think that we have talked on this dais before about what we called beefed up hall monitors. I like the name School Sentry better than beefed up hall monitor. And I think they serve a really important role right now in our schools. And I think that giving them additional training and would benefit all the schools that I'm pretty sure all of our schools use them, right, in middle and high school.
So they're there. Why not take advantage of that and beef them up, as you just said? Maybe call them something else other than hall monitors. As I just said, they don't just monitor the halls anyway. They do more than that to begin with. So why not respect that and give them a title that actually first and more that they do than just monitoring the hallways? Any other questions, comments?
I was going to say real quick, I know you have a lot of slides and it's we've got to cover those, but I do want to say I appreciate you pointing out the differences between the sentry, the guardian, and the the covert in the license. I don't know where you keep this safe. Is it under the desk? Is it in a closet? But somewhere
You could specify that by board policy. You could tell them where to keep it, and I'll get to that a little bit in the pros and cons when I actually go to those in a little bit more detail. But
I'll say this as well. You sent us those documents. I read through most of the one you sent yesterday, and then I saw your thing, the one today where you said this is an update. So I haven't read through that one yet.
The one that you got yesterday is the same one. It's just that on the board docs, I think the previous draft got on there somehow.
Okay.
So anybody who actually went to the board docs website may have gotten the previous draft. But you guys, when I emailed it to you yesterday and then today, it's the same copy. It's the updated one. So you should have only seen that unless you, for some reason, downloaded it from the website instead.
Okay. All right. Well, I know you have a lot more slides. So
I don't really have a lot more to go through. A lot of this is really just the way I lay out the pros and cons of all these. I tried to put them side by side because you'll find that in a lot of cases that there's so many commonalities. It really doesn't make a lot of sense to go through all of these in great detail. I think you guys can do that by yourself. But actually for the pros, I want to discuss first just those others at the bottom. For example, familiar with campus, you'll find that could apply to all these. So why discuss that in great detail? For example, under behavioral health, though, for the others, the last thing listed there was that we heard from Dr. Fulker about a plan to integrate these with law enforcement. I think that would be fantastic because it suddenly gives law enforcement the ability to interact with behavioral health professionals to talk about why these students are having an issue, to talk about what the families need, for example, to talk about prevention, to talk about making sure that the student is able to go back to class as soon as possible, to get them reintegrated with the campus. So that's something that's kind of, I think, unique there with behavioral health. The other ones offer the ability, for example, the school marshals are required to be registered with local law enforcement. They would know who they are. You could ask them to train alongside law enforcement. It's not the same thing as being in constant contact with law enforcement on a daily basis. So they do have that integration possibility. The school sentries would be a contact in the first line of defense, able to call in law enforcement. The guardians, I don't know. I mean, again, because there's no guidelines there, it's hard for me to say. You'd have to put that in writing somehow, what you wanted to have them do in terms of law enforcement, either be a point of contact or have them be known to law enforcement. I think law enforcement would probably want to know if you have armed individuals on campus who are carrying on their concealed handgun license, but it's not specified any place in the law, so that would really be up to your regulations. And private security, as I mentioned, really we'd be making referrals to law enforcement in terms of saying we've detained this student, which is perfectly legal. They can detain a student or any individual on campus that they need to as part of their private security license. I also should point out, though, and I'll get to this in a minute with the cons for some of these options as well. Remember that the school marshals have that 80 hours of customized training, which is a drop in the bucket, admittedly, compared to law enforcement training for being a regular police officer. But keep in mind that the armed security guards, which you can't use, only have 45 hours of training. So that armed security guard that you see in a store or in a corporation like, say, at Dell, for example, they have less training or required to by law than the school marshal does. So a lot of people saying about, arming teachers, this sounds so awful and so forth. Well, you're probably already encountering armed security guards, day to day that probably have less training than the school marshals are required to have. And this is all under Texas law, so perfectly legal. As I mentioned, everything I'm talking about, I'm trying to talk about the legal basis of it so you understand that, because there's a lot of fine lines and a lot of requirements that you have to meet in order to use any of these options. However, a lot of it can be obtained quickly through that 80 hours of training rather than trying to go out and find police officers and hire them and either make sure that they're trained or make sure that they have the additional training that you guys want them to have. So just to point that out. I'd also like to spend a little bit more time on the concerns, because I know we've already heard that from the community feedback several times about many of these options, about having more guns in schools. Just to treat them all fairly, though, I'd also like to talk about behavioral health. This would be the most costly of these options that I've suggested here. As Governor Abbott mentions in his school safety plan, it is possible to use your resources wisely and use your mental health and behavioral health professionals just for those duties. Don't have them be there to give standardized tests, for example. Don't have them there to be doing just career counseling, but prioritize what they do and use those resources correctly. And he actually mentions hiring testing aides in his school safety report. The school sentries would undoubtedly be more expensive than training just a regular hall monitor if you wanted to expand their training. Currently, as I said, you're paying them less than $12 an hour. I would imagine for retention and to make sure that you're compensating them for their time spent in training, you would have to pay them more than that. I can't really provide a budget, and I don't provide a budget when I talked about the cost basis of these, because I can't really envision what all you'd want them to do. I can't really speak to what would be a comparable. So it's very difficult to provide a budget for any of these things. But to really promote retention, to promote individuals wanting to stay on the job and wanting to train for this, you'd have to pay them more. There's really no other way to say it. School marshals, there would be a difficulty in recruiting in that it is a voluntary position. I provided information about Granbury ISD's marshal program. Again, that's attachments to the report. They have a really good board policy that says that just because you volunteer doesn't mean you get to be a school marshal. We get to decide. It also says that there's no way that we can compel any employees to be a school marshal. It should be voluntary. So I hope you take a look at that. It seems to me like a really good way to word that, the way they've put that. Again, we talked about a con there being that they are required by law to remain anonymous. So if they were to act, they have no retention. They're gone. You can't remain anonymous and act at the same time. They also have the strictest state legal requirements to obtain the license. As I just mentioned, it's more strict than even obtaining that level 3 private security license, which is off the table anyway. You can't use that. It's certainly a lot more strict than the level 2 private security license, which only requires that 6 hours of training. And then one of the cons that we talked about a lot, and we talked about this even in the task force, is that how does a teacher, assuming it's a teacher as a marshal, make that decision to use deadly force in a school, in a classroom setting? That's their safe place. That's not what they want to be doing. That's part of the training. Hopefully they would make the right decision in any given situation about what to do, whether it's to act in a way that relies on their prevention training as a law enforcement officer, or whether it's to act in that reactionary training that they decide that they have to use deadly force. That is part of their training. But honestly, if it were me, and we talked about this a lot, could we do it? I don't know. I mean, it's a very tough decision. So that's something that you'd have to think about. Would you want to have that possibility that you might have a marshal who fails in their duties? I don't know. Possible. There's also the practicality of that lockbox, of that gun safe. If a teacher, for example, is out with their kids at recess, for example, and the lockbox is under the desk in their classroom, how good is that going to be? I don't know. That's a big issue, though. They cannot carry the firearm on their person, even under concealed carry, if their regular duties are to be in contact with students. So if you had somebody who is a district employee who is not regularly in contact with students, they could conceal carry legally. They don't have to use the lockbox, but a teacher is going to have to use that lockbox. So
doesn't the use of the lockbox really defeat the whole anonymity thing?
I guess if you hide it well enough, or if it's disguised, I don't know. That's not really addressed by the law. I should mention that the legislature looked at this very issue of the lockbox. Governor Abbott asked them to reconsider that. Do they have to use the lockbox? Could they all conceal carry? And the legislature decided no, they really need to use the lockbox. So in their minds, the prevention of accidents, accidental discharge, somebody finding the gun, that kind of thing, that was mitigated by using that lockbox.
And that's what I was trying to allude to earlier. Is do you put this under the desk? Do you put it in a closet? Are you going to see it? Do they carry it? They carry it home every day, every night? Do they leave it in there on the weekends?
I don't know. Again, that would be up to you to regulate. Really, you would have to put that in the regulations, how you want that handled. Some districts require regular gun range training. So would they take that gun home with them? If they did, might a student see them carrying it and say, oh, is that your gun? Are you a school marshal? I don't know. I mean, it's something you would have to think about.
I think you create more issues by seeing a person carrying a gun out the door for the weekend.
Yeah. I don't know. I mean, again, this is something you would have to think about. It's up for you to think about these issues. Yes, that's clearly an issue.
Put it in a big giant book, that looks it's a safe, but carry that home every.
Yeah, so I don't know. I mean, maybe there's
I'm not, I know this is a serious topic,
Yeah.
but I just know there's a lot of questions about it.
right, and there are. I mean, there's a lot of practical questions about this option because the requirements are in place. They are in place though to address those safety issues, and I think we understand why they're in place. But they do raise a lot of questions.
I'm not trying to slow you down here. I know you got a few more slides. So
No,
we're
no.
trying to
I
let you get
mean,
going.
it's actually those are valid questions. We've
Okay.
talked about this. How do you handle that? It's a big problem. Also, I should mention that as we've heard, that law enforcement and teachers generally oppose arming teachers, and I refer to that in detail in the report. So that's in there. I'm not trying to belittle that by any means. Again, I'm talking about options. I'm not talking about recommendations. I'm not saying whether you should do this or not. I just want you to know this is an option available to you under state law. To get to some of the concerns about the Guardian Plan, I think it's pretty obvious what the major concerns are here. For me, the biggest one is really that there are no legal guidelines or requirements for training, for the way this is implemented, or anything other than you guys put it in writing and say that this is what the board wants. I think that's a big problem. How does that lead to oversight? I don't know. If you have volunteers coming in with weapons on campus, to me that's kind of a big issue, and I think you need to think about that very fully and in great detail. Again, you have the same issue with if you want them to be carrying with concealed carry, then if they're to remain anonymous and covert, which I think would be the best solution, how does that handle with retention? That's not, they really don't go hand in hand too well. And then there's the big liability issue. These people are not licensed. If you allow them to come on campus with just the board regulation and the fact that they have qualified to get a handgun license, is that enough? I don't know. So you'd really have to think about that liability issue, which is kind of huge. To talk about the cons for private security, as I mentioned, they cannot be armed. They are uniformed, so they provide that deterrent, but by law they cannot be armed in Texas schools according to the Texas Education Code. They require law enforcement backup, and they would require that even in a non-emergency situation. If they just need to arrest somebody, they only have so much latitude to do things, such as they can detain someone, but they can't literally put them under arrest and take them to jail. They can't do that. So this could be potentially very expensive. You would be allowed to hire private security directly. You could actually put that in the job description, for example. If you want to have private security, you could say, I want you to have the level 2 license, or we will train you in-house to have a level 2 license. But that suddenly reduces your number of applicants. Some people might say, I don't have that license. I'm not interested in getting that license. I just want to be a hall monitor. But if you require that license, you suddenly have decreased your pool. It's possible, I'm not sure here, about how much customization you could have here in this option. They're required to obtain that license. It would be possible, especially with a third-party contractor, if you went to a private security company. They may say to you, this is what we offer. We're not really interested in additional training. We might do some, but we're not going to do all this stuff you asked for. Because they're already paying those employees. You're already paying them by contract. There's really no pro for them to have a bunch of additional training at that point. They can just say, this is our rate. Pay it. Or don't. We'll find somebody else who will pay it. So there's that big problem. Again, there's probably liability issues there that go with private security too. They're required to have insurance to handle things like that. But at the same time, if a private security officer were to use force, for example, or were to do something that might be questionable according to district regulations, what's your recourse in that case? I don't know. You'd have to think about all those things and the liabilities that would go there. And of course, there would be the problem of that level 3 license. A lot of level 2 security guards are trained at the level 3 license without actually having the handgun requirement. So they may be trained in the use of force that's more appropriate for an armed security guard. They may be trained in, for example, the use of pepper spray, which they may not use under their level 2 license, but they still may be trained in it with the idea that some of them will go on to that level 3 training. So you'd have to be very clear, and if you went to a third-party contractor and say, this is what we want, we don't want that, and specify very clearly what you want. If you were hiring individuals, you again would have to be very clear, we want a level 2 license, you're only going to be able to operate under that license, nothing beyond that. And I should mention too, confusingly in Texas, there is no level 1 license. There used to be, there isn't now. So if you're wondering what the level 1 license is, there is none. Level 4 license is a bodyguard, just so you know. Going just quickly to the financial considerations, as I said, I'm not providing budgets for any of these things. Dr. Faulkner gave you some ideas about behavioral health already. I'm not going to build on that. School sentries, as I mentioned already, it seems to me like it would have to be an increase over the hourly pay offered to hall monitors if you want to have sentries that actually would have more training, be able to offer more to their campuses, and have some retention to them. School marshals, you're not obligated to pay anything for school marshals. You don't have to pay them a stipend. You don't have to buy their gun. You don't have to pay for their training. You don't have to pay for their license. Under law, you're not required to pay any of that. You can elect to do so. The district could elect to buy their guns. The district could elect to buy their ammunition. Districts that use marshals do this different ways. Some of them offer a stipend. Some of them offer to buy a gun. Some of them do both. Some of them do neither. So any of those are a possibility. You're not required to do any of this under the law. It's pretty much up to those individuals if they want that marshal license, and you won't pay for it to get it themselves. The Guardian plan, again, potentially no cost. I don't know. Since there's no laws here, I can't really tell you. So this could be free to you. If you ask for volunteers who already have a handgun license, it could be done that way. Private security, again, if you were to actually do this and say that you were looking for people with that level 2 license, you could do it hourly like you're doing the hall monitors now. I don't think you'd probably get a lot of applicants. You'd probably have to have this be a salary position. They do have the training after all. They've gone to the trouble of getting a license, which again does require continual relicensing every 2 years. So it does require an input on their part. They can't just show up and say, I have that level 2 license. No, they have to keep working towards it. Or if you went to bids from third-party contractors, those could pretty much be all over the place. So I can't really give you a budget on that. It's very difficult to get figures on that if you're not actually somebody who's actively seeking people to apply for this position. So I think that takes us through everything except for the hybrid plans, which I can go through pretty quickly because I think by now you probably already have some hybrid plans in your own minds. But I'll just go through 3 that we came up with pretty quickly that we'll give you just a few examples, but there's like a million different ways that you could put this together. And again, you could put any of these options with law enforcement, either local law enforcement or a district law enforcement officer. You could put any of these options together with each other, or I guess potentially you could have them stand alone, but at that point they're no longer a hybrid. So again, this is what the district is already doing. You already have a hybrid plan in place. So we're just building on that. Our first example has sentries and behavioral health professionals working in teams with no police at the middle school level. Local law enforcement could be called in as needed. Local law enforcement could literally be Williamson County. It could be Round Rock, or it could be a district police officer. Any of those possibilities could still be called in. In the high schools, you would have a combination of law enforcement. Again, any of those different flavors of law enforcement. Sentries and behavioral health professionals, again, working as teams. These could be connected with the threat assessment teams required under Senate Bill 11. They could be one and the same team working together. And if you so decided that you wanted to have marshals or guardians, you could add that into the mix as well. Thinking about Round Rock High School, for example, if you were to have 2 SROs here, and they're on that end of campus, or one's on that end of campus, and there's still that end of campus to think about. And some people might say at that point, maybe having a marshal might not be such a bad idea, especially if that gun is in a lockbox and they're not going to be able to access it on a daily basis. Students potentially won't know about it if it's well concealed. So that's one option we came up with. A second example would be really kind of an innovative way to think about handling safety and security, and that would be respecting the fact that many of the threats that people are concerned about actually come from the outside. So outside the buildings, kind of patrolling, we already talked about patrol with some of the law enforcement options, that's where you could have your law enforcement officers patrolling. And again, those could be district officers, they could be local law enforcement, either way would work. Inside the buildings, you focus on what the students actually need, and that's sentries to enforce disciplinary issues, the student code of conduct, the handbook, and then behavioral health professionals to help them with those things as well. Again, law enforcement could always be called in from the outside, from their patrol duties to inside, if you thought that was necessary, if something happened. Again, you might want to think about, for example, adding in another armed possibility to that, such as marshals or guardians. Example 3 has no law enforcement. That would be relying, again, on local law enforcement. And by the way, I should point out that several people asked us several times about, is one of your options going to be do nothing? do nothing. Just allow those SRO contracts to expire and do nothing. Well, you're already doing something. You already have that bond for infrastructure for hardening. And I can't see the behavioral health people going away and not being expanded. You're already expanding them with Blue Bonnet Trails. I can't see the hall monitors going away. So doing nothing is not really an option. So when I say no law enforcement, some people might say, well, that's not really an option either. You can still call them in. They're still there. Round Rock PD is still there. Williamson County is still there. Travis County is still there if you need them. But you could focus on the hardening instead to make sure that threats are not coming into schools. Some Texas schools have metal detectors. We didn't suggest that. It's a possibility. It could be done if you wanted to do it. But certainly having cameras in public areas, using a badge system so that anybody that's coming into a school is either going through the office so that they know who's there, making sure that they're going through the system, or the students and staff having badges and badging into the school every day, making sure that there's adequate communications between classrooms and the front office, the possibility of having panic buttons in every classroom. This need not be a hardwired panic button. There are panic button apps that could be used, that could be monitored. There's certainly possibilities to do that. Many Texas school districts use panic button apps. So that would be possible too. You could have proactive prevention teams in the schools, sentries, behavioral health again, part of its threat assessment team in the school, local law enforcement only called in as needed. We also like the idea of police radios. Every campus could have a police radio. These literally do go directly to police dispatch. They bypass 911. They go directly to police dispatch. You're basically calling in as if you were an officer. So the principal had this. An AP had this. It was someplace where it was accessible to teachers in an emergency. They could literally call in the police in a matter of moments. This actually was what was used in the last school shooting in Colorado. They didn't have an SRO on campus. They had a police radio. They were able to get a police officer on campus in less than 2 minutes because they had that police radio. They're not calling 911. They're calling directly to police dispatch. So that would be a possibility too. But in all fairness, we understand that AISD had police radios on campuses for a while, but nobody used them. And they already have a police force, so that were they really necessary? Probably not. But if you were to have no law enforcement in schools, this would be a possibility where you could get the police there really fast. It would be the fastest way to get them to respond. So that takes us through just the examples that we came up with quickly for hybrid plans for having law enforcement in schools, having law enforcement patrolling the school zones, and then having no law enforcement in the schools. Again, there's a million different options you can come up with. I did provide that tool to you in the report where you can see different kind of categories that you can think of. If you want to have armed, for example, in a hybrid plan, you can figure out which options address that issue. If you want to have uniformed individuals on campus to address safety and security, you can figure out which options will offer you that. So that takes us through those hybrid plans. I also provide some examples for what other districts are doing. School marshals is a little bit hard to find out because they don't usually publicize this information. TCOL does track all licensed marshals, but they do not share statistics on how many there are. In the school safety report that just came out on August 27th, Governor Abbott says that since May of 2018, Texas marshals have increased by 325%. So clearly there is more training going on. There are more licensed marshals. I can say some of the figures that I've seen, and it's hard to say how accurate some of them are. Some of them are a year old by this point. If there's been a 325% in the last year, it's fair to assume that they're pretty outdated numbers. But some of them may actually refer to marshals in training still. So if you see somebody, quoting a figure from last year that seems like it doesn't quite fit with that 325% increase, they may be referring to somebody who's actually still in training at that point. Many districts have indicated that they want to have marshals, but have not yet implemented programs. For example, Santa Fe ISD at the time of their school shooting did not have marshals in place, but they did have a board resolution that said they were going to implement a marshal program. Districts with marshals include Abilene, Argyle, Granbury. Again, I put Granbury's information in the report as attachments. I suggest you look at that. Huffman ISD, Ingram ISD, which requires one at every school, and Wiley ISD, which requires, no requirement there, but Waxahachie has a requirement for one marshal per campus plus one volunteer guardian per campus. And they require those guardians to have similar training to the marshals. They require them to have that 80 hours of training. They just don't have the license. They haven't gone through TCOL to get the license, but that would be a possibility too, to actually lay out a plan to say that the Guardians have to have similar training to the Marshals. Trainings are held directly by TCOL. There was a training in Pflugerville ISD, even though they don't have a Marshal program. They did allow Williamson County to use their facilities for training. Texas A&M through TEACS has done trainings for Marshals. Again, I would suggest that they probably need additional training besides what's required. I would suggest in real world training, if you were to use them, training on campus alongside law enforcement to require them to have the CRAES training, because essentially, even though they are law enforcement officers, they only have the 80 hours of training. They're essentially civilians at that point, and they should have that CRAES training as well. Talking about the Guardians, this is the hardest one to actually get a figure on. They're not tracked by any state agency. There's no requirement for them to be tracked. Again, I mentioned again that there's actually no law that covers school guardians. But some school districts actually have signage out front, and Governor Abbott has actually referred to that. You'll find a link on my report in my report to one of his tweets where he actually tweeted out a district that has signage out in front that says we have armed personnel on campus to protect our students and staff. That's perfectly legal under the law. You can do that. It's not clear when they have signage whether it refers to Guardians and or Marshals. I can't say. In some cases, the only way we know is if a district actually says, yes, we have Marshals or we have Guardians. It is possible to say that. Again, that respects the law, because even though you're identifying the fact that you might have Marshals on campus, you're not saying who they are. You're just saying that, yes, we do have armed personnel on campus. Waxahachie actually has a hybrid program, as I mentioned before, where they have Guardians plus Marshals working side by side. The Guardians have essentially the same training as the Marshals. And rural districts often opt for the Guardian plan because they're further away from local law enforcement. Sometimes that response time makes all the difference. Another reason why they seem to have gone for this instead of the Marshal program is that in many cases they're far away from places where they can get that Marshal license. And so they've opted to do this. And for example, Forsan ISD actually requires their Guardians to have all the same training as the Marshals. They have to have the psychological examination, all that kind of stuff. They're basically unlicensed Marshals because they just don't get the license. Again, that's probably because they're so far away from a place where they could receive the license and undergo all the proper training that they've opted to do it that way.
Can we put a wrap on this?
Yes, sir. Private security. I can just mention quickly that a lot of districts that use private security have a hybrid approach. Arlington has SROs alongside Level 2 private security. Edinburgh has their own district police office and requires or prefers private security. And there's many districts that have things called security officers, security guards, auxiliary officers, campus security, and one district even uses the term public safety officers. However, these are all hall monitors. None of them are actually licensed security guards. And I provided all those job descriptions to you in the folder in the material that will be shared with you. And in the report, I actually list all these districts and what they call them. Is this illegal? I'm not a lawyer, I'm not a judge, I'm not going to tell you, but they are using those terms that seem to suggest that these people have a private security license. They do not. So just to give you a quick summary, that I want you to know that there are safety security options that exist besides law enforcement. You don't have to use law enforcement. You don't have to use law enforcement in every school. These can be combined with the other options. They can be combined with each other, or they could stand alone. They could be established with equity for each campus, giving a campus what it needs, letting the local administration on each campus figure out what's necessary, getting around to that. But keep in mind that there are legal requirements for most of these options. In the full report, you'll find that I specified exactly what you would need to put in writing given any of these options, and also what you would need to update board policies to enact any of these options. All of that's in the written report. So I give you references there. Again, anybody looking at this wants to click on any of these links, you can find what we looked at. All the references are there. So let me just quickly then go on to questions. I'm sure you have a few more based on where we stopped before.
I'm just going to make a quick statement. We got a whole lot of information over the weekend. Like I said, 3 days to review all this, the emails, we're trying to read through it. Again, I appreciate all the details you're going through this. It's going to take us a little while to read through it, recap it and all that. So anyway, if there's any specific questions, go for it. Otherwise, we have a lot of reading still ahead of us.
You do. And I promise you, I'm not going to give you a test on it.
It's all very good. So
I just wanted to say thank you for all the information, and I do have some sympathy for you for having to just show us the information. And so just thank you for at least showing us information, and now we can go from there. Thanks.
Okay.
thank you.
And we just quickly want to wrap up to let you know that at the end, one, you have convened people who were experts in their own right, but now we have become mini experts in safety and security, and that's why it took us so long. So I appreciate the patience of all the months and the patience of all the hours tonight, but this is our last Monday together, and I don't know what we'll do with our Mondays after this, but we did want to make sure that you understood the way that we outlined each section was intro definitions, the meat of it, and then overviews at the end, and then we did that again here for you at the end. We have an overview of the essential components all in one slide, overview of behavioral health all in one slide, and then we kind of lined up the other three options there, kind of the takeaways, the highlights for you all in one slide, trying to make it a little bit easier, but thank you very much, and I think that's it for us. Yep.
Wow. I'll say congratulations.
Yes, thank you.
Do you guys have a big party planned?
So
We got a bed waiting for us.
I just was going to ask, just on to follow up on Chad's, and I don't want to extend your duties or your obligations, but I like Chad. There's so much, and I feel like I just wanted to listen today and really try to take it in. Is it okay if I reach out to you if I have questions later?
I
Okay.
think we are all open to that. As much as
All right.
we have studied this and become many
Thank
experts,
you.
we,
Thank
I
you
think, welcome
all.
questions. Yeah.
So I was going to say a couple things. One is, I hope you feel like this is all public information, and you're just like the Fort Bend. You reached out to them; they provided it. It was very good. I think what you've done is even more comprehensive than that. I don't know if you want to make that Google Drive public for future districts who may look at it. But by all means, it's up to you if you want to. I think that's great. I don't think there's any confidential information here that Round Rock, just specific to Round Rock. And the other thing is, I've mentioned to both of you, I hope that you do, before you disband as a group, I hope you kind of at least stay in touch for a little while in case we have follow-up questions, that you reach out to everybody on the committees, on the committee and task force, and get some feedback on what worked well as far as the actual task force or committee. I'm just going to use those interchangeably. The way it was convened, the members, how they were selected, how people were involved, how you got outside input. So please give that to us so when we convene and put together another committee going forward, either it's boundary or a bond or whatever, that we can follow that practice and say, if somebody doesn't show up on a regular basis, let somebody else participate. Move them on. If somebody, we'd like some equal representation from each feeder pattern, preferably from administration, from people maybe. Anyway, so just keep that in mind.
Sure, everybody on the task force has some kind of opinion about that. So
Give me opinions.
We'll
We can keep it
collect
short,
those
keep it a
opinions.
couple pages. I know, and I will say this: I dropped in on many of the meetings that we had, and I just dropped in to watch the dialogue. I was never there to direct you or to give you any feedback. I just wanted to make sure that you were communicating well. And for the most part, I think you did a great job. I understand there were a few tense moments, but it seemed like you handled them, and then you moved on and you addressed it. So this is democracy. This is what America's all about. This is what you're showing. You work together. You come together with different views and different perspectives, and you bring one. You work together and you put some together. Is any one of these ideals perfect? We know that they're not. Every one of them has advantages and one of them has disadvantages. So now it's up to the board to decide, to work with the administration here, starting pretty soon. We have to decide something going forward. And then we're going to take this information and build on it. So
I'm sorry, but I had one quick question that I thought of during the presentation. I remember at the beginning of the task force, really early on, I was in some of the meetings, I didn't say much, but having a hard time coming up with presenters. I know Appleseed was one of them, and we were really brainstorming. I remember that I believe someone suggested Nelson Linder with the NAACP, and I actually missed that meeting. Do y'all remember kind of what his thoughts were? Okay. Was that while they were being taped? I would just like to go back and see some of that because I miss Texas Appleseed as
Can
well.
that get? So, I mean, I couldn't really hear him very well. I'm sorry.
Could you come up to the mic real quick?
Can you speak? Yeah, can you speak at the mic?
So it was at the Round Rock training facility, their emergency training facility, and he spoke very highly of ISD Police Department, saying that they fold into your community. The apprehensions that people have about, oh well, we don't have any, SROs. Well, yeah, because you haven't started one yet. So anyway, but that's what he said, and I would suggest going back and watching it because he is infinitely more eloquent than I am, and he doesn't wear flip flops to meetings.
You might.
But thank all of you. You all have done an absolute amazing job, and for the ones that stayed, kudos because we really appreciate it.
Thank you. Anything else?
Well, we are hopeful that that this task force will digest as much of the material as possible. Obviously, part of our effort was to educate you as best as we could. We did the hard work to go get all the information and put the things together that you asked us to do with the options. And I'm very hopeful that we'll get to see you publicly deliberate information on this dais for this community. I know that this community expects to hear that and see that from you and to not act in haste. I mean, it took us a year to put all this together for you. So we'd ask that you would be cognizant of that and that you would take the time that needs to be taken to make a really well-informed decision and to show this community that you're interacting with each other to come to a consensus as a board, which you can only do in public in front of us for the most part. I know you can be in closed session, but this community needs to see you discuss this. We deserve that from you. And so I'm hopeful that we will get that from you.
And I want to add to that. I'm glad you brought that up. That was another thing I wanted to mention, and I was mentioning to Judge Rohr earlier, was you guys, and you said it earlier, you started with a process. There was no process. There was no guideline. We gave you some general overview of what we wanted to see. It kind of evolved, some leadership change, things like that happen. When we've done bonds, and we do bonds every 3 or 4 years, we have that process. When we select principals, I say we, I mean the administration, and the community selects principals, there is a process. You guys started with nothing and built it. And I know there was some frustration about it, the amount of time. We said, give us a report at the end of December a year ago. Well, make it April. Then it went on. But it wasn't because you weren't working. It was because you were digging in. And each time you opened up, you found more information. So I'm just saying, I'm applauding you for that, for sticking to it and not dropping out. And I applaud you for showing up to all the meetings that you did, the subcommittee meetings. And I know it was very difficult, when you have family and work, travel. So with that, I just want to say again, thank you for your work. Please stay in touch. Please stay convened. And if you have information, let us know if it's on the disk drive, if you put an update of any kind.
We'll make sure you get the updated essential components. I know they had a couple of extra slides. We'll make sure you get that update as well.
By all means, as far as I'm concerned, it's still an active, ongoing, evolving work in progress. The bulk of the work, hopefully, is behind you all now. Now the bulk comes to us, and we decide what to do next. So, again, thank you very much. Okay, again. All right, we got one more thing to do, but if everybody wants to leave, we'll go ahead. Can I get a water over there on those waters? Okay, I'd like you to stay real quick. Not be long. Real quick. Okay, thank you.
Awesome.
All right, board members, this is going to go to agenda item. Thank you. We're going to go to agenda item. We're going to go back to agenda item C1. I'm going to read this out real quick here. Pursuant to Texas Government Code 551.071 and 551.074, the board will meet to discuss the duties of all current members of the Board of Trustees and consult with his attorney regarding an investigation of a complaint against a trustee. So with that, I'm requesting that we have this discussion. We've had a couple of trustees that asked for it. I'm going to request that we have this in open session because I'm the subject of the complaint. So with that, I'm going to invite Mr. Ponick up here, and give a quick overview of what we can, the summary of it again, and then
Right.
Ms. Gayla Corley is here as well.
But I just want to just understand. So we're going to do an open session.
Yes.
I mean, I know we have some questions from sure for Ms. Corley. I know, unfortunately, I couldn't be there last week. I don't want to speak for Court, but I have some questions for you. Are you comfortable having that?
I'm fine.
Okay.
Yep. Okay. All right.
I have a couple of questions that I'm concerned might need to be answered in closed session
Yes, so.
because they are relating to legal
Right,
questions related to the lawsuit.
the Wolber lawsuit? Yeah. So what I would recommend under the circumstances is that we get a general presentation from Ms. Corley on her investigation, what she found. That investigation was made public, as you know, at the last board meeting. So if we keep it within that context, I think we're fine. If there are specific legal advice type questions you want to ask, then I would say for those we should probably go into a closed session. But with regard to the story of the investigation, I think we're fine doing that in open session. So if you want, I know that a couple of board members were not here at the last time, and I want to just sort of give you a general overview, if I may. Would that be all right?
Sure.
So I was contacted by email late July. Ms. Carpenter sent an email to the superintendent, myself, and the board vice president, considering that the issue involved the board president, disclosing that she had received a phone call and a complaint from a person who alleged that the board president and Mr. Wolber, a former employee of the district who had been non-renewed, had potentially, or she alleged that they had engaged in improper communications related to the non-renewal more specifically. And based on that, and whenever there's a credible sounding complaint involving any person who is in a position to represent the district and maybe was participating inappropriately with a process where that person may have forgotten their role, it's important for the district to pursue that and get the answers it needs to obviously understand where that individual stands with regard to the district. So based on that, I advise that we get an independent lawyer to come in and look at the facts and interview the parties and put together a report that the board could then review and make its assessment. And so I contacted Ms. Gayla Corley with the permission of the board president and the board secretary, and in alerting the board, the superintendent and Ms. Carpenter that would be the recommended next step. So that happened rather rapidly, and Ms. Corley was contacted by me, as I said. Ms. Corley comes from a law firm that has represented school districts for many years, decades. Two of their larger clients historically had been Northside and Northeast. And so I found, in my experience, they have a very good reputation, and I've worked with Ms. Corley a couple of times on these kinds of situations where I've asked her to come in and, being new to the situation, to investigate and give her impartial opinion of what she found. So that's how we got to that. And so I'll turn it over to Ms. Corley, and she can give you a brief overview of what she found.
Hi. Good evening to everybody else again, and to Trustees Moses and Vessa, who I met for the first time this evening. As Mr. Ponick said, I was contacted by him in late July to investigate what began as an anonymous alert on the district's website. I know as this process has evolved, it looks to me like there may be a couple of ways to report different kinds of concerns to the district. One limits the number of characters that an informant can submit. The other evidently is not limited. I don't know which platform this particular informant went through, but that's just important for contextual purposes to understand the exhibits that are attached to the report that was made public at the August 30th board meeting. Attach a complaint that appears to be truncated, and then an email from the complainant herself that is the entirety of the complaint. And that's the explanation that seems the most logical as to why there are two versions of what are essentially the same thing. So just to the two of you who are sort of looking at this with fresh eyes, that's the reason that you'll see both of those attached to the report itself. So in the context of the complaint, my role was fairly narrow in that I was looking into whether Mr. Chadwell had engaged in any type of improper communications or meetings with former district employee Aaron Wolber. As the investigation proceeded, I learned that the informant was known at one time as Shell McDaniel Wolber, which obviously led me to be concerned about whether she was or had been married to Mr. Wolber, either during the time that his administrative matters were pending or probably more to the point once he moved into a litigation forum in the federal court in Austin. And so we satisfied ourselves that because she informed me directly that she had not been married to him, they had been engaged, but that marriage never proceeded. So with that understanding in place and the knowledge that she was not represented by counsel and didn't have any role in the litigation, I was then able to proceed with meeting with her directly. The long and short of it, in the other interviews, in addition to Ms. McDaniel, the complainant, I also met with Sandra Carpenter, Dr. Flores, and also, obviously, with Mr. Chadwell. And again, because the scope of the investigation itself was fairly narrow in that I think Sandra's initial email to me encapsulated it best, stated that the board leader was personally involved with Mr. Wolber while his, matters were pending, litigation or hearing matters, whatever. And so that was the focus I tried to keep. There were any number of rabbit trails I could have gone down, with the investigation. I'm trying to be mindful, obviously, of the fact that, time spent is money spent, and tried to keep the role confined to what I believed was the scope of Mr. Ponick's original assignment to me. After meeting with Mr. Chadwell, who provided some information to me after our meeting in the form of text messages, I was essentially able to confirm that he did, in fact, meet with Mr. Wolber. The report, as we went through it in the board meeting on the 30th, I realized that I did not indicate the reason that Mr. Chadwell was compelled to meet with Mr. Wolber after all of the many hours I know were spent on the administrative matter. And I know if anybody has written a lengthy document, you, in your own mind, understand it, but then you sort of leave out what, to a new set of eyes, is like, well, what was the reason that meeting occurred? Mr. Chadwell clarified that with the other board members in that he was curious to understand Mr. Wolber's perspective and understand, maybe more importantly, some of the issues, at least from that former employee's perspective, what had gone on at the elementary school where he was a teacher. And that reasoning was left out of the report. Again, in my mind, it was clear because Mr. Chadwell told me when we met why he said, yes, I'll meet with you. And then I just wanted to clarify that for Trustees Vessa and Moses in case you have that same question. Mr. Chadwell has also subsequently contacted me with some information and some details that were inaccurate. For example, there's a date that was March 8th. It should have been March 15th. I believe that there was a meeting at Torchy's Tacos. In the report, I indicated it happened in Austin. It actually happened here in Round Rock. So there were a few things just from the nature of my notes being scribbled and time passing between the interview and the final analysis that there are a couple of clarifications that Mr. Chadwell was good enough to make for me. At the end of the day, after talking with the various witnesses and analyzing the complaint in the context that Mr. Ponick had asked me to, I believe, as I indicated in the report, that I think there probably were some errors in judgment made, that when you look at the board ethical canons that are on the website, that perhaps there are some violations of those. However, I don't believe that Mr. Chadwell's intent was ever to overtly assist this former employee in his, whatever proceeding he may have against the district. And I think that the timeline sort of bears that out as well, because the initial contact from Mr. Wolber to Mr. Chadwell occurred in December. Technically, I think from Mr. Ponick, I understand that the hearing appeal may still have been technically alive, but only for a matter of a couple of days. So for all intents and purposes, the administrative matter was over at that point. Mr. Chadwell's understanding is that it had concluded. I don't think he realized that there may have still been a few days left for the timeline to exhaust itself, which ultimately did happen, which is the reason, at least is my understanding, that the lawsuit ended up in federal court where it is currently. Then the next meeting was sometime in March. There were a couple of meetings in March of 2019 that are detailed in the report, during which time nothing was going on. I think in my first meeting with Mr. Chadwell, he said something in one of the early meetings about litigation. He indicated to me that what he really meant was the appeal of the administrative proceeding, which just was a misstatement on his part. And I don't recall whether the report reflects the use of the actual word litigation, but to the extent it might, Mr. Chadwell has informed me that that was again, a misstatement on his part. So I think, I know there have been some, conversations. I think Trustee Gonzalez raised at the meeting when we came out after the closed session at which time the board voted to release the report. Perhaps some additional policies, things of that nature, might ought to be considered to keep something like this again from happening in the future. Somebody might have an agenda that's not apparent, but then later becomes so in hindsight, which, as we know, is always 20/20. And so I'm happy to answer any questions. That's sort of it in a nutshell. So if you've got any specifics, please feel free to ask.
I know you two probably have questions. Do you think this is something that we can talk about out here and not affect the federal case?
Well, honestly, some stuff, it's close probably, and there are other concerns I have about asking some questions because I don't know what could come of that. I'll just be honest. There's really one key question I want to ask, but it may require some additional looking into for her, but I don't want it to get out there and then that jeopardize the research that she may need to do.
Mr. Ponick, what do you think if we're...
So, not knowing the questions or the concerns,
Right.
It's hard for me to tell you whether we're on safe ground or not. I mean, I think that if you don't have questions related to the fact-finding that you've heard so far, and it's really more about you've got perhaps another issue that you're concerned about, or you're concerned about its impact on litigation or whatever, obviously the prudent thing to do is to take it into a closed session. But before we do that, I just want to make sure that folks are allowed to ask any questions regarding the facts of this investigation.
And maybe just two things real quick then. Could you provide, I've kind of sketched one out, but if I could piece together, but could you put together a succinct timeline
Sure.
of events, just that way we can kind of match that up and we can
Sure.
be easy to understand?
Yeah,
And
that should be fairly easy to do from the report.
Yeah, I kind of did it
Absolutely.
myself, but it's like I don't want to. You did it also. I'll let you do it.
Absolutely.
And so I just want to make sure I'm going through this. So there are a couple times that it's talked about where, in the 3 meetings that Mr. Chadwell had with Mr. Wilbur, where he mentions the word lawsuit or one along those lines.
Mm-hmm.
So which one of those was the misspeak?
Give me 1 minute to locate that, and I can answer that question.
While you're looking, can I make a couple of comments here?
And I have
Why don't
a
you look
comment, too, that can be in open session, too.
What's that?
I have a comment, too, that can be in open session.
Okay. So while she's looking for that, I'll make a statement here. So as was pretty well laid out in this report, most of the information was accurate. There are a few things in there. There's a couple of dates were off and little details, but the 2 big things that were off on here were the information about. He reached out to me 2 months after we completed the investigation here. And at the time, he said something about his TEA option was still open. As a non-renewal, a teacher can go to the TEA. And I said, okay, I'm the good, whatever you're going to do with that. And that was the extent of it. I think when I first talked to Ms. Corley, it was, I used the word lawsuit. It wasn't until, I think it was later, much later in our we had 2 meetings in March, 1 week apart. And it eventually evolved into more of a business. How do you do your website? What is your format in the Facebook and things like that? And that's how it got to that. The other thing I'll mention that was real critical to me was one of the bullets about the town hall meetings. I didn't talk to him from March until June, and so I don't know where he got the information, but it was very widely broadcast online and among many people about the town hall meetings and all that. So. And I said this, and I put this in an email to Ms. Corley. If she's going to do any follow-up, I hope that she incorporates these comments that I've added, in which are, there's some information about the speakerphone. I think I can tell when I'm on a speakerphone. I never got the impression I was only on the phone with him for a matter of minutes each time. Again, the main thing was this, the town hall meeting information, and then the truncation of the email. I think that I got the impression that she sent an email, and I was interested in the timeline. Did she send the email? Did it come in and talk to Dr. Flores and Ms. Carpenter and vice versa? So anyway, that was the bulk of the conversation eventually turned into website, Facebook, how do you run that? And then it got into the his trucking friends. So that's where it was. And then after that, we didn't talk anymore. So other than that one call he gave me in June.
And then your subsequent email to him, letting him know that we had not yet received.
That text. So he had called me on June 11th, and I put that in the email. As he said, my lawyer's filing. And I said, okay. And he said, that's information. And I had not heard anything more, and I thought, that's when I texted him back. I said, I thought he was going to file it. I thought when you were served, a district was served, the district would find out within 24 hours. And for whatever reason, we didn't find out for almost a month. And that bothered me, that we didn't know. And it was it sitting? Was there not an alert system? I mean, as an attorney, is there just not something that comes up to it? I thought it was very unusual. So that was the text to him a week later.
Yeah, I'm just trying to figure out, go back because I see in March, here I'm going to kind of, give me a second, I'm going to read that, make sure I'm
I just want to follow up.
Yeah, go ahead. While I get
I'm still surprised that you followed up with the person that followed the lawsuit rather than with our own internal counsel to say, I've been aware that this lawsuit's been filed and we still haven't heard anything. And that, to me, is questionable judgment of why you would follow up with the person that filed the lawsuit rather than, I know this lawsuit's been filed, but not contacted our attorneys.
Well, that's a good point. Good point. So again, this is all, no teacher has ever, in the 10 years that I'd been on the board at the time, nobody's ever done this, so I didn't know the process. I'd always heard a teacher can be non-renewed, asked to sign a non-renewal, and they always had the option to take it to the TEA. And that's when I talked to him. I thought it was going to be a TEA. So when he called and said he was going to file it and wouldn't be available, I'd say, okay, I understand. But I understood that I thought maybe I misunderstood what he was saying. So it was a brief conversation. So it just didn't occur to me to pick up the phone and call, hey, we have a lawsuit coming. You know, I've been talking to this guy so anyway.
Okay, so there's the December 15th meeting where I'm quoting from the report here on page 3 where it says, hang on, where did it go? It mentions how he mentioned to you about he could be pursuing an litigation on advice of counsel. So there's that one. And then there's a similar comment in your follow-up email that said basically he said the exact same thing in March on March 4th. And then he called you again on June 11th. And so I'm just trying to figure out where the misspeak was. Did you misspeak about December? Did you misspeak about March? Just where? So that was one of my questions. I was trying to make because I just wanted.
Again, I'm not sure what didn't know the process. I thought it was all to the TEA until he told me at the end his law the next step was. So that I used the words interchangeably. And one of the things that I have asked for is and sent an email to is a request for the audio tape of the discussion of the interview, and I'd like to hear that. I'd like for the board to hear that as well. So
I think I asked for that, the audio tape, so we could all hear it.
You asked me whether that would.
Because Chad had requested it,
right.
and that way we could.
I think it's fine for the board to hear
that.
it. It's a public document, so any one of you can ask for it, or all of you can get it at the same time.
So just to be clear, if I may, I just came up to join the conversation because I was a part of the conversation when we did it the last time with two trustees who were not available and present for the conversation. So I think in order for it to be a complete part of the conversation that I should at least have an opportunity to answer some of those questions as well, as I did for the 5 trustees who were here on August 30th. So since we are kind of, I guess, redoing it so that the two of you will be aware of some of the things that were discussed, I would like an opportunity to answer some of those questions as well, unless there's some objection to that, so that you all can have that information as well.
So the one just general statement I would like to make on this is I hope and pray that we never have to go through this process again. But I do request that if something like this happens in the future, that we have a chance to get this report ahead of time. When it was passed out in closed session, there was talking from the investigator was trying to go through her report while we're trying to read it and digest it, and just not enough time to process intelligent responses and really digest. I mean, this is a lot of pages, or at the very least, we should have passed this report out and then taken a 10-minute break where no one talked and just read it and highlighted or underlined or any questions, because I just felt that that was a real concern. And I would really like to voice that if this happens with anything, and we've talked about this even on the dais, that we don't get the information as we sit down, because we're tasked with making some really important decisions in our role. And when we don't have time to review the information ahead of time, then I feel we're really doing the whole process a disservice. So that's just my general comment about this in general. My next question is, are there any transcripts of the conversations that you had with anybody that was interviewed in this process?
No.
Okay.
No, they're not.
So I have a
But
problem.
there is a recording.
There's a
There's at
recording
least
of,
one recording.
of one of them. But the interviews that you had with Chad or with them, when anything that you did, you didn't record correctly?
That's correct.
So I have a problem with that those recordings don't exist as well, because now we're relying on your summary and your recollection of how things happened and how quickly you could take notes and things like that. And my point in case is even when you just said that on page 3 where you didn't include in point number 1 point number 2 why there was no official reason as to why Chad met with him in the very beginning. And it's my recollection that he said something pretty different when we were in closed session than what you just said right now. And I don't really want to repeat things that happened in closed session, but my recollection is you said something different than what you just reported as to what the reason why he met with this individual. So when we have to rely on somebody else's interpretation of a conversation, she gets to pick, and this is not being critical of you necessarily, but she gets to decide what is important, rather than us getting to look at the whole interview and say, oh, well, I have a question about what did this statement happen. So that's my only concern about the interview process part. And then my last thing that I wanted to say is the other really big problem I have in this investigation is, and Chad, this is directed at you, but the use of non-district email. And I want to talk about this in open session because we all have open records requests that come in all the time. And I saw one that came in and they requested every email that a trustee had received. And that's easy for records to go in and pull from the server and say, these are all the emails that have been sent. But when you're using a non-district email that's not coming through the servers, we now have to rely on someone else reporting those emails, and that's not fair to the public, in my opinion. I mean, if I'm wrong and everybody says, okay, we can start using our own personal email addresses, or we can create one, but I just, like even your response to, I forget what the exhibit is, Exhibit 3 maybe? Your response, which is Exhibit 3, that came from strapwing.com, Chad at strapwing.com. And this is an official response to public request, school board business, that if you hadn't turned this over, we wouldn't necessarily know that it existed because it didn't include another district email. And I have a problem with that from a transparency stance. And I think that we should be conducting all of our school board business from a school board email address. I don't think it should be forwarded to any other Gmail address, to any Strapwing email address, to a Hotmail. I mean, whatever. I just think that we need to be conducting all of our business in an environment where the public has a right to see it. So those are
Okay.
my public comments.
Fair enough. So as you said, this Exhibit 3 was, I submitted that. That was a submission of the email that he sent as a test case. If you look at all the way to the back there, he said, Mr. Chadwell, I'm trying your email. Your website looks good. I replied back, thank you. A couple there. That's where it was. At that point, he was no longer an employee. He'd been officially off the record since at least October 16th. If not, if you don't count it earlier in the summer when he
But
did get
that's
a
an
renewal.
email back to an investigator about the
Well, at the
response to your
time,
interview.
I assumed that he was no longer an employee and he was completely out of the system.
Well, I'm not even talking about your emails between Wilbur and you. If that's personal business, and if you conduct that offline, that it doesn't have anything to do with district business. But Exhibit 3 was a direct response to your investigation
Oh, I
from
see what you're talking
a.
about.
Yes,
So, you're right, I
Exhibit
understand
3
that.
is
Well,
a
I did that-
response to
okay.
your interview for district business.
I'm glad you brought that up. So I did that for two reasons. One is I sent it from the Strapwing, the business email, which was to show you that that's where I sent it from. And secondly, I considered attorney, client, or whatever information, just giving it to her. I wanted to just give her the information that came from this address.
Does anybody else have a problem with that?
I mean, I could have sent it from, I could have just easily changed it to Charles Chadwell at Round Rock ISD. Is that what you wanted?
Well, I just think that if you're
but if he
conducting.
was communicating with Aaron,
No, the one that he sent from himself to Miss Corley.
Right, but wasn't he forwarding all the other emails that he'd had as a conversation on that email? I don't understand how there's any other way for him to get that. If you're forwarding an email chain from your home email to an attorney, I mean, did you want him to send it to his Round Rock ISD account and then forward it?
Sent it as an attachment. I could have done that.
I mean, it is.
I think you
tough,
can.
but
You can.
I mean,
I just think there's lots of examples of where he sends emails from non.
So, Chad, do you only use, because you use several different email addresses?
No, the only one I used, the one that you had brought up before last year was the one called chadwell.rrisd at Gmail.
Right.
And that was, that was set up through the Round Rock ISD IT department to help me use Outlook only, and that's the only thing I use it for. It's just a forwarding, just simply a forwarding, because it goes through Outlook. For some reason, I couldn't get it to go through the Outlook that I had, and I'll be glad to show you those emails that I set up, and I actually went over to the IT department and met with a couple of people, and they said, just use it this way, that's easiest, because I use Outlook. But that's the only reason, that's the only one to do that.
So that's the only email that you use for Round Rock ISD business?
So that's the only one, yes. That's all. The other one goes through the Charles Chadwell, the district one.
Goes through. What does that
No,
mean?
I mean, I use that one.
Okay.
And I don't. This may be the only one, but that just really stood out for me that you were replying to a district investigation from a private email address, and.
Okay. I could have attached it. I could have written the email to Ms. Corley and just attached the original one. Just
I mean, you
said
could have printed off the emails and scanned them
Could've-
in. I
I
mean,
could've.
there were some other things to do, but I think that if we're going to conduct business, that the public has a right to see our emails and make them discoverable.
Well, I don't disagree with you. I think that's really important. People contact me on my personal email all the time for board business, and all I do is just reply to them on my board account because I don't know what else to do. Like, they contacted me in my personal account. I don't want to respond from the personal account, but I do want to respond to them, so I just respond with my district account. And, I mean, so I think that we can't control what comes in, but I see where Chad was coming in this particular point. He was just forwarding some emails, so I guess in some respects, like, I get that, but your general concept that we should be using, everything should be transparent. If someone open records our communications, they should be able to access everything that we have been sending about, about district business. And so I absolutely agree with you. And I think that we all should be reminded of that policy, and we all should adhere to that policy.
So kind of related to that, I will say that we did have a discussion. I think, Nikki, you set it up, made a request about the auto reply. and Dr. Flores and Jenny and I met one morning at the coffee shop, and I submitted a response on ideas on how to do that. So I'd like for us to discuss that going forward, how we do the auto replies, especially when it involves an email and it goes to the district or it's about the administration. So,
And just real quick, because I saw, you got the email from Mr. Wolber on the 11th that said that was very unambiguous, that yes, file a lawsuit, and it says he needs to cease communication. Then you go through Lone Star governance training that weekend, and then you come out of that and you send him an email saying
it
that
was June, July is what you're talking about, and I think that was June.
Okay, then I apologize. And
Okay, that's
either
fine.
way, it doesn't really matter. Either way, he says we need to cease communication, and then you respond a few days later saying,
No, a week later, and I was thinking, as I said, the option was, did I understand what he was saying? Because I really thought that the process, I didn't know how the process, I thought we would have been told within 24 hours, you're going to there's a lawsuit filed. But again, this is all, being on the board as long as I have, we'd never gone through this process.
but why would you not just then reach out to the superintendent, reach out
That's
to the
what we
council?
that was brought up earlier.
That's just,
That was brought up earlier. So,
I would hope after 11 years that would just be the default.
again, so, good point.
And then I know previously you had said to the board that you'd only met with him once.
No, I don't think I ever said that.
You did. And
When did I say that?
prior. We can talk about that in closed session if you prefer.
No, I'm free to open it up now. I think I told you when I met with you, you called me on July 25th. I remember it was my son's birthday, and I called you back, or we traded emails, and you said, we'll chat in the morning. I called you in the morning, or you called me and said, I'm driving up from San Antonio. There's a complaint filed against you. I said, what's it regarding? He said, I'll tell you. So I met with Steve and Nikki. We met for coffee, and he said, a complaint has come in that Aaron Wolber, you met with Aaron Wolber. And I said, I did. I said 3 times. And I said, I'm not trying to hide it, and that's why I wanted to clarify about Torchy's in Round Rock. It wasn't like I was trying to go to Round Rock to Austin to hide what I was meeting. So I don't remember ever saying once. So if I said it in closed session, if I said that, I don't remember it. Maybe I was saying the one time I met him, but I don't remember that.
But I think
That
that's
was pretty
at least
clear, I think,
my
the whole time.
recollection is that you said that you only met with him one time.
And when did I talk to you about Wolber, this
It was
case?
to the whole board in one time in closed session. This all was kind of coming up.
I don't remember that.
I say I don't remember.
I don't remember
I don't-
either.
I don't think I
I don't even remember really talking about.
don't remember.
I don't remember talking about it either.
Anyway, okay.
I have a question for Ms. Corley. March the 14th, it says, Happy Monday, Mr. Chadwell. Hope all is going well. I wanted to congratulate you on your presidency. That's amazing. How is the patent coming along? I talked briefly with Kevin Castillo the other day. Hopefully that connection helped you with your vision. Let me know if there's anything I can do to help you with your product. So, did you interview Mr. Costello, Kevin?
Kevin yes.
No, I did not interview
No,
Mr.
oh,
Costello.
you're talking to me.
No, I'm talking to Ms.
Oh, no.
Corley. So that was a direct connect to both Mr. Wolber and to Mr. Chadwell during the time of any discrepancies of conversations. Why wouldn't you have interviewed him?
Mr. Costello isn't connected to the district in any way. It was described that Mr. Costello was someone that could have potentially had some sort of financing interest for this Strapwing venture, which to me was not directly impacting. That's a side venture and doesn't really involve Mr. Chadwell's district business. So again, I was trying to confine the
Right.
scope of the investigation.
But it was just, to me, it was a direct connection at that time where there was an introduction, where possibly things could have been said. So I kind of feel like that's a miss.
Okay.
I really do.
That's fair.
And then there was also some talk about other trucker friends. Were they ever identified as well?
I don't know that Mr. Chadwell knows their names. If so, they weren't shared.
Fritz
with
is one
me.
guy's name. I think I have his email, Fritz at something at Gmail. I'd have to find out what that is, but
And they don't live locally, as I recall. They're from somewhere
one guy's
else.
from Canada. I don't know. I think he's here temporarily, and one guy either
Mr.
lives
Costello, I believe, lives in Waco, correct?
I think that's possible. I know he has some connection to Baylor.
Yeah. No, he used to be an adjunct, or he is an adjunct professor at Baylor.
And he's friends with Mr. Wilbur.
Knew him from church.
So when I look at the scope, like you talked about just now, of the investigation, what was the lens of looking at it as far as it talks about the Open Meetings Act? Is that the only scope that you looked at? Did you look at? I know you looked at the local policy. Did you look at what is it? BBFB as well?
Yes.
Is it in here?
It's not.
That would have been helpful as well.
Okay. After analyzing BBFB, it didn't seem
It would have, yeah, but just an explanation of that
Mm-hmm.
would have kept me from like looking at it and.
Okay.
And as far as Mr. Wilbur goes, I know that, and I don't know if I can ask this, but I'm going to ask it. He couldn't be interviewed, correct?
It's not that he couldn't. I could not contact him in any capacity for the board or the district because he's got an active pending lawsuit.
So we couldn't do a civil, like, deposition, I think is the word? Can't do a civil? Is that something that's not allowed?
In federal proceedings, there are very specific rules on discovery. Since I'm not involved in the federal litigation, I'll let Mr. Plonick handle that, but it's not as simple as
Yeah, I don't know.
just
That's why I'm
arranging
Yeah.
an interview.
We're not nearly in that phase yet, so there's a motion to dismiss on file,
Mm-hmm.
which may dismiss this case before it even gets to a discovery phase. And we suspect that his attorney would not allow us to ask him questions. It just seemed like an obvious dead end.
Can you give me a definition of civil see, I can't even say the word. Deposition,
A
thank you. It's a
deposition.
little late.
It's a deposition is putting someone under oath, under a court order or a subpoena that's provided by a court, for you to take, ask them questions regarding the case or regarding the matter before the court. And but before we can do that, we have to have permission from the court to do that.
Okay.
And we're not in the phase yet where we
Where
can
we
do
could
that kind
actually
of thing.
do that.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Anything else for now?
Well, I'm not sure. I'm going to ask this in closed session because I'm really not sure. I'm not really sure the legal ramifications for it. So, as we proceed on that one.
Okay. Anything else for now? Otherwise, I guess, do you have any questions? Direct them to Mr. Ponick. You can direct them to Ms. Corley if there's anything. Is that right? Is that okay?
We're going to go in closed session now for a minute.
Are we?
Right. So if the board wishes to ask legal advice questions, they are allowed to go into the closed session for that purpose. If it's to hear about your complaint or, then that portion we've done in open session, which is your right. But if they wish to consult with their lawyer, they can do that in closed session.
So you want to go in closed session now?
Yeah, I have 3 or 4 more questions that I'm not really sure if we should talk about it because as it pertains to possible litigation. Yeah.
Can I ask a question? Does anyone have any intention of making any kind of motion? Because if not,
Oh, not this evening. I mean,
okay.
I don't think there's
Because if
anything,
not,
yeah.
it's quarter after 12.
The only reason I want to go into closed session is because I have 2 more questions for her.
Okay.
And
Would you
I
be
don't wanna-
offended if I go home? I have to wake up really early tomorrow
Oh, yeah.
and drive 3 hours on the road, and this is diminishing returns for me. I apologize, but
I understand. Thank you for staying this long. Mr. Bell.
Yeah.
Appreciate it. Thank
Okay.
you.
Just the only other question I have, and it's kind of just in general, does anybody have any other connection to either this situation or to any other potential situation that could get us back to something like this? That
What
they
do you
haven't-
mean connection?
Just, I mean, whether they either has anyone else here met with Mr. Wilbur or not? Has anybody else met with any of the other people that are before us? Just so we at least know about it before things start progressing.
I've never met with anybody that has pending litigation with the district.
The only other person is McDaniel, and I have not met with her, talked to her, texted her, nothing, no correspondence. So I want to make a comment here as well. So this Texas Open Meetings Act that was provided this, and I appreciate you adding this, the BBF local essentially says, I'll make no personal promise or take private action that may compromise my performance or responsibilities. There was an implication that he was using me, and I didn't get that impression at all. Maybe he was and just didn't get it. I felt like maybe he used that later on. I won't surrender my judgment to an individual group. I've always and will continue to always reach out and listen to anybody who reaches out to me. That is one of the fundamental rights we have as a trustee, is to listen to employees, ex-employees. I will say this going forward. Hopefully nobody else will file a lawsuit potentially, but I have heard several times over the years somebody says, well, I'm so mad at the district, I'm going to file a lawsuit. And normally what I say is, go right ahead. You have the right to do it, and it never happens. This is the very first time it's ever happened. But I won't waive my right to listen to or meet with anybody in public, anybody within this district or across the state when it comes to public education. So I don't ever make a promise and says I will take care of that. The only thing I will ever tell anybody is similar to what you said, is if you have a complaint, send an email to the board. Send an email to the full board and make your request. I will say this, it bothers me also that we didn't get this hotline. We've only received a few of these fraud line, Lighthouse fraud line tips. I would like for us to make sure that we do an audit and make sure that all of those, that somehow or another we get an update on all those. We got one over the summer. Somebody complained about attending the leadership conference. But other than that, we don't get updates on that. And if it has to do with administration, I think that's our responsibility for us to be able to look at those. Maybe you can redact the names if it has a student name or teacher name, but we have the right to see that. And all of these times I've told people, I said, please send an email. And they said, no, I don't want to send an email. I'll get in trouble. I said, well, then go to the fraud hotline. And then I never hear anything about it. And I've always assumed that they just never did it. Now I'm concerned that they were looked at and addressed without us being even made aware of them, much less the answer to the resolution. So that's something that I want us to look at going forward.
Actually, I agree with that, because in the corporate world, I know that the hotline information goes to internal audit, and internal audit meets regularly with the board and just gives a general summary. And I think that's probably best practices.
That could be included in Raquel's, every once in a while we get, how often
Yeah.
do we get it? I can't think anymore. Every 4 or 6 months of different audits that she's doing, it could be included in that as well.
agree.
I don't think it's necessarily needed for us to review. I just think it's needed to let us know that this audit is taking place and it came in through the hotline.
Okay. With that, do we want to go in closed session? I've already read this. Can we just go in? All right, we're going in closed session. It's 12:20. Everybody ready here? Good evening. Call this meeting of the Round Rock Independent School District Board of Trustees to order. It's Monday, September 9th, 2019. We do have a quorum. Everybody's here. It's 5:30 p.m. If we'd all rise for both pledges, please. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor to the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one indivisible. All right, Board, good evening. Thank you all for being here. This is a combination of a workshop and a meeting. The workshop was originally called to get a summary of the task force, the Safety and Security Task Force that's been in meeting, that has been impaneled for over a year now. So this is their final presentation to the school, to the Board of Trustees. We will not be taking any action tonight, meaning no vote. We're not going to vote on any of the options that are presented to us tonight. It's more of an update to give us an overview of the different options that we have. So with that, there will be no, we saw some emails that came in today saying, please vote this way or not that way, et cetera. So just for a general view. I do consider this a workshop. If it's the pleasure of the board, we'd like to just, if we're all courteous as we've been in the past, just jump in as necessary. I would also request that let Ms. Moore and her team leaders who are going to be coming up here and sitting, let her present each one of the 4, is that right, 4 presentations, and save your questions to the end. So just write down on page 3, page 5, whatever your question.
Oh, I'm sorry, just for clarification, after each section of the presentation is delivered, there will be a Q&A time, not all the way to the end, but
great.
as we progress through each section.
Okay, that's what I meant to say, but thank you for clarifying that. So I think the last one I saw, there may have been an update. I know there were several updates that came in today, 149 pages, something like that, on just the presentation. So there's quite a few slides. This will be a long-going, a lot of detail. And so with that, we will take comments after the presentations are made. So we'll just wait for that, but that's later on. And then we're also going to move agenda item C1. We're going to move that to the end of the meeting. So I think everybody's fine with that. So with that, we'll go to agenda item D1, Safety and Security Task Force Options. And with that, Dr. Flores.
Yes, just briefly want to thank everybody for being here and also thank the work of the task force. And as Mr. Chadwell points out, it's been about a year. So with that, we look forward to what the recommendations are. And then, as Mr. Chadwell pointed out, there will be no vote tonight, but there will be a lot of discussion from this point forward on what are the best options to secure our students in our school district. So Dr. Presley and then Ms. Moore.
Yeah, President Chadwell, Dr. Flores, members of the board. So tonight we'll hear the options presented by our community task force that's been working very hard. I want to thank all of them that are here tonight, Ms. Moore for leading that task force. And I would ask that if any of the members of the task force are in the audience, if you would stand and be recognized. It's been a very long, detailed process, and as Dr. Flores said, over a year. So we're excited to hear the options that they'll be presenting tonight, and staff will be taking notes as well and listening as we move forward to decide what is in the best interest of our students and for safety and security in the district. So thank you. Ms. Moore?
There was one more clarification that I wanted to make. I know that we have got the student, parent, and teacher survey data that Dr. Malerba with Round Rock ISD was going to be presenting, and I'm not sure at what point that is happening. Don't see Dr. Malerba, but that's part of the presentation this evening.
And just real quick, you're going to have each of the groups come sit up here and join you on the dais up here?
Yes, I'm going to present the opening, and then at that point, the first area of presentation that we will go through is the essential components, and that team will come forward, and the spokesperson for that team will make the presentation, and then so on and so forth through the rest of the presentation. And again, as Dr. Flores and Dr. Presley have said, this has been a year-long process. And we just wanted to give you a little bit of an overview. For the other thing is that we wanted to also be sure that we felt like this presentation was not only for the Board of Trustees, but for this community and for community consumption as well. So we may explain some things that many of the Board of Trustees may already know and understand, but we wanted to be able to memorialize this effort as well. In June of 2018, the Round Rock ISD Board of Trustees resolved for a task force to explore the creation of an ISD police department. The Exploration Task Force for Round Rock ISD Police Department was convened and first met on August the 21st, 2018. The task force received information from various entities, stakeholders, and community organizations related to the subject matter set forth in the resolution creating the task force. In February of 2019, the Round Rock ISD Board of Trustees modified their June 2018 resolution to expand the purpose and allow for consideration of all safety and security matters affecting Round Rock ISD schools. The group was renamed the Safety and Security Task Force. Over the course of a year, the task force has met multiple times per month to discuss various options for safety and security on Round Rock ISD campuses. We have experienced changes in leadership for Round Rock ISD safety and security, changes in leadership among our task force, pressure from this Board of Trustees to speed up completion of our work, and community oversight at all of our meetings, which at all times created additional obstacles for collaboration. Nevertheless, the following information is a culmination of the information received through the lens of parents, teachers, and community members on the task force, with the options available to the Board of Trustees for ensuring the safety and security of all people on Round Rock ISD campuses. And I just want to also let you all know that my co-chair, Judge Aurora Martinez-Jones, got held up in court. She is trying to make her way here, and she will be joining us for the presentation when she arrives. This was guidance from the task force taken from the February 2018 resolution, an excerpt. Now, therefore, be it resolved that in accordance with laws of the state of Texas and the policies of the Round Rock ISD, the Round Rock ISD Board of Trustees hereby determines that further exploration is needed to determine the proper school safety strategies and hereby authorizes the continued exploration and consideration of the establishment of a Round Rock ISD PD and or other school safety strategies to consider all aspects of school safety on all Round Rock ISD campuses to ensure the safety of all students and staff. To that end, the Board of Trustees provides the following guidance to the task force in its focus and preparations to present its recommendations to the Board of Trustees at the April 18, 2019 meeting. A presentation to include 3 to 5 alternatives, reports, suggestions with analysis to include pros and cons of each proposal/recommendation. That was from February 19, 2019, Board of Trustees special meeting. I do want to state that as the chair, I've sat in front of this board numerous times to give you reports and for us to have back and forth discussion. And you all were adamant that we were not making recommendations, but we were presenting options, even though this language uses that word, recommendations. And we have presented to you options with strategies and reports. So we have definitely done our homework. Context of the safety and security discussion. Throughout the year, many issues and concerns have come to light that has shaped the context in which the task force analyzed safety and security options for Round Rock ISD schools. The following issues were highlighted most often throughout the year of discussion. Transparency has been a concern. The lack thereof related to contracts with Williamson County and the positions held by Williamson County and the City of Round Rock officials has greatly affected the task force work. Trust for the Board of Trustees and other Round Rock ISD officials has also been a concern. The lack thereof related to whether the board and or superintendent will act prudently with all students, parents, teachers, and community members' best interest in mind has been many individuals' primary issue with many options presented. The task force believes the following terms and points of clarification are necessary to further understand the context of the options being presented. Rethinking school safety. Just take a pause for a moment. Rethinking school safety. Effective school safety starts with prevention, provides for students' mental health, integrates physical and psychological safety, and engages schools, families, and communities as partners. We know it works, but schools need the resources, financial and human, to implement and sustain the practices that will truly make our children and schools safe from the inside out. And this is a quote from the National Association of School Psychologists, Rethinking School Safety, Communities and Schools Working Together. Behavioral health distinction. The term behavioral health encompasses both mental health and substance use treatment and services. Because our interest is comprehensive student and staff safety, we suggest using the term behavioral health and will do so throughout the presentation. Understanding the role of law enforcement in schools. And by the way, you will notice a number of references on our slides and presentations, and they're all cited somewhere in the document for every option and report. And in many cases, even follow-up documentation in the form of a report that's not presented tonight and that will be made public. Understanding the role of law enforcement in schools. Allows districts to enter into a memorandum of understanding with local law enforcement for the provision of school resource officers, requires districts to determine the law enforcement duties of peace officers, school resource officers, and security personnel, which must be laid out in the district improvement plan the Student Code of Conduct and Memorandum of Understanding for School Resource Officers, and any other campus district document describing the role of such personnel. Peace officers, resource officers, or security personnel cannot be assigned routine student discipline, school administrative tasks, or contact with students unrelated to their law enforcement duties. But this prohibition does not prohibit informal contact with a student unrelated to the assigned duties of the officer or an incident involving student behavior or law enforcement. The school board must coordinate with campus behavior coordinators and other employees in determining law enforcement duties to ensure that peace officers, resource officers, and security personnel are tasked only with duties related to law enforcement intervention and no behavioral or administrative duties better addressed by other employees. Distinctions and definitions. School resource officer, oftentimes referred to as an SRO, is a career law enforcement officer with sworn authority who is deployed by an employing police department or agency in a community-oriented policing assignment to work in collaboration with one or more schools. This can refer to a district-operated law enforcement agency, i.e. police department, or a municipal or county law enforcement agency. You'll see some more distinctions about this as we move through the documentation. But as you saw on the previous slide, the term school resource officer or sworn peace officer, typically the sworn peace officer is in reference to an ISD police department, whereas an SRO is a reference more so to a law enforcement agency, a governmental law enforcement agency with a memo of understanding. So there is some distinction, and that's by the TEA and TCOL, Texas Commission on Law Enforcement. School Marshal Program allows the Board of Trustees to authorize specially trained and TCOL, Texas Commission on Law Enforcement, licensed school employees to maintain firearms on school premises. Marshals have the authority of a peace officer, subject to board regulation. Private security. Unarmed security personnel licensed by and trained according to DPS guidelines. Level 2 private security license. School sentries. An upgrade over the current hall monitor position for security and safety personnel with customizable training designed by a school district. Importance of prevention. This task force considered all aspects of school safety on all Round Rock ISD campuses as we prepared options for the Round Rock ISD Board of Trustees. Regardless of options selected, the task force has discussed the need for preventative measures and not only reactionary options. The work of the task force relied on the understanding of the $508.4 million bond proposition that was approved on November the 6th, 2018, and will include projects that will provide crucial upgrades to campus security. Reliance that those upgrades will actually occur is an assumption we made so as not to spend much time discussing these specific needs for school safety. The task force believes strongly that these measures should be put in place as approved in the 2018 bond. Additionally, the task force agreed that a combination of behavioral health supports, honest and rigorous work in racial and educational equity, as well as enforcement of current policies already in place, are preventative measures that Round Rock ISD should be committed to, regardless of any further safety and security options sought. Presence, both preventative and support. Throughout the months of work from the task force, we heard from parents that what makes them feel safety for their children on campuses is an adult there who cares about them. And you'll see that in the survey data. The task force acknowledges and aims to highlight that the presence of any supportive and caring adult on campus is one of the primary keys to improving safety and security in Round Rock ISD. Those caring adults may be on the role of a school resource officer, counselor, a teacher, or behavioral health professional. There are many ways we can invest in safety and security through the people we place in our campuses, particularly if we are strategic about our students' needs. The town hall meetings. On May the 13th, 2019, the task force held a town hall meeting at Pearson Ranch Middle School. Approximately 100 individuals attended, and 25 individuals spoke. That was streamed live on Facebook, and if anyone can go back and watch those videos. And of course, our agenda here is posted, so anybody can get access to this on the website and get this agenda and get the links. On May the 14th, 2019, the task force held a second town hall meeting at Cedar Ridge High School. Approximately 115 individuals attended, and 35 individuals spoke. 8 of these individuals spoke both nights. So there were only 27 new individuals that spoke on May the 14th. And again, that was live streamed on Facebook and can be seen by the public or whoever would like to go look at that. Impressions of the task force. Strong opinions were expressed on multiple points of safety and security for Round Rock ISD, including mental health, oversight, accountability, and transparency. Most individuals expressed about a Round Rock ISD Police Department and or Williamson County Sheriff's Office continuing to provide school resource officers in Round Rock ISD schools. This is where most of the discussion was focused. Discussion of bullying in our schools was a common theme, and many individuals spoke about that. And you'll also see information about that in our survey results. Survey overview. Parents and secondary student surveys were available in English and Spanish. Parents and students were invited to participate via a direct email on May the 13th and 14th of 2019, respectively. Staff were invited to participate via a direct email in English on May 20th, 2019. All surveys were open through 11:45 p.m. on May the 31st, 2019. Who responded? Elementary students were not surveyed. Secondary students responding, 2,546. Total secondary students, 26,106. Staff responding, 1,278. Total staff, 6,854. Parents responding, 4,533. And the total students, 50,181. So the estimated response rates. And this is just a very high level. Again, there is a full detailed report on the survey information. And those are total number. Those total numbers are from Round Rock ISD as of May the 7th with the single asterisk, and the double asterisk is of May the 1st, 2019. That is our opening. Do we want to do survey? Go ahead and do survey? Let's go ahead and do survey, yes.
Dr. Malerba has some information about the surveys. If you have specific questions, I thought it might be a good time for you to ask those questions, or she can give you more of an overview. You want to sit here? So the board received copies of the surveys when it was conducted, and so if you have specific questions or anything you'd like to ask Dr. Malerba, I thought it would be an appropriate time for her to answer those, or along with Ms. Moore.
This is the 20-page version that you have, and it's online, right?
Yes, I have a summary of the survey. It's in Google Slides.
And this is the survey that Ms. Moore was just referring to, the end of
Yes.
that. Okay. So, all right. I think we have seen this before, right? Or saw something, a summary of it?
Yes, I'd also shared the full report with the board.
Okay.
So I'm most interested in, well, all of the slides were great, but of particular interest was slide 16, which talks about the question about agreeing that there should be school resource officers in schools.
Yes, I was going to say, I'm trying to get one of our task force members to this building. They've never been to this building before. Sorry about that.
Oh, that's not it. Is it incorporated? Well, it's not in the presentation, if that's what you...
Probably need to go to board
Well,
docs.
I can
I
speak
have
to it.
It's under board docs.
You want me to log into board docs right now?
On the product side.
It's in the public side as well.
You want to wait till it's up? Sure. I think that would probably make it easier for those watching to follow. Although I don't know how well they can actually see it on. Oh my gosh. I can type. There's no internet. I think I'd be happy to just speak to the slide. I can just ask some questions regarding it. So, overall, in all of our response categories, what were the percentages of respondents that really felt like there shouldn't be SROs in school? There shouldn't be any type of law enforcement in our schools?
Well, just for those who cannot see the slide, we surveyed parents, secondary students, and then elementary, middle, and high school staff on this item. And only a small minority said that there should not be SROs in schools. On average, for parents, students, and elementary staff, it was in the mid-70s in percentage of parents, students, and elementary staff agreed that there should be SROs in schools. And then middle and high school staff had much higher levels of agreement, which makes sense because they're more accustomed to having them on campus and maybe have a clearer role in their mind. And then there were fair numbers of parents, students, and elementary staff who were just undecided, again, probably for the same reason. And that was sort of 18 to 21% of those groups were undecided as to whether there should be SROs in school. So just to kind of drive it home, it was really the middle school and high school staff that had the highest percentages at 94 and 89% that there should be SROs in schools.
And then on slide 18, this is a question to just staff regarding a district police department. Can you kind of discuss for the community what the response was to that question by staff?
Yes. So we put the staff survey together last, so we had this opportunity to ask one more question that had kind of been percolating but hadn't made it onto the other surveys, and that was a very clear question of, do you think Round Rock ISD should have its own police department? We thought staff would maybe be able to reflect on that. And it turns out they were very split, almost evenly split, where they said yes, no, or were undecided. So overall, it was 43% yes, but then 26% no, and 32% undecided. So not the way that I interpreted that was that staff, there's no clear mandate from staff regarding an internal police department. So secondary staff, strong preference for SROs, but no clear mandate on district police department.
And then can you just go over the final slide to just kind of give a summary on it's slide 20?
Yes. So at the beginning of the survey, I note that the surveys were developed after eight months of task force working together and having discussions and learning together. And so they had a pretty clear idea of what they wanted to know back from the community. And they'd already identified some of the racial equity issues and mental health, for example, as things that they wanted to get feedback on. So my conclusion was that the survey results were largely in tune with those topics. Our community also thinks that those are very important. And I would say in terms of the strength of agreement, the most strength of agreement was with the mental health issues. A lot of folks were interested in, just how kids treat each other and the availability of mental health supports and things like that. What was different compared to what task force priorities had been and what parents and staff came up with when they were just asked on their own was that parents particularly were really tuned into campuses observing safety procedures and sort of the physical safety of the campus, including issues around, portables being far away from the building and traffic patterns and, are people really signing in and using procedures at check-in, those kinds of things. You can imagine the kinds of things that would be on parents' minds definitely came through in the survey. And then parents and students and staff were much more likely to mention gun safety, feeling like there were threats from the outside than had been discussed by the task force throughout the school year. And then I also... Great, perfect timing. Yeah, I'll be happy to pull that up. But there was just a really high level of agreement, and I think Ms. Moore already mentioned it. Every respondent group really identified with this idea that the thing that makes everyone feel most safe is feeling like other people on campus, particularly other adults, colleagues, other students care about you. So one of the other themes one of the other slides I had prepared, and I'm happy to pull it up, is that there are just a lot of different ways to think about safety. Physical safety, kind of emotional safety, that sense that you're welcome to be who you are on campus. It's all quite complex. So that's my summary. I'd be happy to pull that up. Okay.
Please, yes.
While you're pulling that up, I see just a handful of seats that are empty over here. There's quite a few people standing. There's any spots over there? You'll want to go ahead and grab a chair over there.
Thank you very much, because the survey was the biggest part of our community engagement that we were able to have. I mean, of course, the town halls was great, and we had a lot. I'm sorry. I'm just saying we really need to take the time to pull this survey up and get the survey information and some of the really important high points that Dr. Malerba is referring to, because it really does give a picture to everyone. And as she said, safety and security encompasses a lot. It's a big, huge thing, and it's you see a lot of that from this survey.
Would you like me to step through the slides or just continue to answer questions?
I think for people's benefit, I don't think they've seen these slides, so you might want
Sure.
to go through them fairly quickly.
Okay. This was already discussed, the rough timeline, and then I already mentioned, kind of where this survey came in terms of the task force's work. So later in the year, a lot of priorities had already been identified, and so it was structured around those priorities. This is the one I was just referring to in terms of how respondents were thinking about safety. When we asked them about it, they were really thinking of all of these things. So physical safety, from threats, from overcrowding, from gun violence, even from just traffic and our folks following pickup and drop-off procedures, to safety from mean and aggressive and rude behavior from other people. Usually that's student to student. And then emotional safety, that sense that you're treated with respect and acceptance, and that when you have concerns, they're taken seriously. So limitations, obviously we had to do this very quickly at the end of the school year. Even so, I feel like we got a pretty good response rate, particularly from staff. We were almost at 20%. And I did do a lot of analysis on differences from race ethnicity groups, but because we had such a large proportion of folks choose not to identify, that and the fact that I think there was actually a fairly high level of agreement on a lot of these questions regardless of race ethnicity. We didn't really see a lot of differences there. In terms of who participated, we did have we were a little bit lower than you might expect on Hispanic and Latino for staff, a little bit higher than you might expect for Asian students, and then a little bit low on parent and students who are Hispanic, and maybe a little bit low on Black and African American. But again, because so many people chose not to identify their race, I can't really be 100% sure if that's accurate. And then we identified a list of things that all the groups could agree with in terms of what were the biggest safety issues on campus. And for elementary and middle, well, really across the board, the mean and bullying behavior did rise to the top across all the different groups. Social media also popped up in middle school, and then smoking and vaping and drugs and alcohol came up at high school, no surprise there. And then you'll also see the things that emerged that had not been identified by the task force were really those kind of day-to-day safety procedures. Are doors propped open? Are people swiping in? And then lots more concerns about outside threats from our participants. Again, kind of a checklist, just wanted to show where these groups were in alignment with each other. Unsecured access to the building is important to staff. And then you can see the various staff groups that felt like they needed more training around physical safety procedures like CPR or how to deal with a mental health crisis. And then department staff particularly were the least likely to say they felt like they knew what to do in the case of a lockdown or something like that. Here's where you start to see.
Can I just ask you who
yes,
department
ma'am.
staff? When you say department staff, what
They are
admin or are they
staff
at
not based on a campus. So that would include transportation, food services, folks like myself. Yes, all of the non-campus based staff. So this is where you start to see what helps you think either for your student or for yourself that you're safe at school, and that's where you really see that high level of agreement that across the board, that knowing that teachers or other adults care about my student helps me feel that they're safe at school. And then some of the obvious things like security cameras, badge entry, practicing drills, and then there you see the secondary parents and students, but particularly the parents saying that SROs helped them feel that their student is safe. For staff, they basically largely agreed that all of these things that are very familiar to everyone, the badge entry, security cameras, alarm systems, practicing drills, help them feel safe. And that's where you also see the highest level of agreement that SROs help staff feel safe at secondary level. And this was the only place where I saw a real kind of gap in the data was that department staff said that they'd feel safer if they had PA systems. We just don't have those in other types of facilities, non-campus facilities. And then practicing drills, which might be why we got to do a fire drill a couple weeks ago. And no, you won't stay in the building if that alarm's going off. It is quite loud. So things that that respondents mentioned on their own that weren't listed on the survey. Again, those physical barriers, locked doors, the feeling that the campus is not open and accessible from the outside. Communication makes parents feel like things are safe, and quick communication, especially quickly through text, for example, is something that they would desire. And then students, they feel like their close relationship with their friends make them feel safer at school. So just quickly buzzing through the mental health, the big pattern here is that staff feel like we're doing a pretty good job of providing mental health supports. Students are a little less certain that that is so. Not terribly, but lower, right? We're still talking in the 70s and 80s percent agreement. And then you can see the stair step with parents. When the children are younger, they feel like the supports are in place, and as children get older and different types of problems emerge, then those levels of agreement tend to drop off. So just a variety of reflections on what kinds of mental health issues we're talking about, aggressive and bullying and mean behavior. And these are not overwhelming, but these are themes coming out of the open comments. So these are spontaneous things that folks wanted to share. Wanting to know that your concerns are taken seriously, concerns that maybe counselors just are spread too thin to meet all of the needs. Students reporting that they have concerns about their friends, or maybe they have their own concerns. And I guess these are a little bit repeating each other, but some calls for some specialized counselors, like grief counselors. I also think across the board, just a sense of there needs to be more awareness of what's available, and a high level of comfort that it's okay to reach out and that you know who to talk to, those kinds of things. Okay, so I already mentioned sort of the... I'm sorry, this is a little bit different. So we also asked specifically, there was some concern about maybe risk of mistreatment by SROs, particularly for racial and ethnic minorities, or non-heterosexual students, or students with disabilities. And again, seeing pretty high levels of agreement that SROs treat all types of students well. The highest ratings coming from staff, then parents, and then students are sort of the most likely to have concerns about this. So it is what it is. Those are also still fairly high, but they're the most likely to kind of wonder if that might be a problem. We did ask what each of these groups know about the roles of SROs, and these are the things that they reported knowing. So ways that they help out on campus might be breaking up fights, getting to know students, helping in case of emergencies, etc. You'll see there that staff agreed with most of these roles. I think they're the most familiar with the role of the SRO. And this is what I was trying to describe without the visual, that it's the secondary staff that are most likely to agree that there should be SROs in schools. Okay. I'll just leave it there. And then you can also see in that gray bar how certain groups, particularly students and elementary staff and parents, who could have been any parent K to 12, are the most likely to be unsure. So the comments about SROs were somewhat nuanced. They were largely positive. So most of the comments were that they were friendly, outgoing, and nice, or that they had been helpful and they do a good job and they're important to keeping our campuses safe. But there were also comments that, I wish they would interact with us more. So not every student has had a positive experience, or might just feel a little bit intimidated by somebody in a uniform, that kind of thing. And then minorities of concerns or comments about maybe that there'd been a negative experience, or that they really actively need to reach out more and engage with students and staff. And then here's the slide regarding whether or not staff thought there should be an internal police department. There's no clear mandate. There could be many reasons for this, but the fact of the matter is there just is not one at this time. And so that's what that is. and this was, I already kind of covered this too. So I think in terms of the priorities that the task force had identified, those resonated with our survey respondents. You know, they either concurred or at least understood what they were getting at, but then they also offered up some of their own concerns. And for those, it was largely those physical concerns about safety on campus. You know, the portables out there, I don't know if doors are propped open, the traffic is crazy, you know, those kinds of things. And then again, that sort of it seems like the most powerful feeling that everyone shared was that it's the connections, it's the feeling like adults and students care about each other on campus that makes folks feel safe at school. And that is it. Well, am I just repeating myself here? Okay. I'll go ahead and say it. So secondary parents were the most likely to say that there's a need for additional mental health supports. Secondary staff most likely report SROs help them feel safe and that there should be SROs in schools. And that there were sort of varied perspective on SROs. Majority positive, but also I would say it's not just about whether you provide an SRO or not, but sort of the quality of the SRO program, right? You know, what are the expectations for relationship building, and how is that monitored? And I mean, I guess clear expectations are probably kind of say it all. So, were there any other questions for me? Yes, ma'am.
So I have a question. When you're comparing slide 18 and slide 16, there's an inverse relationship. When you're looking at the staff responses, there's an inverse relationship between the need for a police department and the need for an SRO. And so what I mean by that is elementary staff are much more likely to recommend a police department, whereas high school staff were much more likely to say that we needed SROs on campus. Was that inverse relationship analyzed or looked at all? Is there any hypotheses as to why that inverse relationship might be? I mean, it appears elementary staff don't feel that they need the SROs on campus as much, but they're more likely to say that we need a PD. I'm just trying to understand that inverse relationship.
Unfortunately, I can't speak to that because we didn't ask any follow-up questions about this decision, about why you would or would not support an internal PD. So I unfortunately I can't speak to it.
And since we only asked the PD question to staff, we're not able to look at that relationship between parents. Is that correct? I'm just clarifying.
That is correct.
Because we didn't ask that to parents or students.
That's correct.
Who formulated the questions?
It was done in collaboration, I would say largely led by the task force, and then they gave me the opportunity to take their ideas and refine them and bring them back for approval.
So they approved them before, all the
Yes.
questions were approved by the task force before the surveys were sent out?
Yes, that's correct.
I had a quick question. I know Round Rock ISD does surveys all throughout the year. I know we do a climate survey. There's various other ones. But in comparison to, say, the climate survey, what did the results look like as far as people participating compared to other surveys?
Well, this year we really aggressively marketed the parent climate survey, for example, and got probably the highest rates we've ever had since I've been here. But we also give that a month. We repeat the invite through lots of channels, everything from Twitter to email to it's on your campus website, all those things. And this was just a quick, fill it out if you have time quickly before school ends. So,
oh, that's right. It was at the end of the year.
Yes,
we were trying to get it
was
in.
Quite literally the last few days of the school year.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, board members, any other questions otherwise? Okay, sure.
I have a comment. I don't know what page it is, but where it talks about what makes you feel safe. So it is my recollection, and perhaps my recollection is not correct. Well, first of all, I think that we were supposed to show the percentages with each of those comments there, and it is my recollection that someone who cares about me was very high. I thought higher, because we also asked, there was also a specific question about the SRO. So those were two separate questions. Someone who cares about me is something separate from an SRO. And the someone who cares about me was higher, my recollection. And we were surprised about that. We were kind of surprised, but then it was like, well, that makes perfect sense, you know. And so I just want to be sure that. And again, it would be great if those percentages could be added to this, Dr. Malerba, for final updates for the community.
Ms. Moore is correct in terms of the level of agreement with what helps you feel safe at school. The teachers and adults who care about my student, those are in the 80 and 90% range.
These were all multiple choice questions, is that correct?
It was a select all that apply.
Okay.
So of the things you see here, check the ones that make you feel your student is safe at school. So that was the highest rated item of the choices available.
I'm sorry, what was that percent again?
It was 80% for parents, for example, and 90% for elementary staff, middle school staff, and 86% for high school staff.
Okay, any other questions right now? I guess you'll be here in case we think of something else, but otherwise we have 4 more presentations, is that right? So, and then you got your, Judge Aurora just showed up here, so, okay. All right, we'll go with that. I'll turn it back over to you,
Which one
Ms.
you
Moore.
want to open?
Yeah, the presentation.
This one.
Yes. And we should be right at where we're going to pick up essential components. Excuse me, I will.
No.
We're going to take the questions after the presentations. We're going to do the comments, public comments after the presentations. I stated.
President Chadwell, in their comments, are they allowed to ask questions?
No, normally they just make their statements. These are public comments like we normally do at our meetings, where they're free to say whatever they want, and then so.
So if they have questions, how can they get questions to?
They can make their question here, but we won't answer them. But they can. They're certainly.
They
free
can
to say
always
them.
email the board with any questions or comments.
Yeah.
Hold on one second. There's 2 slides that are missing. Do you do this? My first time. We needed to update 2 slides, so we've updated them, and I have updated presentations if we want to pass these around. I see that you have everything in front of you, but there's 2 slides you might want to see.
Can you tell us when you get to the 2 slides that you've updated so that we can follow along here and then just flip over? Thanks.
Okay. Just want to make a quick comment here. Welcome, while you're pulling that up, Ms. Harrison, is Representative Tellerico. Just if you raise your hand, thank you for being here. He's a state rep for the area. And I will say that I know he was real involved with a lot of the safety and security throughout this past legislative session. So thank you for being here and participating, or at least observing what we have going on here. Thank you. Still see a lot of people sitting over here. If there's any empty seats, you're still welcome while we get a chance. Go grab one empty seat if you'd like. A little more comfortable than.
I'm going to have to step out for a minute.
Break. Ms. Harrison, can we just go ahead with even the existing one, and if you'll just point out when we get there, that way, since we got kind of limited on time, or want to focus on our count for everybody's time here. So.
We're almost there. We're
Okay.
sorry. Judge Aurora. So by the time we get there, it'll be. It's like slide 73, so it'll be just fine. It's like 72 and 73. Okay. We're so sorry for the delay. We apologize. We have 73 slides. My name is Tiffany Harrison. I'm a marketing educator here at Round Rock High School, and I am a racial and educational equity advocate. And
Hi, I'm Dr. Monica Faulkner, and I am here. No, I'm a professor at the UT School of Social Work, and I was the former chair of the SHAC, so I've talked to you before.
And I just want to acknowledge my group members that I work so closely with, Kristen Stevens, Don Watson, and last but not least, Micah Moore, who was the only student representative on this task force, and I don't think she ever missed a meeting. So that's really impressive. She is away at PV right now in school, so we're really proud of her. So we are going to be looking over these essential components. And when we say essential components, we are talking about district responsibilities that we feel are necessary regardless of what happens with policing. We've been tasked to look at safety and security at a holistic level, and so we want to really focus on that. And so what we're going to break down today is educational and racial equity. And so when we say that, we want to make sure that we're documenting properly and resolving outcomes that adversely impact children of color, LGBTQIA plus students, and children with special needs, and that we work to address institutional racism. We also, when we're speaking of equity, want to make sure that every campus has what they need regardless of who attends, regardless of what side of the highway they're on, regardless of their socioeconomic status, et cetera. Remember, we are terming mental health behavioral health. It's more holistic, and we're looking to increase services to be provided to students and families. And what we want everyone to know is that mental health is not the absence of illness, but I'm going to let Dr. Faulkner talk about that more because she's brilliant, so she'll talk about that in just a little bit. We're also going to suggest some additional training, both for law enforcement and outside of law enforcement for staff as well. And then we're also going to talk about target hardening. So you heard a little bit about like the physical aspects of school safety, and we're going to dig deeper on that with some overall suggestions for what we think needs to happen no matter what. Community education, so making sure there's trust and transparency. I greatly appreciate it, and I see a lot of people here tonight that came out to the forums or that emailed feedback. And trust and transparency was a continual area of improvement for our district. So we feel that community education can really address that. And then lastly but not least, independent accountability and oversight. So making sure that we're establishing, maintaining
oversight, and that implementation includes community members and more. So we have a couple of core assumptions moving forward. This is a very emotional topic, right? School safety. We want to make sure that every student feels safe. And so we want to acknowledge that there are emotions tied to this. And we also want to acknowledge, because we're going to be talking about racial and educational equity, that we didn't create the inequities of the system. No one person created it. But we have the capacity to fix it. A core assumption is that we want to do best what's good. We want to do what is best for kids, and not just that, we want to do what is best for all kids. So some overarching principles that we'd like to see applied throughout. Safety and security measures need to be implemented across the district. So every campus should have what they need, not leaving any gaps. Any adopted option should be implemented with fidelity. So we heard people speak about their experience with Marjory Stoneman Douglas in terms of, there were some things that weren't implemented to fidelity, and in time of struggle and chaos, that ended up being fatal for students. So we want to make sure that any options are implemented with fidelity across the district. We want to see more trust and transparency throughout. We want to see and make sure that community members are involved and informed. And we'd really like to see, as a task force that's been working on this for over a year, that there's broken trust, and we want to see acknowledgement of that and repair of that. We would like to rely on evidence-based practices and not merely emotions. There's a lot of information out there. We've collected it. We've put it in files for you all. I'm glad that we're here tonight. I'm glad that we've worked on this for over a year, but I don't envy your charge as a board. It's a weighty charge, and we realize that. But hopefully we provided you with enough information and evidence-based practices that you can go from there. So Dr. Green came and did a 2-day summit with us back in June. And he gave this illustration that we want to carry throughout. He talked about his grandmother's pound cake. And he said, one day she made a pound cake and she forgot the sugar. And pound cake is his favorite thing. And so he ate this pound cake without the sugar. And as you could imagine, it was pretty disgusting. And so the thought was, well, what if we just take that sugar and we just sprinkle the sugar on top of the cake? Is that going to be appealing? Absolutely not. That's going to be disgusting. So what he said is, equity is like the sugar in the cake. It's got to be baked into the cake. And as such, if we forget to look at everything through a racial and educational equity lens, we can't just sprinkle those things on top. We've got to rebake that cake and make sure that that sugar is baked into the cake as an essential component. And so that's something that we're going to be challenging everyone to do. This is not just the board charge, this is everyone's charge, to make sure that as we're looking at the options that are being presented, and as we're looking at the essential components that are being presented, we are baking that cake with that equity sugar in it, and we're not just sprinkling here and there. So there are a couple of basic principles for equity literacy. There's actually 10, but we selected 4 that we felt were really important to look at. So the first is direct confrontation. So there's no path to equity that does not involve a direct confrontation with inequity. We're going to be looking at data today, and we're going to be looking at it several different ways. It might be uncomfortable because we're going to face some uncomfortable realities, and we want everyone to know that we can't skirt around it. We must go through it, and we must directly confront some of the problems that we're having, especially if we're considering layering on our own police department. The equity ideology principle. So equity is more than a list of practical strategies. It's not strategies. It's not a checklist. It's a lens that will apply to everything. The prioritization principle. So one question that we're going to bring back over and over again throughout our 73 slides is, how will the decisions we're making impact the most marginalized members of our community? We like to say that we're one family, but we're not one family if we're leaving kids behind. So we just need to make sure that we're considering, no matter what our decisions are, what our options are, we're looking through that equity lens and making sure that those decisions are good for the most marginalized members. The last one is that we want to fix injustice, not kids. So we're not focusing on fixing marginalized people, and I want us to get away from the language of minority and minoritized people and use marginalized people. We're not focusing on marginalized people and what they need to change. We're focusing on fixing the conditions that actually marginalize people. And people at this point might have questions of, how does this relate to safety and security? But we'll get there. All right? So as we're looking at this, the thing that we want to highlight is, how will this impact the most marginalized members of our community? You guys know I'm a classroom teacher, so I might ask for some participation along the way. Okay, so we believe that no matter what the options are, we got that cake reminder right there. We don't want that dry cake without any sugar. We don't want the sugar sprinkled on top. We want it baked throughout. So as we're rebaking the cake, and this is tied not only to discipline, we're going to talk about discipline today, but this is tied to achievement as well, because you see that inverse relationship of disproportional discipline for certain populations of our community, and then you see disproportionate achievement for certain populations of our community. And we're going to name that today and look at how that is affected through safety and security measures. But what we'd like to see is we'd like to see an increased staff capacity around racial and educational equity, and that includes restorative practices. The district has made a commitment to restorative practices, and that's excellent. But unless you address institutional racism, we are still equity sprinkling. So moving forward with safety and security, we need to figure out how we can address institutional racism and make sure that every student is safe. Implemented with fidelity and support across campuses, not a mere training, but support. And not merely restorative discipline, but that relationship building. We would like to acknowledge that the district has adopted Beyond Diversity for every principal, and that's excellent because that's going to help develop common language around race. All principals are attending. We'd like to see that made available to staff members and community members in the interest of trust and transparency. We'd like to see the Equity Task Force be used to a greater degree, including but not limited to policy and practice review. Right now, we are reviewing policies, I believe, with the policy innovation, I think, and what lens are we using to look through those, and these affect the safety and security of our students. Lastly, we want to talk about a little bit about culturally responsive teaching, and we want to talk about that emotional safety. And we want to understand how culturally, emotionally, and physically safe classrooms help to create and sustain independent learners, and this is brain science, build continued intellective capacity in learners, and also address the achievement debt. So we're not just talking about policing here, we're also talking about emotional safety and achievement. So we talk a lot about what makes schools safe in terms of SRO presence, and I know that's heavy on everyone's mind, but there are a couple things that make schools safe. And actually, okay, perfect. What you've heard over and over again is one of the things that almost everyone agreed on that survey for students was they wanted to be in a school environment where they had at least one adult they could depend on and one adult that made them feel safe and feel cared for. So when we're talking about school safety, what really makes schools safe are those positive school climates and relationships. So we need to expand the conversation outside of just policing. Emphasizing the importance of listening in schools. Are we hearing our students' concerns? Strong and caring stance against a code of silence. So making sure that students feel that if they see something, they may say something so that we're preventative and we're not merely intervening when something has happened. We would like to change the perception that of students and parents speaking up, and that is snitching. We've seen some examples of that recently, and we're really glad that parents and students found the will and the bravery to speak up in the interest of protecting all students. Finding ways to stop bullying. One thing that came out on that survey a lot was that there was a lot of bullying going on, and parents didn't necessarily feel like it was being handled well. That's something that came up time and time again at those community forums. And then empowering students by involving them in the planning, the creating, and sustaining a school culture of safety and respect, and being aware of physical environments and their effects on creating comfort zones. So we're going to talk a little bit about target hardening and how we create those physical environments and do small things that keep schools safe, regardless of the policing question. So a couple of other things, and this goes a long way for trust and transparency. Integrated systems models for decision making. So not just top-down decision making, but bringing stakeholders to the table to discuss what needs to be done to create positive school climates. This is a really big one, and this has been a point of contention for some members of our community. And we need to realize that increased police presence can negatively impact students with disabilities, LGBTQIA+ students, and Black and Hispanic student populations. And so with what we talked about, how can we reconcile our choices, and how will we move forward and make decisions that will be in the best interest of our most marginalized students as well? One thing that we've talked a lot about is making sure that the police are not present to enforce those administrative discipline or handbook rules. So you already saw SB 1707 earlier. It was in the opening slides, and it talked a lot about the role of SROs and what they can or cannot do. And then We would like to see the addressing of the school to prison pipeline, and we'll define that a little bit more here in just a minute. We need to be honest about where this is already happening in Round Rock ISD, and we need to be working proactively with community organizations, community members, and the Equity Task Force to not only be honest that it's a reality, a present reality, but also address it. So I just want to take this back, and I want to remind us of this. What is our lens and ideological commitment to racial and educational equity? And how will this impact the most marginalized members of our community? We're going to dig into some definitions, into some data. And so I just ask that we have the courage to look at this honestly. So you may hear us talk about disproportionality, and that has been a concern for our task force, and that has been a concern for some of the marginalized members of our community. And this slide is actually directly from the Department of Research and Evaluation for Round Rock ISD. So they came and did a great presentation for us on February 11th. And so you'll see a mix of some of their slides, and you'll also see some of their slides reinterpreted. But basically, disproportionality is when one subgroup of students show dissimilar rates of discipline outcomes than a comparison group. So for instance, right here, you see that 23% of black students received at least one discipline referral 2017-2018, while 3% of Asian students did. And you may say, well, does that mean that black students misbehave more? We're going to talk about that as well. So some other things that you need to understand, we're going to talk about exclusionary discipline. So exclusionary discipline is when a student is removed from the learning environment, and of course it's a source of educational disadvantage because they're out of the classroom environment, right? So that includes in-school suspension, where they're still on campus, but they may be in a location other than their classroom. Out-of-school suspension, where they're suspended off campus. Disciplinary alternative education programs, that's DAEP. And then also juvenile justice alternative education programs, JJAEP. We're going to talk about those top three, and we're going to look at some data for that. So when we're talking about exclusionary discipline, like I said, it happens when we remove students from their learning environment. And the reason why it's problematic, and you'll see here why this is tied to achievement, decreased achievement. If you're not in class, you're not able to learn. Decreased sense of belonging, so you're marked as a troublemaker. Increased likelihood of future referrals, so once you have already been referred, you'll continue to be referred. Increased likelihood of dropout, which thankfully we don't have a whole lot of those in Round Rock ISD. At a school level, this is an important conversation because it lowers school-wide achievement, and we've seen that happen across the district, so that's part of the conversation we'd like to have today. And school-wide climate becomes less conducive to learning. So there are three reasons, there are more, but there are three key reasons why we might believe that disproportionality exists. The first is differential behavior. And that means that we're saying that subgroups of students interact with schools in different ways. So they behave differently, or I would just put it in really colloquial language, saying that some subgroups are worse than other subgroups. So that might be one explanation for disproportionality. The second explanation might be differential selection, meaning that some subgroups get selected more because their non-normative behavior is very obvious, and they're referred more. And then the last one's differential processing, so different punishments by administrators for the same offenses. So we want to let you know that the research says that differential behavior is not why disproportionality exists. So when we look at these numbers, it's not because these subpopulations and these subgroups of students have any worse behavior than other subgroups. What we're seeing is institutional racism at play, and we must address this when we're making decisions that will impact all students, especially our marginalized students. So I just wanted to explain the school to prison pipeline so that we could all be on the same page. It begins with a lack of support and evidence-based methods. So throughout our presentation, we're going to go to evidence-based methods. Remember, this is emotional. There's a lot of emotions behind it, but there's research that shows what works and what doesn't work. The school to prison pipeline also starts with exclusionary discipline and the criminalization of children with police and school to court contact. Even while we were serving on the task force, there were a couple of things that came up where children were being criminalized for small offenses that they should not have been criminalized for. And when you start that, that's something that starts in school and it ends in the criminal justice system. And it may seem like we're inflating the importance of this, but this data can be tracked over time throughout our district and districts across the country. So some of those short-term consequences we already talked about. Obviously, if you're experiencing exclusionary discipline, you're going to be out of the classroom. You're out of the classroom, you can't learn, right? And then it becomes a pattern of harmful discipline. There becomes some disengagement. Educators then, and I'm an educator, so I could say this, sometimes you have a kid that you just might not mix with, and it might be easier to go ahead and exclude them than it is to build that relationship and work with them. So we might start looking at exclusionary discipline as a quick fix in order to just get on with the rest of what we need to do with our other students. This also starts that harmful labeling, like that at-risk labeling that really harms students. So what the end of this looks like is grade retention, so students having to repeat grades. It also looks like students dropping out in contact with the justice system. Obviously, we've seen this in poor academic outcomes and other collateral consequences. So this information is from Texas Appleseed. They have some great resources on what this looks like. We want to take a minute and just look at the district demographics so that you can see, because we're going to look at some data over time, and we need to know what we're working with and like what the population is in our district. We're going to look all the way back from 2010, 2011 to 2017, 2018. One thing that people should realize, you may say, well, this is old data, but data lags a year or two. So this is actually pretty current information that we were able to get, and we're grateful for. All right, so we'll bring these numbers back in so that you can look at them comparatively. Here's where I become a teacher. I want everybody to look at this, and let's just take about 30 seconds to look at this. And I'd be so curious to know how we're interpreting these numbers and what they're saying. Because data tells a story, but it also depends on the storyteller. So let's just take a quick minute to look at this. Now, this is the percentage of students with an in-school suspension from 2011 to 2018, from the 2010 to 2011 school year to the 2017-2018 school year. You can play along or I can answer for you, but what does this look like? What is this telling us? What information is this telling us? Yeah, sure.
Okay, let me provide my observations. On a positive note, I see a slant downward for all groups, which means that there's fewer in-school suspensions for all groups. That's a good thing. On a negative note, there is a consistent difference where certain groups do have higher rates than others.
Right.
And also on a negative note, those gaps persist from year to year.
Absolutely. Thank you, Trustee Math. That would be an A. When we were looking at this as a task force, first of all, I'd like to acknowledge that it took us quite a long time to be able to get this. And what I want you to know is these percentages, and I'll tell you, I don't have a PhD in research and evaluation, but I do have an MBA in finance, so I could do a little bit with numbers. So what I'm going to tell you is that this is percentage of a subgroup. So if we look at the top line and just take African Americans, for instance, in 2010, 2011, 15.6% of African American students received in-school suspension. All right, so that's not percentage of the whole, that's percentage of their population. All right, and of course we do see a decrease. It goes down to 9.4%. So when we're looking at this, it looks good because we're decreasing our numbers. And there's a lot that can go into data, so I'm not going to pretend that I know it all. But one thing I will say is I know over time some of our largest high schools stopped doing in-school suspension, so those numbers should absolutely drop. But what you do see is that black students stay on top, right? So black students have the highest levels of in-school suspensions, followed closely by special education students, and the colors on this are a little skewed on the screen, so I'll try to help you out. Followed closely by special education students, and then by students who are experiencing economic disadvantage. Now, one other thing about this graph is the interaction. So there's intersection here. You could be special education, and we know that typically black and Hispanic students are overrepresented or majorly represented in special education. So this graph doesn't necessarily tell us the interaction of these numbers. This is also the information that we received as a task force. And it said, although the number of students in ISS has decreased, the demographics of the group have become somewhat more black, male, special education, and economically disadvantaged. So even when we look at this, it has this number on the right and the numbers going down. So we decreased by 1,600 students roughly, and that's excellent, right? But what we're seeing is the percentage, and this is percentage of the whole. You don't see that anywhere on this slide, but we're going to tell you this is percentage of the whole. So if we're looking at the 2017-2018 column, in 2017-2018, 22% of all of the in-school suspensions were Black and African American. Does anybody remember from that first slide what percentage Black African American students we had in 2017-2018?
9.
Roughly 9. So that means Black and African American students were doubly represented in school suspension. All right? We see males overrepresented. We also see special education students overrepresented. And we also see economically disadvantaged students overrepresented. What we aren't able to see is the interaction. We don't know of that economic disadvantage, and we don't know of that special education. How many of these students are what race, what gender, et cetera. So we wanted to look at this in a different way because, like we said, data tells a story, and we want to be honest about the story that it's telling. Black, special education, economically disadvantaged students are each more than doubly represented in ISS. So you see those same numbers on the left. We didn't pull any additional data. We just represented it in a way that we felt showed more of the impact of what's happening to our students with disproportionate discipline. And you could see that each of these categories, Black, students receiving special education services, and economically disadvantaged students, are experiencing more than double the percentage of in-school suspension. All right? These are very different pictures. This is very different than this and then this, right? Even when you look at here, our focus is on the overall decrease. So we're excited that there's been overall decrease, but we're still disproportionately harming certain subgroups of our student population. And that's a problem, and there needs to be accountability for that. From 2010 to 2011, we didn't see a drop. We actually saw a 3% increase. So here's some other figures. This is rate, all right? So this is the likelihood that a student will receive in-school suspension. Using white students as the base, Hispanic students are 1.38 times more likely to receive in-school suspension, and Black students are 2.76 times more likely to receive in-school suspension. I want to remind you of this. Differential behavior is not the problem. It's not that these students are any worse than any other subgroup of students. It's that differential selection and differential processing. All right, so here we go. We'll move through the rest of the data pretty quickly, but we want to look at it a couple different ways. So here we see again the population and the enrollment rate versus the in-school suspension rate. And when viewed this way, we can see that it paints a much more grave picture than what we've been saying publicly. If we're one family and we believe that all students can learn, we shouldn't be okay with these numbers. And that is part of the overall safety and security picture. And that is what we want to know as you're going to go through and you're being tasked as a board, how you're going to approach this. Oh, this isn't, these slides have been edited. Did you download the? This is what was in the drive. I have the most recent thing in the drive. Okay, perfect. We're going to pause and take a breathing break real quick. Okay, I don't know why that would happen. All right. Okay, so we just looked at in-school suspension. We want to pause and ask, what is our lens and ideological commitment to racial and educational equity? How will the decisions that we're making impact the most marginalized members of our community? Knowing that that's what we're looking at with in-school suspension. Same story, out-of-school suspension. We have this graph. Doesn't really show interaction. Shows that Black students and special education students are receiving out-of-school suspensions. We can go through this. This is what the district gave us that focused on it decreasing instead of it becoming somewhat more African American special education, economically disadvantaged. This is the reality. It became more African American, more special education, more economically disadvantaged. A 5% increase for black students, 6% for special education students, 4% for economically disadvantaged students, and you see that double or even more representation here. Triple for black students. So remember, out-of-school suspension is when students are removed from the classroom and they're no longer at school. All right, these are out-of-school suspension rates. So Hispanic students are 2 times more likely than white students to receive out-of-school suspension, and black students are 4.5 times more likely to receive out-of-school suspension. Sobering. Enrollment versus out-of-school suspension. Double, triple in some places. What is our lens and ideological commitment to racial and educational equity? How will this impact the most marginalized members of our community? DAEP. So DAEP, if you don't know, is the ROC. Right? ROC students can be sent to the ROC, the Round Rock Opportunity Center, for mandatory things. So there are certain things in our handbook that they must be sent for the ROC to the ROC for. And then there's also discretionary, where an administrator makes that decision. So right now we're talking about not mandatory discretion. This is both, I think. Same thing, this is the slide that the district gave us, with the focus being on the decrease overall in numbers. And what we want everyone to see is the increase in percentage for certain student groups. Double, nearly triple representation. So instead of becoming somewhat, it became more African American and more economically disadvantaged. All right, Hispanic students are 1.7 times more likely than white students, and 3.9. Black students are 3.9 times more likely. Enrollment rates versus disciplinary alternative education program. What is our lens and ideological commitment to racial and educational equity? How will the decisions we make moving forward impact the most marginalized members of our community? So we're going to talk a little bit about discretionary discipline. So discretionary discipline is subjective, meaning that it's not in the handbook that it's required that students are sent to the ROC. It's the choice of an administrator or the recommendation of an educator. So these are judgment calls. And I spent some time talking to Dr. Osman today, and probably the last couple of days, he's probably frustrated with me calling him all the time to make sure that this data was right and that I was on the right track. But one conversation we had is that even mandatory discipline sometimes is subjective, right? Like, mostly it's mandatory because it's laid forth in the handbook what students will go for, like bringing a knife to school, bringing a gun to school, things like that. But sometimes even mandatory placements have a little subjectivity to them, and discretionary placements are all subjective. So this is our discretionary DAEP placements, and this shows from 2009 to 2018. The scale is small, so we don't necessarily, unless you've got a fast math mind, we don't necessarily know how to interpret this. We're going to break it down a little bit more. And from 2009 to 2018, students with discretionary discipline placements, and this was the graph that we were given, so this is why we picked out African American and all students, because this is what we were provided. Black students were 2.7 times more likely than all students to receive a discretionary discipline placement. And in 2018, black students were 4 times more likely than all students to receive a discretionary discipline placement. You already know. What is our lens and ideological commitment to racial and educational equity? How will this impact the most marginalized members of our community? These are arrest and detainment. So this was the information that we were given, and I do want you to take a couple seconds to take this in as well. Any thoughts or feedback? So here, for once, we see population really highlighted, but we cannot see the actual percentage of students who are arrested and detained. And again, I just want to point out two things. Number one, we did not create a public education system that's inequitable, but it's our job to address it where it is, and it's our job to tell the truth, and it's our job to be transparent about what's really happening. This is confusing. And as a task force, we felt like this was confusing. So this is really what's going on in that slide. So that's the top one. Race and ethnicity of students who were arrested or detained in 2017-2018. We see overrepresentation in Hispanic and Black students. Economic disadvantaged status of students arrested or detained in 2017-2018. We obviously see that economically disadvantaged students are overrepresented. And of course, there may be other factors in their lives that are impacting this as well. Special education students, same kind of thing. For once, we see population really highlighted. But when we break it down again, it tells a different story. Special education students nearly triply represented in terms of arrest and detainment. So I didn't put the slide back in there, but you know what the question is. And you know that as we move forward, these are things that we're going to have to consider, and these are ouch. They don't feel good. They don't look good. But one thing that I love, I'm a product of Round Rock ISD, and one thing that I believe when I come to work here every day is that Round Rock ISD is special, and we have the capacity to address these things and to provide safety, not just for the majority of our students, but for all of our students, including the most marginalized. I wanted to give a quick picture, and I know, don't get mad, I know were draft board goals. I know that. They weren't draft board goals.
These are the board goals from last
year, right.
So they're not draft at all. These are what was adopted by the previous board.
Perfect. Well, let's use these just as an illustration.
These are the outcomes over the year.
Right.
So this is not draft in any way.
Okay, perfect. Thank you for that correction. That makes it, what I'm about to say, even a little bit scarier. I'm sorry. All right, so we want to look at the relationship between this, because this was last year, so this is real. And what we want to point out was this was pre-kindergarten students who were kindergarten ready by the end of the year. And as we can see, when we look at actual performance, they're pretty even, right? We're pretty close. And a vast majority of student groups being fairly ready for kindergarten. So that's great. We're doing a really good job. But then I want to look at this. What is the correlation, or what might be the correlation between where we are with pre-kindergarten and kindergarten readiness and where we then are just a few years later in third grade in terms of reading on grade level? We start to see these huge gaps. And I don't want anybody to feel like we're blaming anyone. We're talking about safety and security, and I know y'all are like, when are we going to get to the security part? But this is part of safety, is educating all of our students well. And we start to see these gaps show up in just a matter of 3 years. This slide, obviously, is our discipline slides, what we just went over. And we see that some of these same populations that have these gaps are disproportionately represented in discipline. So I think if we're talking about safety and security, we're talking about emotional and educational safety of our students, and as we're talking about layering on the possibility of having our own police department, we need to really soberly consider what we're going to do to address these issues. And that's really, we moved away from the language of non-negotiable, but that's really an essential component of this decision that you're making. This was a quote that we thought was really good. It says, "Too often, school disciplinary practices introduce discrimination through discretion, suffering from bias in the identification of troubling behaviors and the evaluation of how to handle them. Those who claim that addressing racial disparities in arrests, expulsions, and suspension harms school culture should ask themselves why equity seems to present such a threat, and to whom or what that threat is directed." That's from school discipline without racial equity is discrimination. Tough conversation we just had, but exciting to know that we have the capacity to fix it, and exciting to know that no matter what decisions made by this board, that we're going to look at how the most marginalized students are impacted. You're going to get a quick break from me, and you're going to hear from Dr. Faulkner about behavioral health options.
Do you want to let them ask questions?
Do you have any questions about that part? We're not done. We're going to come back for essential components, but did you have any questions before we move forward from that?
Carry on right now, and we'll come back if we have questions. Is that all right?
Perfect.
All right, good evening. So another essential component that was discussed throughout this process was mental health, behavioral health, and the issues around that. So, go ahead. So there's definitely a need for behavioral health services. I know the counseling department spoke to y'all, and this is their information. 3 students per day have a suicidal outcry. 6 students per day have a mental health concerns that necessitate parent involvement. And then we know as a community that we've had multiple deaths by suicide of students in our district. We also saw that in the survey, and you heard this already, the number one thing that parents noted that made them feel safe, and it rose to the top above everything else, was that somebody cares about their student. So it wasn't necessarily a police presence, it was a relationship that really made them feel like their child was safe. And we also heard that at the different town hall meetings. So across the state, there are a lot of districts looking at this, trying to do innovative things. This is just kind of a sampling of what the task force picked up from different districts. Some districts are trying to implement crisis teams. One district is freeing up counselors from testing by hiring testing aides. Some districts are using the local mental health resources to bring into schools, and then others are, like AISD, are using campus-based mental health services. One critical part that we really want to emphasize is that although it was expressed throughout the town halls, it was expressed in comments on surveys, that people were talking about mental health when we were asking about safety and security. So we want to make sure that one of the essential components that you guys carry forward is that in order to encourage individuals to seek help and destigmatize mental health illness, there is a need to ensure that behavioral health services are available, but that they're not viewed as part of any law enforcement agency or as a substitute for law enforcement services. We're talking about 2 different things here. We want to make sure kids get help, and we want to make sure that they can access that help without them feeling like they're getting in trouble for doing so. And then in terms of definitions, there's a lot of discussion about mental health. And so I really want to emphasize that when we're talking about mental health, we're talking about the psychological, social, and emotional well-being of an individual. Mental illness is what refers to health conditions that involve changes in emotion, thinking, or behavior that cause distress or problems functioning. So when you think about physical health and physical wellness, it's more than just the absence of disease. And that is the same with mental health. It's more than just the absence of mental illness. So we have to think about it more broadly as a community than we have been. And then in terms of mental health and behavioral health, we started to use the term behavioral health so that we can make sure we're being inclusive of both mental health and substance use treatment services. We felt like we were really talking about a broader issue than just mental health. And then finally, a lot of the comments that were raised about mental health addressed public safety. And these things are often confused in the media. So media often associates mental illness with violence, particularly gun violence. However, individuals with mental illness are no more likely to commit a violent act than those without mental illness. In fact, individuals with mental illness are more likely to be victims of violence than their peers. So again, going back to the need to destigmatize mental illness and allow people to seek services, we want to make sure that we're talking about it in a way that will encourage people to get help. And then finally, because I know I've spoken to you guys before on behalf of the SHAC, I put together a chart because I know some of the questions that were raised were about the different mental health professions and who's doing what.
So this is in your handout. I don't think I need to go through it all, but I did go through every licensing board to make sure that I had the correct scope of practice. So right now in our schools, we have school counselors. I think we have 2.5 social workers. That's it. So we only have that scope of practice with mental health where we're asking people who are also advising students, who our community in that survey said repeatedly that counselors don't have time for other obligations. We're relying on them for the sole mental health of our district. So what we really need to move to is more of a tiered service delivery model where we have universal services for all students. That includes things like trainings for staff, awareness campaigns, SEL, which we have a great SEL coordinator, but we have one for the whole district. Targeted services, we want to make sure that there's early screening and referral, and that there are group interventions and case management. And by case management, what I mean, and this is very much a social work term, is if we have a student who is repeatedly getting in trouble for something or is repeatedly having problems, that's something that could be passed off to a social worker to contact the parents and say, hey, what do you need? How can we help you? How can we help you get this student to school? Counselors whose focus is on academic advising are not necessarily going to have that capacity. It's not that they can't do it, it's just that they're not superhuman, right? So they need some help. And then we need specialized services. And most districts, what we're looking at here is people talking about crisis, and that includes therapists for individual counseling, collaboration with community service providers, and crisis intervention. But ideally, that population served by those specialized services should be small because everything else should be helping get everybody on level and get what they need. So here's where we are with Round Rock right now. With specialized services, so again, these are for the most intense populations. We do have the 2 mental health centers, which thank you so much that those are going in and going to be established, and contracts with 2 therapists. But we have 50,000 plus kids and 2 therapists. So we need 1 mental health center per learning community. With collaboration with community agencies, right now it's done by counselors. We need school social workers. That's part of the scope of practice for a social worker, is not just that individual level work and that group work, but also that community work. So going out to the community and saying, hey, what resources do you have over here? Can you get them into my school? And can we work together to help? And then in terms of crisis intervention, there's a need for mobile mental health units for each learning community. Comprised of dedicated crisis counselor, law enforcement personnel, administrator, and a nurse. And we need that to be consistently implemented across the district. With targeted services, we need early screening, referral, intervention. Right now it's being done again by the counselors. We need a social worker on each campus. We also need group interventions. So if you have a group of students who, I know at my daughter's school, there was just a loss where a student passed away. That's where you can get a group of students together. A social worker can very easily do group counseling. And grief counseling is not something that you just do once. It's an ongoing process where those students need support for the rest of the year or even longer. And then in terms of case management, we could also use 1 social worker per campus to make those connections with family. If you have a family that is in need of resources that can help their student attend class, that social worker can help make that happen. And then finally, with universal services, there was a lot of discussion in the task force and then in the town halls about the inconsistent delivery and tracking of training. I would ask each of you to ask the question, what trainings do our teachers get? How many have this and how many have that? You get different answers. So we need some consistency across trainings. We're not asking teachers to take on more trainings, but I think that there are a lot of teachers who, if there were incentives to do a mental health first aid training, that they would do that. And what that is more intense training to figure out how do you deal with the student who is presenting to you with suicidal ideation, or who's cutting, or who's having just any sort of crisis. To date, I know that our counselors have taken mental health first aid, but that's also part of their background and training as a counselor. We need teachers to have those tools too. The Undoing Racism training, Beyond Diversity, which is already being implemented, were also brought up as trainings. And then trauma-informed classrooms. This is an idea that is really spreading nationwide. People are talking about trauma-informed classrooms. We have little pockets in the district of counselors who have taken the initiative to do things like TBRI, which is trust-based relational intervention, and take that training and learn how to work with a student who's presenting trauma symptoms. And it's a lot more than we would think. And a lot of those behaviors that are likely causing that disproportionality are really rooted in trauma. So we also need awareness with counselors, student groups, and we need more of the SEL resources. We need at least one for each learning community to provide trainings and support for those communities. So a couple of options for enhancing services that the task force discussed. The first was, if we're going to invest in a police department, embed new social services department within a shared department. So we want to keep these separate, but place them in a way where we're showing the community, yes, you've been heard. We understand the need for law enforcement, but we also are going to address this mental and behavioral health component. And it might discourage help seeking, but it also, the pro of it would be combining it. And so I put some rough estimates up here. These are just really rough for a social worker, salary and fringe per school. Another option would be for Round Rock to hire its own social workers, ideally one per school. If it were phased in, I would suggest really targeting those schools where you see the highest need. Round Rock could develop its own practice model for those social workers, but a con to that is it's tough to develop a whole department and hire staff. And then finally, the third option, contracting with communities and schools of Central Texas. They cover Williamson County. They're slowly moving into Pflugerville ISD, or hoping to. I did talk with them and asked them why they weren't in Round Rock, and they said, "Do you want us?" And I said, "Well, I do, but I'm one person." So, but the idea would be with communities and schools, there's an evidence-based model, and that model is providing case management to youth on campus to get them what they need. The supervision is done by communities and schools, so it would be a district contract with them. And in terms of the evidence that that model is successful, 96% of the students who are in the case management services, so these are students who would be classified as at risk, graduate or are promoted to the next grade level. So you can't really beat that. The con would be we wouldn't necessarily have control over the practice model, but it's evidence-based. And their kind of price range for contracting is about $100,000 per school. That includes a social worker, supervision, model, professional development. And then likely you would need a position to be a district-wide liaison. I think that's it. Okay, so I'm going to pass it back for the rest of the essential components.
We're almost done. So, some of the ways that we can physically provide safety, and we think that this is something that needs to be done no matter which of the options you guys go with. Target hardening. So target hardening are ways that you can make schools safer with some of the procedures. And we'd like to acknowledge that some of these are already being handled by the 2018 bond, and some of these are already underway, which we think are great. But we just wanted to hammer home a couple things. We'd like to see redundant two-way communication systems in every classroom and assembly area, including those portables We heard a lot that portables were a concern for parents, and that wasn't originally on our radar as a safety and security task force. So for community members, we just wanted to let you know as a task force, we have no governing authority. We're not a governing body, but we did hear you, and we are trying to put your greatest desires forward in this process. Repeaters for cell phone reception within school buildings. A lot of our school buildings are cinder block. That's just like a material that we use a lot. And so sometimes you cannot have cell service. And while as a teacher, I appreciate that sometimes, especially as of high schoolers, it can prevent students being able to reach out when there's a problem. So that is also a problem. And that's a suggestion for target hardening. All hallways and exterior areas having speakers tied to the intercom, blinds that can be pulled over glass doors, and threat assessment teams. In addition to some of these, and actually, yes, these are just like everyday things. Some of these require some retrofitting, but a lot of target hardening is that every day, such as clear signs directing visitors to entry points. And we want to go back to what we said were some of the overarching principles, and that's what that is that every school has what they need, knowing that every school is different. For instance, I teach here at Round Rock High School. We're like over 1 million square feet. We're spread out through different buildings. And so what we need in terms of target hardening might be different than what a self-contained one building school might need, but these are important things to consider. Written access policy that is distributed. One of the biggest parts of target hardening, Lisa, what's the technical term for this? Social engineering. Lisa talks about this a lot. Like, you come into a school, you volunteer in a school as a parent, so you're very familiar, so you think you're just going to run in. Well, as educators and staff members, we should question that, even if we know the parents. Just because that's social engineering, we need to make sure that we're training our community to follow those protocols and those access policies, because that protects our children. Having maps. Having staff members trained to challenge and report anyone on campus that's not wearing a badge or wearing the appropriate lanyard or whatever our safety procedures are. All students and staff wearing badges, that's a really easy area of target hardening that we can enforce and implement with fidelity. And then consequences for not following policies related to safety and security. One thing that was really impactful that I heard from a community meeting was a parent who I believe actually had ties to Stoneman Douglas saying that they happened to be in the school during a lockdown drill, and it was really triggering and traumatizing for that parent because it didn't seem like some of the teachers or the students were taking it really seriously, and they knew the trauma and the impact of that kind of tragedy. So a lot of these things we have in place, but where's the accountability for what we already have in place in terms of target hardening? Community education, we feel, will go a really long way to address the trust and transparency issue that we've heard and seen over and over again. So recommending community engagement on law enforcement in schools and safety and security. So when we're having these conversations about an ISD police department or municipalities coming in, what we fail to address sometimes, and what is reflected in the racial and educational equity, is it's not on the police all the time. It's not saying, well, the police are creating these disproportionalities. I understand that's what it sounds like, and I don't want our police officers to think that. A lot of times it's on us as educators recommending students for discipline or calling in the police at times where we should be handling the discipline, and we need the training, both teachers and administrators, around when you pull in law enforcement, what those liabilities are around criminal behavior and the laws in schools. So educating educators so that we know what that looks like and what that relationship should look like, so we're not asking police officers to enforce things that it's our job to enforce. Communication, transparent updates with communities. One thing I'm learning, I had a conversation with somebody I greatly respect in the district, and they said, sometimes I get frustrated because we're doing a lot more around those mental health centers than people know, but I'm almost afraid to tell people what all we're doing because people get mad no matter what we do. And so it's kind of like a tug of war, I think, from district and the community of like holding on to information, but people in the community wanting information, and then that trust. So we feel that if there's more consistent communication and transparent updates, even around hard things, that eventually we'll be able to repair some of those fractures that exist. We'd like to definitely see an oversight committee, and independent accountability. There are some options that you'll hear tonight that may make this difficult, but we believe this is important no matter what. So we'd like to see our committee made up of 2 community appointments per trustee. Obviously, this is just an option, but at least one parent and one student from each learning community and 4 at-large community members. We have community members that don't have children, but they have a vested interest in the success of our district, and we want them to be represented as well. The chief of police, should we move forward with a district police department, or safety and security, should we not? One district admin whose role should encompass discipline or equity, diversity, and inclusion. Someone from legal counsel, a licensed social worker, and a special education representative. So we'd like to see this committee formed, and we'd like to see some oversight. This is just a suggestion, so this is options. We'd like to see them meet quarterly or more often as needed. We'd like to see a rigorous application process. We'd like to see developed in public bylaws. We'd like a written annual report to the Board of Trustees by the last day of each school year, a 2-year term of appointment. It's really important to us to have that third-party audit so that we have some outside accountability and just overall some ongoing accountability. Like we said, this is just an option. So this is what was added if you had already pre-printed. This is one of our hidden slides, and we brought it back out because we believe this is important. So some additional training that we would like to see happen no matter what our option that we go with. The Mental Health Peace Officer Certification through TCOL. It's a required 40-hour course, and it looks to inform and educate the officer in areas of mental health and issues pertaining to serving as a mental health officer, to include advanced crisis intervention training. This was already echoed in the behavioral health presentation, but mental health first aid training. And this is really for public. So this is to help communities understand mental illness. It's to help communities understand intervention and save lives. We focus a lot on intervention, but like we said, we want to turn our focus to prevention. And with this specific version, and there's expanded information on this in some of the files that we have shared with you, it teaches neighbors, teachers, parents, peers, and caring citizens how to help a child or teen who's experiencing mental health or substance use problem and is in crisis. This is important because we need to bridge those gaps and engage stakeholders. CERT, so Community Emergency Response Team courses, and this is training that administrators and staff can rely on during disaster situations. So this is provided by FEMA. We'd like to see this no matter what, and that's at a staff development or administration level. And then there's a great one called Preventing Violence in Education, a guide for faculty, staff, and administrators, and that's at TEACS at Texas A&M. It works through disruptive student management, and it's about the prevention of violence through early detection and reporting of suspicious behavior. So it helps us as educators, school administrators, staff members to identify those unusual behavioral patterns that kind of give us the feel that there's potential violence. And it helps us know the best course of action for diffusing that threat. We need to talk a lot more about threat assessment no matter what safety and security options we go through. Yeah. So additional things for the board to consider. These are things that came up over and over again. There was a lot of lack of trust that was expressed at the forums, and a feeling that the district might be more concerned with PR than the actual safety and security of students. And I'm just repeating some of the themes, so don't fire me. Concerns about police handling administrative discipline, and we've heard over and over again that the lack of transparency is alarming. While some of these things were repeated themes, we wouldn't be serving and spending so much of our personal time on this task force if we didn't believe that these things can be addressed and fixed. And we hope that no matter what your recommendation or what your selected option is, you've considered these concerns of the community. We have some references for you, and we will now take any questions you have.
I got a thanks. I'm going to say thank you both. I want to just make a quick comment. I know there's some questions here, but with that, I'll just say I'd like to take a break after this. We're about halfway through the slides, and go ahead and take the Q&A. But thank you for the presentation. Trust and transparency was reiterated. And one quick question I had was discretionary. You mentioned that several times on slides 26, 28, 30, 75, whatever. That all starts with the teacher.
Right.
Essentially. Okay.
Teacher and administrators.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Absolutely.
Anybody else?
So I have a question regarding communities and schools, and your recommendation was 1 per school. We have some campuses that have under 400 students, and Round Rock has almost 4,000 students. And so would you recommend, like, is it more of a ratio that we're looking at rather than, and when we're talking about, so even if we just put one at all of our campuses, that's about $6 million. So if we put like multiple at larger campuses, you could be looking at upwards of $10 million for a communities and schools contract. So that roughly amounts to about a 1 cent tax increase on the M&O property tax. So basically we get about $10 million of revenue for every, it depends on where but we get about $10 million of revenue for if we are golden pennies, which is what we have next in line. We still have more golden pennies. So we would have to raise that revenue. So any thoughts on that as we look to maximizing putting communities and schools in our greatest need campuses?
I think you could start with the schools that are at the greatest needs, see how it's working, and evaluate. I think that's one theme that, well, maybe not a theme. It was a thought that I had throughout the process, is that there has to be, with whatever we do, evaluation in it so you can come back and see what's actually happening. So that would be my recommendation, is to start in the schools with the greatest need. And yes, at the larger schools, you might need one or two. The benefit is if you have a licensed social worker in your school, I can give you a student also, 1, 2, or 3. So you also get interns with that. And so that helps with that type of ratio. So you could have one supervisor, social worker supervising multiple interns.
So do we have any, Dr. Flores, do we have any social workers at any of our campuses?
We have, I believe, it was mentioned 2.5.
2.5, and they're all in the teen
district.
parent services. Yeah.
Okay, so we have 2.5 social workers devoted to teen parent services. Is that out of like Success High School or no?
I mean,
Just
it's all
district-wide?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
I was just going to thank you all for all this information. It really is fascinating to see and to dive into, especially. And I think you are both right. It's if we don't address behavioral health and we don't address the racial inequities that we see, we're not going to move the ball as far forward as we need to. So I really do appreciate us really considering that as part of the whole security picture. I guess if just a couple requests of staff as we look at this moving forward. If we could get some of those raw numbers around the data. I know on one of the slides it actually did have like the actual student count. That would just be helpful, I think, as we look at this moving forward, just to help dig in the data a little bit more. And then also, I know we're still a couple months away from the starting budget, but some of the suggestions brought up regarding the mental health, get some more hard numbers around those moving forward. When we get to that conversation, be good as well. And then just one more question, because I understand on a lot of the comments around trust, transparency. We want to address that. Do y'all have any data y'all looked at to help us whenever we're trying to do some self-reflection of what we can do that we could address? I didn't know if there was any data you looked at or if that was all just anecdotal. I just want to make sure we're addressing any concerns that exist.
Go ahead. No, if you want me to.
I think there's quantitative data, so that comes from surveys and such, which we did, and that was a theme. But then there's also qualitative, and that's what people are expressing. So you had many people express that at a community forum, and you see a lot of that. So we need to take that as valid, especially when we're looking at equity. We need to take that feedback as valid. And I think that moving forward, and this maybe is anecdotal, is finding the balance of the information that we share freely. I mean, I think I hopefully gave you an example of, I don't think anybody has ill intentions, and I think that's what happens when we're making decisions without all stakeholders at the table. The way that data was represented was to benefit the district. And there are always great things going on here because we're Round Rock ISD. But it didn't share the true hurt and pain of what's going on around some of our marginalized communities. So I think that that's really the key here. I think you have the feedback and the data that you need, because I know that we got lots of emails to the safety and security email, and that's unfiltered. It came straight to us, and I was really grateful for that. That was a continued theme. And I think sometimes we look at it as we want raw numbers, and you got lots of qualitative data around that. But thank you for that.
Did we see those? Did we see those? I don't know.
I think those automatically went to your email as
Not-
well.
not
No,
all
they
of
don't.
us.
Oh, they don't?
No,
Okay.
so we've never seen those.
Well, there's a lot. So I think that would be really helpful
It
to
would.
get some
We
of
could
that.
see it.
Yeah, I
It'd be
appreciate
great.
that.
Absolutely.
We have asked for the emails that received to the Safety and Security Task Force to be part of the documentation that you all receive as a final report.
Great. Thank you so much, Lisa.
And Trustee Chadwell, you did point out discretionary discipline at the hands of teachers. That's why this racial and educational equity journey that we're on is so important, because we need continued training, not just for administrators, but for classroom teachers. As a classroom teacher, I need to acknowledge my bias that comes into play daily with the students that I'm working with in my classroom. And so I thought that was an excellent point, and I think that further reinforces what we've said about taking the commitments of the Equity Task Force seriously, but not only that, making sure that we're extending that training and we're building capacity of all staff around these really sensitive issues.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Any other questions, Mr. Math?
Yeah, thank you for a great presentation. Educational and racial equity and mental health resources are two of the most robust, important, passionate challenges facing our district. I have over 100 questions. I'm not going to ask any of them.
Okay.
But I wanted to let you know, don't mistake my lack of questioning as a lack of passion. And I know I speak on behalf of the other trustees as well. So if we tried to solve these issues tonight, we'd be here a long time. But we're on the right path, and the way to get on that path is to look at information and data like this. So thank you.
Thank you very much.
Ms. Filler?
So I had two separate questions. I want to go back to the discretionary discipline. Did the task force take a look at any prescriptive disciplinary procedures? I don't know, have you ever looked at any of that where we don't really even allow a discretionary option? Every action gets the same reaction and things like that.
Right. So that's the difference between mandatory and discretionary. So that first DAEP figure that you saw, I believe, is a combination of both mandatory and discretionary. And then we broke out discretionary because that's how we get docked. One thing that came up, and I don't want to speak exactly because I don't know the exact terminology, but basically there's some kind of oversight happening with us as a district because of our continued discretionary placements with the Texas Education Agency. So you saw the combination, and then you saw the breakout for discretionary, and that's a conversation that involves a lot more attention.
Okay. And then my second question is on your oversight committee. There was definitely a lot of thought put into how the makeup is and the committee procedures, but not as much information about what exactly that oversight would look like. So have you given any thought, or was there any thought put into what exactly the oversight would include?
Yes, we gave a couple of examples. So third-party audits. We looked at the way the SHAC is set up. Let me find that slide.
I guess I'm more thinking, would it be regular analysis of data? Would it be, like, what would that oversight look like in terms of, if you met once a quarter or if you met once a month, what on a regular basis would the committee want to be looking at as an oversight?
So I think we made room for that with the development of the public bylaws to kind of have that process of determining what to look at. It's a tricky conversation because it depends on if it's an internal police department or if it's some other combination, what information we'll have access to, how we might violate FERPA or HIPAA by having parents and students have access to other people's data. So this is just a surface level option. Okay. We do have folders for you where we've provided more robust recommendations that you can look through, but we just provided something very surface level here.
Great,
thank you.
I could just add to that. The thought was in addressing the transparency and the trust. That oversight kept coming up as something that can be done no matter what the option is, since a lot of people really do feel passionately about the safety and security in the school district.
And that's really what I'm getting to is transparency and trust are such obtuse phrases, and until we can start really hitting hard targets on how to, the district reaches out and the community reaches out, and we both, it's not going to just happen overnight. And so if we have an idea of what the community expects from the district, and then the district also expects in return from the community. How do we continue to build those two things? And so that's kind of why I was wondering what specifically that oversight committee, if you had gone into more specifics of what you would like to see in an oversight role.
I think, and I was just going to say, one of the things that come up is, especially when we're talking about our marginalized communities, people say, don't do anything for us without us. Mm-hmm. So it may be a situation where you're convening this oversight committee and then working hand in hand to determine exactly what roles and functions they'll take care of, because then they'll have that voice in determining what the oversight should look like, is one of the thoughts.
And that's kind of the point I was making about developing and making public bylaws, is I don't think at this point it's for us to say. I think whoever continues forward on that community should have some input on what that committee will look like. And then I think the answer to your question also goes back to what makes school safe, and that Texas Appleseed information about including stakeholders at all levels of decision making as well. You've had some community organizations that over the past couple of months have pushed in and offered their help. Marginalized communities that have said, we've got the solutions to the problems that you're having. So that's not exactly oversight concerning this, but I think you have community members who are wanting to engage with you, even though they're from marginalized populations, to solve these problems.
And I think what is really driving that is even some of the around the task force itself, in that the direction changed, or there wasn't an original timeline, or there wasn't specificity in what we were asking from you, and so that really plays into that conversation of, this is I have not sat on a board where we have created from inception something like that, and don't want to create something that creates this, again, obtuseness, and then the committee and the oversight is frustrated in the production and their role. And so while I understand the fluidity is important, but also giving some specificity of their role as well. So that's really where this is coming from, is the frustrations that I heard from the task force in general, and how things have kind of morphed over the time.
And I would say, having spent over a year on the task force, which is a little longer than I had expected, I would say, there's a sense, and there's some things that the district does really well where you come into it and it's one of those trust the process type things. And I think that's what a lot of us started off doing. But then we quickly realized that this is something unlike anything we've ever done before, and there really hadn't been a process yet. So there could be some time put into what is that process that we're going to trust, which there are models out there that really do that, in order to have all the voices heard when creating an oversight committee or an oversight group. Because I wouldn't necessarily want to duplicate the way in which we made this sausage. I don't think anybody wants to go through that again. But I think we've learned a lot, and I think that the district is good at putting in those kinds of processes.
And I did not start mine by saying thank you, but thank you in making the sausage.
Thank you.
All right. With that, I want to say real quick again, thank you for that. And I guess you'll be around in case we've got another 70 or so slides, three more groups. Is that right? So roughly halfway through. I recommend we take a quick break here, and then let's get back and we'll restart. So it's what time is it now? 7:40. Let's try to get back at 7:50. We'll reconvene here. I'd like to make a suggestion to the board here and call an audible, see if we could change and maybe let some of the speakers go forward. I know there's a handful that are still here. You all open for that? And adjust the time slot. You want to do yours first, and then okay. All right. We'll do yours, and then we'll take some speakers. Okay. All right. We'll do it. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. All right. Good evening, trustees. Dr. Flores. So before I go into the presentation for the law enforcement option for safety and security, I just want to just take a couple moments to reiterate some of the comments from the introduction. First off, I want you to know that I'm a little nervous up here, not because of what I'm going to present. Well, I am about that too, but also because of the expressed perception of this task force from the board and from the community through open forums, emails, and such. This certainly was a very emotional and difficult experience for a lot of reasons, including the change in leadership in our task force, the lack of clarity in a timeline from
our trustees, the communication difficulties with the district, the time commitment and summer schedules just couldn't always get together, and just the different personalities that served on this task force. That being said, this task force did its best, as volunteers can do, to put together this presentation. I think we can't mention enough that we're not in all complete agreement with what is being presented, but we did the best that we could do. And the subcommittee that I served on, this presentation was a collaborative effort, and I think that it was for most of our task force. So it's a presentation that will do its best to share data and options that was given to us from our outdoor sources or outside sources. So thank you. All right, this button, right? Okay. So the Governmental Law Enforcement is an established agency overseen by state and or federal statutes. An officer of such an agency is a representative of the agency to enforce and ensure the obedience of laws. Our subcommittee defined the government LE as an agency that will provide law enforcement officers completely dedicated to his or her assigned Round Rock campus. And from this point on, we'll refer to it as an LEO. Definitions. I think we've kind of all talked about this. We will all be presenting this. The school resource officer, by definition, is a career law enforcement officer with sworn authority who is deployed by an employing police department or agency in a community-oriented policing assignments to work in collaboration with one or more schools. NASRO recommends that agencies select officers carefully for SRO assignments and that officers receive at least 40 hours of specialized training in school policing before assigned. And I refer to NASRO, which is a nonprofit organization founded in 1991 that's dedicated to providing training for school-based law enforcement. Discipline administered by an SRO. An SRO will become involved only if a student is involved with a behavior against the law. If an act is in violation of the penal code, according to the laws of the state of Texas, such as theft, physical or sexual assault, use of and/or possession of illegal substances, an SRO's action will be a natural protocol in dealing with those actions. Non-criminal behavior, non-violent behavior, such as a disruption in class, refusal to comply, lack of preparation, should be addressed by the Round Rock ISD Code of Conduct by classroom teachers or campus administrators. Right. So, start with the benefits of an LEO. So our reference is going to be a lot with the Williamson County Sheriff's Department. So Round Rock has had a long-standing relationship since 1982. The current LEO is open to collaboration with Round Rock ISD to establish a partnership and defined mission. These words were key when we met with Deputy Chief Tim Ryle. He was very open and just kept saying, we're open to a partnership. He kept mentioning partnership and mission, and that was something that really resonated as we left the meeting. Current relationships with campuses. Our current SROs have established relationships with campus staff, students, and administration. The Williamson County Sheriff's Department is committed to supporting a transition of Round Rock ISD from current contracts and into the future. This includes, but is not limited to, the use of training facilities, academy, et cetera. So in 2021, when the current contract is concluding, if there's a new contract or if the board goes another way, Wilco is in support of transitioning. And I know that the City of Round Rock Police Department also said that they would be willing to help transition. Okay. So an SRO through a law enforcement agency allows for a separation of powers for the district. This allows the district to focus on educating our students and giving the LEO the focus of law enforcement. And I'd like to point out that this is something that came up with a lot of emails and a lot of the forums that were conducted, was the separation of policing and education. Law enforcement will have, LEO will have oversight with the sheriff and the county court commissioners all being elected positions. This provides an outlet for parents, community members to voice concerns and be heard. I'll talk about that one a little bit later. The current SROs have already been through training and have working relationships within our schools. We have neighboring school districts using SROs with success, including, and I've listed them. Overhead costs will be minimized. An LEO will already have an administrative facilities for training, dispatching, investigating, holding cells. And equipment costs, same thing, is related, will be minimized. The officers are already trained, and they are already in possession of their gear. So, the cons and concerns. There's concern with staff availability. Is Wilco able to provide coverage for all campuses, even if their agency as a whole is understaffed? The district will have no involvement in hiring or firing or the disciplinary decisions of SROs. There's also a lack of diversity in the department, and I've listed what we have from Williamson County. One of the other discussions we had within our subcommittee is, you can't really control who is applying for a position. However, is the LEO doing enough to attract applicants with diverse backgrounds? The sheriff wants complete control over the SRO programs on campus. Will he be open to additional training as recommended by the task force? As you just heard, the essential components is something that was very important to this task force, and we'd love to see it implemented with whatever option that this board decides to take. The SROs from a law enforcement, will they be pulled from assigned campuses in the event of an emergency in the community, leaving the campus unattended? And that's a big concern for parents. If there is something going on in the community and the closest officer is an SRO and they leave, then our campus is unattended. So, will LEO SROs only work with students, or will they also respond to public criminal issues? Will working with street patrol activity affect an officer's desensitization as he works with both sets of populations? And that goes to officers who have the SRO training but are also trained for criminal activity or street activity. And in transitioning, what would that transition look like if they were coming from a call on the street and then having to come back to campus? How does that transition look like? Cost. Judge Gravel spoke on his behalf of 110% cost coverage and a 7-year contract with increases in pay and benefits dictated by Wilco. One of the things that's going to come up in the next couple of slides is a lot of references to Judge Gravel, and we debated whether he should have his own slide, or whether even we should even mention him. But I do want to mention that his presentation to our task force had a great impact and raised a lot of concerns and a lot of questions, and so that is why you will see his name in our presentation. There are questions and concerns regarding the jurisdiction of Round Rock ISD having campuses in both Williamson and Travis County. How difficult would it be to obtain a memorandum of understanding? So we do have a high school that is currently in both, and we have other schools in Travis County. We get mixed information that it's not an issue at all, and but it is something that came up within our task force. So the limited control over the district specific training, and again with the essential components, how important that is to us, and how it is important for us to see that implemented with whatever option that the board decides to go through. So this would include beyond diversity, trauma-informed training, completion and engagement in other trainings with proven fidelity. There is a potential for limited collaboration is also a concern. The sheriff would have the final say, and one of the subcommittee members brought up if there was an incident between an SRO and a student, and you suddenly didn't want to have that SRO representing that school, would the district be able to have a say in saying this needs to change, or would the LEO pretty much say no, this is just how it is? So, and the last concern was the lack of communication and the concern for the lack of commitment from the sheriff, as evidenced by our inability to establish a meeting time with the sheriff. We did meet with the deputy sheriff, Tim Ryle. We did reach out to Sheriff Tody, never with a specific time. It was just, can we meet? So it may go both ways. Maybe we should have specified. All right. Financial considerations. So this is the 2018 proposal sent to the district, and that was given to our task force. And so when we spoke with Tim Ryle, he said that this would probably need to be updated. So this proposal includes the startup costs for an additional 14 SROs requested to cover schools vacated by the City of Round Rock Police Department, as well as supervision and support elements. This proposal also includes funding the positions at a complete 12 months for this group, and salaries are estimated based on entry-level deputies and supervisors. So you can see the numbers and the approximate annual costs with the one-time startup equipment costs. We did not get an allocated list of those. So it would just, I don't even know how to say that. I would just assume that it would be to help cover additional cars and equipment and such. And then there would be costs to upkeep, and but upkeep I don't believe would be close to $1.4 million. So the total on that would be $2.733 million. Financial considerations.
Can you repeat that again? So you said that the total startup costs for, so this is just for an expansion. Did you guys get data on how much we're currently paying them so we could get like a total altogether?
I don't, because this is for 14 SROs.
And you said that they were entry-level
Yes.
salaries.
Well, yes.
So
And-
we don't really know what the spread could be in terms of salary
I don't have that
costs.
information. I'm sorry.
Okay. Could the district at some point during this presentation give us approximately what we're currently spending on the campuses that Wilco is covering, so that we could get a total at some point in this presentation?
right now, Dr. Presley and Mr. Yarbrough back there, but I'm sure we can get a cost estimate.
Go ahead, Ms. Elliott. Jim.
Also, for financial considerations, for budgeting purposes, Round Rock should anticipate a 2.5 increase annually to cover pay step increases for staffing, and also about $17,000 per year for training and supplies. That would also include like upkeep. Other things which are covered in the major equipment replacement costs will be incident based. That would be like if you had to replace a car or such. Let's see. Any across the board salary increases implemented by the court will cause a need to amend the agreement when those changes are implemented. All right. So additional information. Again, many subcommittee concerns came from Judge Gravel's presentation to the task force in April. He did acknowledge that he was only 20% of the vote, but his words were very impactful. So on March 20th, 2019, Judge Gravel, County Commissioner, met with Trustee Amy Weir, then task force co-chair Seth Flowers, and current chair Lisa Moore. He indicated that he was optimistic regarding Wilco Sheriff's Department providing an SRO program to Round Rock ISD, and that he believed that schools should be in the business of educating and that law enforcement should be in the business of policing. And this information was the feedback that came to the task force following their meeting. On April 8th, Bill Gravel presented to the task force that in the event that Wilco would agree to taking over the SRO program of Round Rock ISD, there would need to be an extended contract beyond a year to year. On April 25th, 2019, the Board of Trustees received a signed letter from both Bill Gravel and the Round Rock Mayor affirming that both Round Rock Police Department and Williamson County Sheriff's Department would both be concluding the SRO programs with Round Rock ISD in 2021. So, one could see that as it's ending then, is there room for something beyond? But that's the next slide. So, the community forums held in May should support to continue relationship with an LEO to help facilitate a separation of entities, one in charge of educating our students and another in keeping our students safe. So, things that we'd like the board to consider or something to ponder as you make a decision on what option you feel is best for the students and staff here at Round Rock. Is Sheriff Chody or another LEO willing to bring forth the idea of an extended contract, and will Round Rock ISD be willing to negotiate? This would, again, be an extended contract beyond the conclusion of 2021. Is the County Commissioner's Court open to begin negotiations with Round Rock ISD with an LEO to extend services for safety and security? The task force has concerns with Williamson County Sheriff's lead training officer's lack of awareness to the school-to-prison pipeline, whereas representatives from other local LEOs do have familiarity with this concept. So back in one of the first meetings that we had, I believe that there were representatives from Bastrop, from Hutto, Round Rock, City of Round Rock, and the Sheriff's Department, and the lead training officer, when asked by a task force member, was not familiar with the school-to-prison pipeline, and that is something that was discussed in the essential components as something that is very real and something that needs to be addressed and acknowledged. Would an LEO be open to additional training as addressed in the essential components recommendations? Do other LEO partners already provide training in excess of the desired minimum requirements? is it an option to request annual training in a contract with an LEO? Again, a lot of the training that were introduced in the essential components. Oversight, whether it's an ISD PD or an LEO, it's going to look different, but it's strongly recommended, again, to address a lot of the concerns with transparency and trust. So, also, and finally, the concerns regarding recent incidences and press involving Sheriff Chody, the Williamson County Sheriff's Department, and Judge Gravel, currently being addressed by the county commissioner, or by the commissioner's court, I'm sorry. And I believe that may have kind of resolved itself with, well, not resolved itself, but it kind of, one aspect of it, with the resignation of this particular police officer, but it's still something that that was a concern for our task force. And the other being that if we are going to contract with an LEO and make assumptions about social media, is that something that you all need to look at as a whole for other contracts that we have with the school district. And that was page 10.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Elliott. Board members, any questions?
I would like the question answered regarding, so that we could have a comparison, because I know that in the next group that they're going to give us a cost estimate on an ISD police department, and so I'd like to be able to say, okay, this is what continuing with our current law enforcement is, and this is what it would cost to create our own police department.
Right. We don't have that number tonight. We can definitely get that number. What we've done is stopped the whole time that we started looking at this option. I know that we have spent over $2 million. I don't have the exact for. Some people think that, by possibly creating your own police department, that it's a third cost that we should not be incurring, or we shouldn't even have to pay. But in reality, we're already paying and funding both Williamson County and Round Rock PD. But we can definitely have that for you. I just talked to Dr. Presley, and they're still sorting those numbers out as well.
I want to make a comment here. I think it was in one of these articles, I don't know if it was this one or somewhere in the Statesman, it said the police department contributes its resources. I just want to make sure it was kind of clarified. It's not a contribution at no cost. It is, we are paying for it one way or the other. I don't know the exact numbers, but I've seen variations of that. So I will say real quick, I appreciate the information, the details of that. And my biggest concern was your numbers that you just went through was entry level. Of course, that caught my attention too on that page. Is that what we would be aiming for? I think one of the things that we always appreciate is a combination of experienced officers and then training new ones all the time. So that'd be something to consider.
And speaking to that, I know a lot of you are here for the incident that happened at Pearson Ranch, and I'm not going to speak specifically to that, but I just want to clarify something. This administration and certain board members, we asked for SRO coverage at Pearson Ranch from the Wilco Sheriff's Department, and we were denied that. So I just can't sit here and not say that, because there is no equity in schools that are not covered.
I don't know that we saw that. We were told that that there were 9 SROs and one was going to. The only difference in the contract was that they wanted to float one or something like that. So
right, there was no direct coverage.
Right,
at Pearson
because
Ranch.
it was a different entity. I'm not.
At one point, ACC covered it for us,
Yes.
and they no longer will.
Right.
So we had to go to Wilco to
Just
ask
to be
for
clear
it.
on Pearson Ranch, I just want to be clear. For 2 years, we were fortunate. Actually, we had ACC for 1 year, and then by talking to Dr. Rhodes and the importance of having it for that second year, he agreed last year. But he said that's absolutely the final time that they'll do so, because they're growing as well with ACC. So Dr. Presley tried to work that piece as well, and obviously there is truth to that.
And if I could say, we were given the very strong impression that it wouldn't be what we're paying now. It would be more. It would be more. That was the impression that kept coming across the task force if we continued with our government options, is that it would be more than what we're paying now.
110% more.
Mr. Moses.
Yeah, just real quick, and thank you very much, Ms. Elliott. We appreciate all the information. And I really do agree with your point that through the LEO, that elections of Wilco would help hold them accountable. But we also have a large portion of the school district that doesn't live in Williamson County.
Right.
They live in Travis. So was there any conversation about what their remedy would be to help for that accountability point?
That would be me specifically, and that was my point when we talked, when we had Judge Gravel coming and he, said, well, what kind of control do I have? And I said, well, people vote for you, but as a parent with a student in Travis County School, I have no say-so right now in any of that.
Speaking of no say-so, I just want to be clear, and I won't name the other school, but the other school knows that it's had ACC had 2 officers, and that other school is not being covered at this time either, and that's because it's a jurisdictional problem there as well. But I just want to make sure when we talk about gaps in coverage, there are gaps in coverage, but we don't want to publicly, especially during the school year, highlight what obviously came through this last weekend at one of the middle schools, obviously heightened the awareness to that there is not an SRO there currently. But there's also another, and that's why Round Rock PD told us in 2017 that they're going to start phasing out. That's why we haven't had it at several of the schools they're trying, but we have not had that at some of the schools served by Round Rock PD in the middle schools. So we have gaps in coverage.
I'll say as a parent of an elementary school student, my elementary school student came home one day and said she had a lockdown and a lock-in. And I said, no, baby, that can't be correct. You either had a lockdown or you had a lock-in. And she said, no, we had both. I was lucky enough to be able to talk to our director of safety and security who said, yes, that's true. There was an incident that was in the neighborhood around the school where Williamson County Sheriff responded, Travis County Sheriff responded, and the constable in my community responded, but nobody went into the school. So our director of safety and security went into the school, but initially was confusion and was a lock out and then a lock in, and that to me highlighted the jurisdictional issues.
Well, and back to Trustee Moses, you're right. There are, what is it 40% of the school district is in Travis County, but that doesn't mean that they can't be heard. And words are powerful. And, we've had people come to our forums who are not part of the school district and speak before. And it's powerful to just hear those words and let everyone know. In terms of, I was under the understanding, and you would know probably better than me, but I was under the understanding that Williamson County provided the officers that they were asked for. And if there was not an officer present, that officer was not asked for. So I could be wrong, and I probably am, as you probably
We
know,
want
and I
equity
do.
in our schools.
Absolutely.
And
I
there's
support
no
that.
way we would have never said, oh, forget Pearson Ranch. That's just not going to happen. I thank you for your presentation.
Mm-hmm.
I know it took a lot of work because there's not a whole lot of real facts to go on. It's what Judge Gravel said. It's what Sheriff Chody said. And it's hard to interpret because there's a lot of mixed messages in that. So thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay. Any other questions for now? Otherwise, thank you, Ms. Elliott. Appreciate it. You're going to be here, right? Stay around in case we need you. Okay.
One more comment, and it was in the notes that I provided to the school board and to Dr. Flores and Dr. Presley and the task force, a summary of our meeting where Trustee Weir and yourself, President Chadwell, and Trustee Gonzalez were at the Chief Deputy Rao meeting. And my recollection, I'd have to go back and look at the notes, and once again, that can be provided as our total package, was that I recall him saying that the number of SROs that was asked for is what was given, and that the district had asked to dedicate the floater to somewhere that was not covered, and they said absolutely not because they felt like that was a reduction in services. was, I believe, the comment surrounding
Can
some
I
of that
speak to
conversation.
that, President Chadwell? I'm sorry. So, brief history, before Pearson Ranch opened, we asked Williamson County to staff it with an officer. The summer before it opened, they said they didn't have an officer to put there. And this predates Sheriff Chody's administration. So that's when we desperately started looking for a solution, and we talked to Dr. Rose at ACC, and he said, we can give you an officer. And while we were asking, we said, well, what about our other middle school that's never had an officer? And they gave us 2. He said, it'll be a 1-year thing because we're growing. We have to deploy officers on our campuses and the ACC PD. And so they gave us those officers. So going into last school year, before last school year started, we renegotiated with Williamson County and said, can you now staff Pearson Ranch because we're about to lose our 2 ACC officers. Last minute, Dr. Rhodes gave us those 2 officers back again. So we had an officer that was earmarked for Pearson Ranch going into last school year, and it ended up being staffed again by the same ACC officer, which was a great deal. So the discussion we had with the Sheriff's Department is, well, you have this additional officer, you don't need them at Pearson Ranch. Hey, why don't we make them a floater where they can fill in some of these gaps when campuses officers are off campus or they're out sick or whatever it may be. So that's what we did last year. So last spring we asked, okay, ACC is gone for good, they're no longer staffing. So the officer that was originally intended for Pearson Ranch, we want them back at Pearson Ranch where we originally negotiated to have them. And the answer we got was no, we'd rather have a floater. We have better coverage if we have a floater than putting an officer at Pearson Ranch. That's the truth. That's the reality of how it all unfolded. And I communicated with Deputy Chief Rowell, and he said the sheriff didn't want to make any changes to the interlocal agreement, that he wanted that officer to be a floater again this year. And so the original intent of that officer that's the floater, that was the concept born out of ACC staffing us, was the fact that we had ACC staffing us. But then when we asked, we'd rather have an officer at that school full-time than have a floater, and we were told, no, we want a floater, it gives us better coverage. So that's the real story.
So, Dr. Presley, and Dr. Flores, I have a question about that, though. Did we negotiate with them? Did we say, no, we need to have an officer at Pearson Ranch? Did we negotiate with them? Did we say, we're going to find another provider? And is there another provider that exists that could have taken over all the schools in
So when
Williamson
you try
County
to
that currently-
negotiate with them, they tell you, we don't have to be in these schools.
Yeah, we did negotiate with them, Ms. Vessa. We also negotiated with them in our interlocal agreement. They have a 30-day pullout clause. All the sheriff's deputies can be pulled within 30 days. We wanted at least 60 days. Really rather have a full year to know that they're not going to staff our schools. But they said, no, we're going 30 days. So other options, I'm open to it.
What other options do we have? So if we said, hey, you know what, we're not happy with this contract, Williamson County, let's get another provider in here to, who else could we then approach to say, all right, who else can do this work? Who else is on the table that we could negotiate with?
We don't have.
Excuse me just a minute. I'm going to ask that the audience, this is a public meeting. It's a meeting held in public. We're going to you're welcome to be here, but for interruption and so we can focus on the questions at hand, we're going to ask you to please refrain from outbursts so we can hear the discussion here. You're welcome to listen. But with that, I'm going to go ahead and go back, Dr. Flores, and
No, I was just going to say, I wish we did have options for that. Obviously, our option is Williamson County, and we do have, and I want to say this over and over, and I will, great partnership with them. But I've never had a superintendent the authority to say they need to be at this school. I don't have the same authority with Chief Banks at Round Rock PD. But what I do is I try to work with them. Because what I don't want is for them to take their marbles and go home, and we're not covered at any of our schools. So one of the things that I want to make sure that we do is we don't have, and I haven't had a lot of leverage as superintendent, but no previous superintendent has had that kind of leverage, because they've made it work. And it's correct. The presentation, if this could work, if this was what it was, then there'd be no doubt that's a lot easier, and I've said it over and over. But I can tell you, even the proposal from Chief Deputy Rowell was a proposal that would have constituted approval from the Wilco County Commissioners Court. So again, what is it that we can do? Hey, we're trying. And that's why when this presentation started tonight, I said, thanks for the work that's been done, but the real work is going to be done when this meeting closes, because there's going to be all those questions that we're asking, all those coverages that people say are real or imagined or not, they exist. And when they exist, we said that last spring when we extended the timeline, and we know that the work looking at it tonight is stellar. So the time that was extended for that, I say, wait a minute, for that kind of data. But what I will say, the community's not going to want gaps. They're going to say, if you've got gaps, you better find a way to fix them. And guess what? They don't care who's covering as long as they have coverage. But we were saying that last year. And the last thing I'll say on this is that Sheriff Chody, it was clear to at that time, that board that was here last year that said, look, it's in the best interest of the district to create its own PD. And he said that over and over and over. And somehow in June of 2018, that's why that tough decision that night, and I'll just say it, it's the toughest decision that had to be made. And guess what? That's what allowed for at least a discussion, because we know what is happening right now is a result of the fact that in June 2018, the district said we better do something to move along, because if we do not, we're going to not be able to address the gaps in coverage. And guess what? Today, we're not able to address the gaps in coverage.
So I have a question, and I asked this because I'm sure some of the community members are wondering. Just like we were creative and we went off the grid and we filled with ACC, could we go off the grid and hire a private security firm to staff one person at Pearson Ranch?
We have alternative options that are going to be part of the presentation. There's alternative options that are part of the
Well, I'm
presentation.
not talking about the future. I'm talking about today.
I think they could be used at any time.
So what do you, Dr.
Yeah.
Flores, Dr. Presley? I mean, I think that we're interested in a board and hearing some options, other options to cover our campuses that
We're willing
that
to
are
talk about those options.
lacking coverage right now. And if I think what's important to note is that to reiterate what you said was that when we go to negotiate, like, we don't have another law enforcement partner that we can say, well, okay, if you don't give us a good terms, we'll go to them.
Well, I think that's key, Corey, because you said law enforcement entity, not a security guard.
But
I actually called Austin ISD because I can't stand that our schools aren't covered. I called them because I saw in a neighborhood Austin ISD SRO. And I was like, can we borrow one of theirs? Is there something we can do? And I made a phone call, and because of jurisdiction issues, we can't. We can't borrow them. But to me, like, we've got to have people that are staffed to work with children, not some security guard that we don't know if they've had a background check. We don't know what kind of credentials they have. That's imperative. They're in there with our children. And that's my biggest worry about just hiring anybody.
Well, I have one more statement to make, though. We talked about before that these are elected officials, and that is the oversight that we have, correct? So Pearson Ranch is in Williamson County, and most of the people that attend Pearson Ranch live in Williamson County. So we have received a lot of input about how Pearson Ranch the community in Pearson Ranch wants an SRO. And I think we've established here that we don't have the power. We're not in charge of Williamson County Police Department, but they are elected officials. So with all that energy that you're directing at us, we will go join you as in soliciting our county commissioners and our sheriff and saying, this is not acceptable. We elected you to police and secure our community. Please do so. We understand that may be not the ideal for you right now, that you would like a different arrangement, but we need your help because you are our law enforcement provider. So I would ask that you would join this board in reaching out to the county commissioners and to Sheriff Chody and saying, this is what we want. And if you don't give us what we want, well, you're an elected official. And we have voices next election
next year,
cycle.
this time. All right, can we go ahead and get onto the comments here? Let's see.
Steve. I think Steve Nath had a really good question, and options as far as checking and doing those kind of things. I can tell you that had we done any of that before tonight's presentation, there'd be people say they've already made that decision. But what I'm hearing from this board is find some options, work with Sheriff Chody, and I'm telling you, he's going to want to do what's best for our kids and those kind of things. It's just something that obviously, because of short staffing on their part, on our part, all the things that happen, this occurred. So now what I'm hearing from this board is find some options. So thank you, sir.
Let's see. Excuse
That
me,
is
I'm gonna
not
say-
true,
I'm gonna
by
say-
the way.
excuse me
We
just a
are
minute.
more than
Come on.
happy to
Let's
pay
hold up
for
here.
all
Let's
your
hold up.
research.
Come on.
Knock
Let's
it
get
off.
back. Let's focus on, please. I want to follow decorum here. I'm going to ask that the community, the audience, please respect our time to be able to listen to the speakers here they presented. If it's up to the board, we can go ahead and take some comments now. Take the comments if you're open for that.
I think that's appropriate.
Okay, let's go ahead and get that out of the way. And if everybody's here, we have 15 speakers. We can cut it down to 2 minutes each and let everybody get a chance to speak. But we have a lot of a lot of speakers that want to speak. It is a Monday school night. So with that, the microphone is here. Ms. Gonzalez, you'll turn that top. Let's give them 2 minutes. Let's give 2 minutes each. Turn the top clock around so they can see it. And I will make sure that we enforce the 2-minute climb. Is that all right with everybody? So with that, our first speaker is going to be Joseph Griffin. After that, if everybody would line up just to make, I know it's going to be hard for everybody to come through here. Mr. Griffin is here, and then after that is Jeff Moss. Okay, Mr. Moss, you're next. And then after that will be Sheila Kaiser, I think it is. So, Mr. Moss, 2 minutes. Thank you.
Hey, y'all. First, I totally had to scrap everything that I had written to say because I don't know if y'all are, as a person with a degree in sociology, I can just tell you this presentation was fantastic. And I'm not really sure if y'all understand just how great specifically Tiffany is. So, I mean, I want to go and basically say, I don't know if some people are aware, but I basically think Chody is a pretty big turd. But
please use respectful language here, please.
Yeah, you shouldn't ask me to quote Chody. In 2017, Texas lawmakers realized that superintendents and principals needed to be subject to criminal charges to force them to address the issue of adults having sex with children. Through that lens, if you were to ask me who should I give a police force to, I, thinking what I think about Chody, would probably choose Chody over you.
Excuse me, audience, one more time, please. Please refrain from clapping.
Therefore, I say probably giving guns to teachers or giving you a police force and having you watch over them is probably a really, really bad idea. And finally, my observation is that you just had somebody prove to you institutional racism here. I mean, just smack in your faces. You had nothing to say. But yet, you ask questions about how much is this going to cost to provide a social worker, and then you spend 10 minutes talking about how bad Chody is. You just proved her point. You're not interested in solving the problem. You want to play to the masses.
Time, Mr. Mouse, thank you. All right, next up will be Sheila Kaiser, I think, and then after that will be Nak Cantu. Ms. Kaiser.
Hi, my name is Sheila Kaiser. I appreciate you guys taking the time to speak with me. I'm sure most of you know my story, so I'm not going to go into that. But I agree with Ms. Vessa. I think that the fact that you're throwing out excuses, I feel like the fact that you're giving me all these reasons you can't and nothing that says you will disappoints me. You're the only people that I can depend on to protect my student in that school. In a situation where we had an active shooter at Pearson Ranch, we have no one to take that person that comes into our school, kills our students, kills our teachers, to remove that threat. I think that that's unacceptable, and the fact that we keep going round and round about this is, I don't care if it's a security guard for 5 weeks until you figure out another solution. I don't care if it's a sentry. I don't care if it's a guardian. I don't care what it is. I want someone that's going to be in there that protects our kids every day. And we demand someone in there. And we want an SRO, but put someone in our school that protects our children. Don't have people come in the hallway to bully us into believing one situation. All we're here to care about is our children and what's happening tomorrow. And if someone comes out and goes to Pearson Ranch or one of the other 5 middle schools that don't have an SRO, you're responsible for their deaths. And that's all I have to say.
Okay, thank you. All right. All right. I'm going to ask you, ma'am, I want all of you, you just escort a couple of these people out, Mr. Willoughby. I'm serious. One more outburst, please. I'm serious.
No, I believe.
Thank you.
Go Mesa! Go Mesa! Go Mesa!
Ma'am, I'm going to ask, ma'am, this, just, okay, I'm going to say real quick again, and board members, this is a meeting held for the public. I'm going to ask again that you please refrain from outbursts like that. We're trying to be respectful to everybody here speaking. It's disruptive, and you just saw what happened here. So that's the first time we've had to do that in a long time. Anyway, next speaker will be Not Cantu. Is that right? Or is that right? Are you lined up to speak?
Yes.
What's your name?
Ben Wittenberg.
Okay, we'll get to you in a minute. Thank you.
Go ahead.
Hi. First of all, thank you for giving me opportunity to ask questions today. I only have 2 questions, but I want to start with a statement that I'm strongly opposed any methods of armed teachers that would put students more at risk. There are way too many liability issues, such as safety, legal, and financial. So my first question is, who will be legally and financially responsible if when a child is wrongfully injured or killed? And my second question, how will you create an environment of psychologically safely and trust between teacher and student when teacher may be called to be killed a student? That's my 2 questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Cantu. Next speaker is going to be David Schmidt. Mr. Schmidt, and then after that will be Pamela Oldham.
Good evening, Mr. Chadwell, members of the board. My name is David G. Schmidt. I'm a parent with children in the district. I own property and pay Round Rock ISD school taxes. I'm not employed by, nor do I have anything to gain by being here and speaking this evening. I am a member of Residents for Accountability and Transparency, a registered SPAC, but I'm speaking for myself. I've been in many of the task force meetings, and I've also watched online, and wanted to thank the task force members for the information, and I understand what a time commitment it can be. I am opposed to the creation of a district police department. Ms. Vessa summed it up. Voters have the power, and elections do have consequences. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Schmidt. Next up is Ms. Oldham. Again, please, let's hold off the applause. Ms. Oldham here. Next up will be Kathy Pickup, and then after that will be Caroline Sinclair.
Thank you. Good evening. I guess one of my questions is, if Round Rock PD and Wilco are both pulling out due to lack of resources, what makes the school board or the district think that they will have any more success in recruiting officers? That seems to be a big reason for Round Rock PD pulling out, and there's been mention this evening of Wilco having a lack of officers to cover all of the campuses. If Round Rock ISD does choose to continue with Williamson County, it is a new contract and it's subject to negotiation. And if the terms aren't acceptable, there may not be another law enforcement agency like Round Rock PD, for example, but there are private firms that can fill that void. I don't think that those options have been looked at or discovered. And I think, for example, with a private firm, there won't be any jurisdictional issues as far as I'm aware. And And in terms of contracting with them, again, we can hold all the cards in terms of negotiating what training we want them to have, how many officers we want them to have, what campuses we want to have covered. One of the things that you'll hear later is in respect of a combination of having some LEOs at campuses, for example, high school campuses, but maybe having sentries or effectively hall monitors at elementary schools or at middle schools. So there is that combination option as well, which will be presented later. And I do think that it's very telling to me that although a majority of the high school staff said that they thought SROs were a good idea, that a majority of them said they did not want it to be an ISD PD. That to me is very telling. The people who deal with the SROs the most are saying they don't want it to be run by the ISD. That to me is concerning. And I would just like to say in the few seconds I have left that I am a member of the task force, and Lisa and Judge Aurora and everyone has put in so many hours, and I just want to thank them.
Thank you, Ms. Pickup. Next up will be Caroline Sinclair, and then after that will be Danielle Weston.
Hi, thank you. I am a proud parent of a Walsh middle schooler and also a Westwood graduate, and I thank you for having this task force for this important issue. I respectfully ask you to strike any kind of option for arming teachers, also known as marshals or guardians. This is a dangerous path that will only serve to exacerbate the problems of gun violence in schools. And when I say gun violence, I mean homicides, suicides, also unintentional shootings. Of the 405 incidents of gunfire in school grounds over the last 5 years, mass shootings was less than 1%. 20% were unintentional discharge, and 12% were suicide deaths or attempts. So more weapons in schools equals more access to weapons, which equals more gun violence. Data indicates that the majority of gun suicides and school shootings are by minors with guns that have access unintentionally. People have lapses in judgment. There have been more than 70 publicly reported incidents of mishandled guns in schools in the last 5 years. A lot of those were left by teachers, given access to students. Teachers are not trained police officers. Reacting appropriately in a crisis is difficult for even highly trained military and police. It is utterly illogical to think that a layperson will have better odds than a police officer. Police officers have hundreds of hours of training and ongoing training. Even the best trained officers have poor performance under duress. So I ask you to not take into consideration any options that would arm teachers, meaning the Guardian or Marshal programs. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Sinclair. Next up will be Danielle Weston. Danielle Weston. After that will be Robin Durton.
Hi, everyone. You all know me. I'm Danielle Weston. I've been coming to all of these meetings for 15 months. I've reached out to all of you. I've reached out to county commissioners, city council. I've been to all the task force meetings. Well, most of them, not every single one, but most. And sadly, I've watched as politics has driven the narrative on this issue of SROs in our schools. Here in my school district, where my kids are growing up, some issues should rise above politics, and the safety of our children is one of them. I'm flummoxed by some of the trustees and administrators' singular focus on the creation of a school police department when we are the beneficiaries of two elite law enforcement agencies that we are already paying for. We expect our leaders to partner with organizations in our community for our benefit on a whole host of topics, and we have some really great partnerships in place right now that our students benefit from every day. Partnerships allow us to access resources and leverage expertise possessed by other organizations for the benefit of our students and our taxpayers. It's time to put politics, egos, and career aspirations aside. And what I want some of the parents in this room to understand is something very simple. The reason that you do not have an SRO at Pearson Ranch Middle School is because our school district has failed to craft and offer a long-term strategy and contract with Sheriff Chody and Williamson County. We do these piecemeal short-term plans, and you cannot commit resources long-term, adding to the number of SROs in our school district without a long-term plan. So I support a long-term partnership with the Williamson County Sheriff's Office, which is an imperfect organization and has room for improvement, but they've got some great SROs, including that one sitting right over there, who is here at all of our meetings. And doing so, securing a long-term contract will allow the county to secure the resources to provide us with the SROs that we all expect.
Thank you, Ms. Weston. Up next is Ms. Durton. After Ms. Durton will be Andrea Bauer, I think. Ms. Durton.
At least 40% of law enforcement families experience domestic violence. That's 40% of families that had the means and the ability to report that violence. We'll never know that real number. In 2006, the FBI reported the threat of white supremacists infiltrating law enforcement so they can disrupt investigation against fellow members and recruit other supremacists. It's now 2019 and nothing has been done. Right now, an APD lieutenant is sitting in Williamson County Jail accused of sexually assaulting a child. He was fired in 2008 for sexual harassment, but on appeal was rehired. How do you know if the people you hire will not be one of these people I just described? And the answer is you can't. You have no way of knowing. Or you may know, but really want to hire your buddy, as evident by our own Williamson County Sheriff's Office. Arming teachers isn't the answer either. Studies show that people are more likely to be shot by either suicide, accident, or homicide when more guns are available. Use the money you save by not creating a police force and arming teachers, and create additional and better training for teachers and staff, hire additional counselors, and work on restorative practices instead of strictly punitive. And here's a novel idea. Pay our teachers what they're worth.
Thank you, Ms. Durton. Up next will be Andrea Bauer, Andrea, and then Karina Palmer, I think, is next. Bauer? Okay, next will be Karina. Is that right, Palmer? Okay, next will be Tammy Conrad. And after that will be Stacy Hockenberg.
Thank you. I'm a teacher. I'm a teacher from the district. This is my 13th year, and I should be going to bed about now or grading papers, but I thought this was important. I respectfully beg that you do not arm teachers. I would rather you not arm us with bullets, but with continued behavioral health education, as suggested by the task force, and more counselors or social workers on our campuses. I think we can do a lot more good with that. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Conrad. Up next will be Stacy Hackenberg. And then last speaker will be Dev Sharma.
Good evening. I am Judge Stacy Hackenberg. I'm Justice of Peace for Williamson County Precinct 4, and I'm also a Round Rock resident. In today's atmosphere of mass shootings, it's also too easy to be afraid. Afraid for our children and for ourselves, feeling as if there's no safe public space, including our schools. The causes of our current epidemic of gun violence are complex and require complex solutions. The creation of a district police department or allowing teachers to carry weapons is a simple solution rife with dangers, as we've heard in the task force presentation. What this issue requires is a complex solution. It requires sustained commitment from the community. We must hold our elected officials accountable on needed gun reform, banning assault weapons, closing private and gun show sale loopholes, comprehensive background checks, mandatory waiting periods. It requires community understanding that mental health is no different than physical health. We must tear down the stigma surrounding mental health. The monies that would be spent on a district police force would be better spent increasing the number of social workers so all students know they have someone to talk to. We must teach our children about bullying, including how to recognize it and stand up to it, starting with our youngest children and moving through to high school. We should help our children become more empathetic to create a welcoming environment. Let's make our students safer with a comprehensive plan that goes beyond a police force. As a JP, my primary interactions with school-aged children surrounds truancy. The causes of truancy are complex, but one of the recurring themes that I see are issues with mental health, economics, and learning disabilities. A knee-jerk reaction to safety concerns with police and more physical safety doesn't address the core causes of these safety concerns, and I encourage you to take the long view.
Thank you, Ms. Hackenberg. Next will be Dev Sharma, the final speaker. Thank you.
Thank you. This is probably one of the first meetings, and I hope I don't have enough material to speak for like 2 minutes. I would like to ask one question to everybody in the room. Imagine that you're driving on a freeway somewhere like late in the evening, and then like 5 cars down, you see a cop car. Do you ever instinctively go and check your speedometer whether are you in the speed limit or not? Right? Raise your hands if you ever did that. I think you never did that, huh? All right. So, as an adult, if a simple presence of a cop allows us to check our behavior, what has that impact on kids in the school? There's an implicit impact on any of this. And, and what I am saying is, who am I? I represent a significant number of homes, like a couple of homes that are part of the PRMS community, Pearson Ranch. And we feel that not having an SRO during that incident is, I don't know, I don't have the right word for it, but I feel it's not what we expected. And maybe not a lot of you expected. Sometimes in the administration part, these things go like, fine, we don't fund that. But for us, it is very important, and we are a large set of people who are economically stable. We are going to put the force. If we need to join you, we are going to be willing to do what you need to join that large set. You want legal help, you want representation, whatever you need, we are behind that. But we need that to be done, number one. Number two, in regards to the ISD, like whether we get the police force or the internal force, I think a couple of us stand and say that we do not want this police force in the school, or our ISD police force. Rather, we would want to get like city police force. So,
time.
All right.
Thank you, Ms. Sharma. And then let me see. Did you sign up before? Okay, that's all right. Then we're going to follow our protocol. Thank you. That's our last
me or
speaker.
somebody?
No, I was talking to the man in the back.
Right,
if you didn't sign up, we're going to follow the protocol, which you've done. If you have to sign up by the time we start the meeting. So welcome you back to our next meeting, though. Everybody for our next meeting will be the 26th.